Chapter 91. Flying along the road, Su Qing looked at the shops on the left. On the side of the road, most of these shops are on the first floor of high-rise buildings. So far, there are not many intact shops. The glass is broken, and through the window, it is a mess inside. It has completely become a greenhouse for fungi and plants. From time to time, there are black shadows flashing by, probably creatures like mice, which don't look big. This is the scene of most of the shops on the first floor that she has seen. As for the few intact shops, Su Qing touched her chin. A small bank. It was so small that it probably couldn't even fit a counter. It should be the kind that only had people sitting inside. A milk tea shop, with a rolling shutter door that was pulled up and down and stopped in the air, tilted, revealing half of the counter inside. A wooden door was half closed, with the paint peeling off the sign, and only the words chicken and vegetables could be barely recognized. She guessed it should be a restaurant. Because she couldn't see clearly inside, Su Qing didn't go in, but decided to look around before making a decision. The first traffic light in front of her was used as a marker for the range. While she was thinking, the traffic light was getting closer and closer to her. Wait a minute. Su Qing caught a glimpse of the scene of the side moving backwards, and called a halt urgently. When Ruashi slowed down, Su Qing pointed to the back and instructed Ruashi to stop at the entrance. Above the wide-open glass door, there was first a black screen and then a huge sign. Some of the paint was peeling, but the word supermarket entrance could still be seen. It was a supermarket. No, Su Qing looked inside with the help of the light. The floor was tiled, and several small compartments with different decorations were immersed in the darkness. It should be a shopping mall. What? Do you want to go in? Ruashi folded her wings and compared the door and herself. What? Sighed, Ruashi's ears drooped. It can't go in here either, it has to become smaller. If it's a shopping mall, there should be a supermarket. Su Qing jumped off Ruashi and patted the little guy. Do you want to go in with us? What? Yes, Ruashi's eyes widened. How could it protect Su Qing if it didn't go in, and it didn't want to stay outside alone? With her eyes flashing, Ruashi began to exert herself. The white light flashed, and then faded away. The little white wolf squatted on the ground, its little ears trembling, very cute. What? Little Ruashi called. The voice became much smaller. Su Qing didn't pick up Ruashi, because it would be inconvenient for her to shoot. Her shoulders sank. Squeak. The tree mouse jumped from the bird to Su Qing's shoulder, glancing around cautiously. Since Su Qing was going to enter the big hole in front of her, it would not be appropriate for it to stay on the bird. The tree mouse sniffed. The bird was very fast, and it would hinder the bird's attack if it stayed on top. On the contrary, Su Qing didn't like to move when attacking. It could also look in other directions for Su Qing. Let's go. Su Qing held the shotgun in her hand, ready to shoot at any time. She was very surprised that she could see the sky under the crack instead of darkness. Although the sky was gray, the road could only be barely distinguished. Walk in from the entrance. The wall lamp on the waist illuminates the surroundings. In fact, the mall is well preserved. Most of the tiles underfoot are intact, but there is a lot of dust and dirt, which makes it look dirty. On the left is a milk tea shop, and the counter is a mess. Looking inside, it is even more unsightly. Paper cups are scattered everywhere, and several large iron barrels are overturned on the ground. You can also see solidified unknown substances on the side. Ouch. It stinks. Ruashi just curiously poked her head in, and was entangled by the smell inside. She immediately became obedient, and hid behind Su Qing's feet. The tree rat also had a keen sense of smell, and wore the same painful mask. It was not enough to cover it with her paws, so she also used her tail. It smells so bad? Su Qing glanced at the fully armed Lucky, then let's go quickly. Originally, she was just curious. Su Qing's goal was very clear, which was the supermarket in the mall. She didn't know how to reuse the food in the supermarket, so she might as well go directly to clothing and furniture and supplies. Wait for the block. First pick the ones that are obviously useful and light in weight. Su Qing knows very well that since the Doomsday broadcast said that it is a seasonal event, she can still come next time Xia Yin. Besides, she has the magic book for synthesizing magic bags, and the sources of the materials are known at present. The more troublesome one is the devil silk. By the next time Xia Yin comes, it should be no problem to synthesize a few more magic bags. Su Qing has confidence in herself. In this case, the most important thing in the underground city is to pay attention to safety. The second is to collect the materials that can be used. Let's find the elevator first. Su Qing walked in first. There should be a map of the mall near the elevator. Awoo, something unknown again. Ruoshi shook her head and saw Su Qing walking away, so she quickly started to catch up. Wait, Ruoshi, awoo, Su Qing. After walking around, Su Qing quickly found the elevator. Supermarket. Found it, on the second and third floors. Quack. There was movement over there. A bird landed on the handrail and spread its wings. Looking in the direction, Su Qing looked at the gloomy shops. There are all kinds of tables and chairs. It should have been used to make food. Don't worry about it. Let's go to the second floor directly. Su Qing stepped over the second board and stepped directly onto the immovable stairs. Ruoshi, don't step on the second board. There is nothing underneath. As she spoke, Su Qing tapped lightly with her foot, indicating that she should not step on the board under her feet. Ruoshi lowered her head. Although there was a lot of dust, the dividing line could still be seen. She moved her center of gravity backward, accumulated strength and jumped forward, landing easily on the first board. The elevator between the first and second floors was not very long and took a few minutes to complete. After coming up, Su Qing saw the supermarket entrance not far away. So far, they haven't encountered any particularly dangerous creatures. When they passed some shops on the first floor, there were some big and some small movements inside, but no one ran out. She guessed that it might be because they didn't go in. But they had to go into the supermarket. Next, everyone, be careful. Su Qing stared at the dark supermarket, especially you, Ruoshi, don't run away, okay? Awoo! Ruoshi shouted very energetically. At the entrance of the supermarket, between the gates, there are 3 rotatable fences. Su Qing pushed with her fingertips, and after entering, she ignored the lockers and the cashier counter and walked straight in. The nearest shelf was a scattered bread area, with bread scattered all over the floor, and many packages were bitten open, probably by rats or something. Without stopping, Su Qing looked for the furniture and supplies area. After turning a few corners, Su Qing's eyes lit up. Finally found it. There are so many pots. On the nearest row of shelves, all kinds of pots are displayed. Of course, there were many on the ground. The fragile stew pot broke into pieces, while the iron pot and stainless steel pot were fine, with only more dust. Su Qing picked 2 of different heights and sizes, and put them into the magic bag. Turning the back, there was a cup. Da-da-da. A crisp knocking sound came from a distance. Quickly putting the cup in her hand into the magic bag, Su Qing raised her gun and looked around. She was not surprised that there were creatures in the supermarket. There were all kinds of small shops downstairs, so how could there be no creatures in such a big place upstairs? Unexpectedly, Su Qing listened attentively for a while, and the knocking sound was getting farther and farther away. Why was it getting farther and farther away? There was no reason. They had entered the territory directly, and the creatures entrenched here had never seen them before, so there was no reason for them to run away without fighting. Wait, Su Qing paused, and there was a slight noise from the side behind her. Perhaps, they were not the only ones who entered here. Run away. Su Qing didn't care whether the slight sound was her psychological effect, she just shouted and ran to the side. If she heard it wrong, it was fine. If she didn't, she hoped her shouting would work. Unfortunately, Su Qing, who was running and turning around, raised her eyelids. It was still a big one. Bang. The blue-black slender creature was only a few steps away from her, and it was almost caught by her. Almost face to face, Su Qing could even smell the faint fishy smell. Without hesitation, Su Qing immediately fired. The bullet was deeply embedded in the slender arm, but it was not completely embedded as imagined. Dingling. The bullet was bitten out and fell to the ground. The thin red tongue licked the wound. It rushed toward Su Qing, who was retreating again. Damn, where did this ghost thing come from? Su Qing fired several shots, but failed to kill the blue-black creature in front of her. Instead, she hid more and more awkwardly. Shoot at the back. This guy's back is full of blue-black scales, and the bullets just sparked. The head is also covered with scales, and this guy's head is so flat that it is difficult to aim when moving. As for the abdomen, this guy is basically a ground demon, not showing his abdomen. Su Qing once again turned her body to avoid the attack. She took a few steps back to stand firm, and waved to Ruoshi, pointing to the elevator leading to the upper floors not far away. Got it. Ruoshi took the lead and ran. Of course, it wasn't that Su Qing didn't want to run down and get rid of the monster on the opposite side as soon as possible. It was mainly because the noise downstairs was too loud. Haha. Hiss. 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 Look, they don't even try to hide it. Su Qing's face was livid. The enemies from the opposite nest had all come out. So many. Calm down. Su Qing fired a few more bullets and quickly ran up the elevator. Hiss. A fishy wind came. Su Qing grabbed the handrail and stepped on the edge. Ugh! With a cry of pain, Su Qing rolled and crawled to the other side. She swore that she had never been so bold. Bang! A crisp collision sound, mixed with a painful hiss. It would be best if it was killed by the collision. Su Qing accelerated and ran up. Why is there such a thick-skinned monster underground? Ouch! Su Qing is here, Ruashi's cry is. From the left, he supported himself on the handrail and turned smoothly. The hissing sound behind him repeated. Su Qing cursed inwardly, are these guys ghosts? Why did they come up so quickly? Fortunately, she had observed them before coming up, so Su Qing ran with her heart in her arms. There was a staircase outside the mall leading directly to the 3rd floor, which meant there must be an exit on the 3rd floor. In front of her, a faint light shone on the broken glass on the ground, and the light spots were dazzling. The wolf's mouth opened and closed, and its cry was worried and anxious. Ruashi had grown bigger. The hissing sounds behind her continued, but Su Qing calmed down instead. Chapter 92. Lucky. Squeak. The tree mouse held onto the clothes tightly, swaying left and right with Su Qing's movements. So dizzy, mouse. Hold on tight. Drifting on the tiles for a while, a long trail of moss on the tiles was trampled. Su Qing didn't have time to feel the slightly hot soles of her shoes, so she kicked hard, protected her face, and jumped out of the broken glass door. Before hugging Ruashi tightly by feeling, Su Qing didn't forget to move the shotgun behind her back. Otherwise, if she pressed something in her arms that she shouldn't have pressed, and it went off accidentally, it would be too funny. The body trembled. Ruashi started to run. Hiss. Crack. The bird added a few claws proudly and flew away quickly. After it stabilized, Su Qing carefully moved forward and slowly sat up. Squeak. I feel dizzy. It's okay, the tree mouse loosened its claws and suddenly felt dizzy. Be careful. Su Qing grabbed the tree mouse that was about to fall to the side and stuffed it into her pocket. It was at this time that Su Qing felt a sharp pain in her arm. She lowered her eyebrows and looked over. There was a hole in the sleeve of her forearm, and 2 scratches were constantly oozing blood. The hissing sound continued. Su Qing moved her sight. At this time, Ruashi had already taken them off the ground. On the external staircase on the 3rd floor of the mall, countless green figures stood up vertically, and the running inside continued to sound. They were looking at me. Su Qing's eyes were cold, and even though they were several meters apart, the chill still arose and continued to linger around her. But her most powerful weapon, the shotgun, was useless when dealing with the first monster. What should she do with so many gathered together? I have to think of a way. Su Qing bit her lip. It didn't matter whether she avoided it or solved it. On the steps, perhaps because they knew they couldn't catch up with the prey, the dark blue figure kept retreating back to the dark mall. The hissing sound was getting farther and farther away, and soon, the surroundings returned to silence. But Su Qing knew that this was all appearance. Those monsters that could only rush around were just dormant. But now, Su Qing patted Ruashi. Let's take a rest on the hillside on our way back and eat something. Awoo! Ruashi nodded subconsciously. It was indeed a little hungry. Shiji? Why did it go back again? The ball beast, which had just reached the edge of the city, looked at the huge black shadow flying back in the sky, and a question mark appeared above its head. Going forward, it was a forbidden land full of food but full of dangers. Going back? Then what was the point of running in vain? But this time it was the only one who ran out. If it was really chased, wouldn't no one in the tribe be able to catch up? No, the ball beast looked eagerly at the food that was so close, and finally stared at the rusty road sign that fell to the side. Although it was a bit bitter, in order to not make a wasted trip. Opening its mouth, the hard metal was no different from potato chips to the ball beast, and it was easily bitten into a hole. Crunching, the ball beast began to roll back. Maybe when it was halfway, the group of guys would fly over again. No matter what, it had to be the first beast to eat. Alas, the bitterness spread in the mouth of the ball beast. If it hadn't rolled in the wrong direction, it would definitely have been able to eat some. Ruashi carried Su Qing to the high ground. Su Qing jumped down, and the flowers beside her rustled again. She had seen the ball beasts before, and the little ones didn't react much, so there shouldn't be other strange creatures, so she sat on the ground directly. Squeak, squeak. Ruashi, you're injured. Su Qing, you too? The tree mouse got out of the pocket, and there was a bloody smell everywhere. Yeah. Su Qing opened the magic bag. She remembered that she put a few bottles of healing potion in the bag when she came out. Found it. After drinking 2 bottles of potion, and the white light dissipated, the wound was almost healed. Chi-Chi? Did you see that? Shichika-Chi-Chi. They were injured just now, and the smell disappeared all of a sudden, so magical. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. Stupid, they came back from there. Chi-Chi. I'm so hungry, why doesn't the red light go out? Gigi. Red light. The tree mouse touched his chin. What did these little things mean by the red light went out? Is it related to eating? Let's eat. Su Qing took out the meat and fruit and placed them on the ground one by one. She hadn't had a drop of water since entering the crack, and she had also encountered a chase. After being exhausted, she couldn't help but feel hungry. Chirp. They were eating. Chirp. Envy. Chirp. I really want to snatch it. Chirp. You can't beat that big guy. There were constant chirping sounds in her ears, but no one rushed out to attack. Su Qing took a bite of the purple ball fruit and felt that these ball beasts were much cuter than the strange blue-black creatures. At least they wouldn't be that thick-skinned. After running to a safe place, Su Qing calmed down and began to recall what happened just now. Speaking of which, bullets are not completely harmless. It is difficult to penetrate the places covered with blue-black scales, and it is completely possible to attack the places where the monsters do not have scales, such as the arms. When she shot the first monster, didn't the bullet get stuck in the arm flesh? If the monster changes its face, it is impossible for this creature to have scales on its abdomen, right? That's right. Su Qing slapped her thigh hard. Didn't the group of monsters just now stand up vertically? Isn't that a good time to show off your belly? Oh, shaking her head in annoyance, Su Qing wished that time could go back to when the blue-black creature stood up, so that she could take revenge with one shot. Chi-Chi. A sudden sound came from behind, and Su Qing subconsciously turned around and raised her shotgun. The fur ball that just climbed up blinked. Well, it just passed by. Do you believe it? A white ball with light yellow eyes and a cunning look, especially in some places where the fur is sparse. The more Su Qing looked at it, the more familiar it was. Shwe Lucky, do you think this one looks like the one that was caught? The bird sharpened its claws and looked up. Gaga. It was the one the bird had caught. The tree mouse also nodded in agreement. Chirp. The ball beast trembled nervously. What? It couldn't escape in the end. It must eat more before being eaten, so it should eat the fragrant thing in front of it first. With a stern look in his eyes, the fur ball spat out the iron block that was halfway in his mouth. It tasted terrible. He spat a few more times in disgust. The ball beast turned to the fragrant object in front of it, and swallowed it into his mouth. Gigi. It's so soft and delicious. Su Qing was stunned. The fur ball with sharp teeth ate the peel of the purple ball fruit and cried, "What a fantasy scene." Reluctantly swallowing the sweet and soft peel, the ball beast looked at the spitted iron block again. Although it was bitter, but we were all on the road, so. Hey, fur ball, come here. I want to ask you something. If you answer, I give you fruit. How about it? Gigi? Call me? The ball beast blinked. The blurry shadow nodded, yes. Do you know the dark blue monsters in the city right below? If you know, just jump up. Su Qing pointed in the direction of the city. Chi-Ji. I know. The ball beast jumped up. Those monsters eat everything, and they will appear in the forbidden area regardless of whether the red light is there or not. Okay, I give it to you. Su Qing tore off a piece of fruit peel and threw it over. Are there any monsters more powerful than them? More powerful? The ball beast blinked blankly. It seems that there is none. Even the natural enemies that eat them will not confront those big guys. If they don't jump, then they are gone. What kind of luck is this? Su Qing shook her head. She encountered the strongest crack as soon as she entered the mall. Of course, it may also be that the ball beast has never seen a stronger creature. Because of the language barrier, Su Qing began to ask casual questions. Have you ever seen a square box? After asking, Su Qing was stunned. How can the ball beast know that it is a box if it has never seen a treasure chest? Even if they have seen it, they don't know the human-specific terms. Eating the fruit peel happily, the ball beast didn't know what a square box was. Anyway, it answered, and it ate it with a clear conscience. Awooh! Su Qing Ruashi was full. Ruashi finished combing the dirty hair around her mouth, and curiously leaned over. The white fur ball buried its head in eating, and the fur trembled, which was particularly beautiful. The next second, the huge claw pressed on the fur ball. G? Facing the unknown. Attack, the ball beast chose to put the fruit peel into its mouth first. Okay, Su Qing shook her head slightly at Ruashi. After all, the ball beast is not a toy. Thank you for your answer. I give you the remaining flesh. She placed the purple ball fruit in front of the little thing as an apology for Ruashi's previous action. Su-Ching packed up her things and planned to take Ruashi, Lucky and Shui to the other side to take turns to rest. Chi-Chi. The ball beast looked at the small ball in front of it at the same level as its eyes in shock, and the fragrance became stronger. A bite, a lot of juice, and even sweeter. The flowers parted with a rustle. Chi-Chi? It smells so good. Can I have a bite? Chi-Chi? Why did they give you such a delicious meal? The ball beast knocked away its fellows who were attacking its meal. Chi-Chi. This is what I got in exchange. Chi-Chi. If you want to eat it, just exchange it with something else. The ball beast ate a few bites of the dried fruit, savoring the taste it had never tasted before. It was also wondering if it could exchange its meal for this. Chi-Chi? Exchange food for food? Chirp, chirp. What's the point? It's all food. The ball beast gave a head but chirp. This is a taste I've never tasted before. Also, the ball beast threw the idiot's eyes over. Chirp. Why don't you exchange it for food that you can't eat but smells good? Food that you can't eat but smells good, and food that smells good but can be eaten. The ball beast jumped into the flowers. It already had a target, chirp. Seeing that the other party had no signs of leaving for the time being, it would rest for a while. It's safer to wait until the red light goes out before setting off. Su-Ching closed her eyes for a while and heard a series of chirping sounds. Opening her eyes, Su-Ching was surprised to find that the dark sky had dawned at some point. White light was projected from the horizon, and she could see the surroundings clearly without turning on the wall lamp. The glowing flowers behind her no longer glowed, and looked like normal flowers. As for the chirping sound, Su-Ching walked to the edge and watched the colorful fur balls pop out of the flowers and roll down from the edge closely. Even on the plain below, the fast ball beasts were already halfway through their jumps. The fur ball army was heading towards the city. Chapter 93. So many. Squeak. Indeed, I didn't expect there were so many hidden inside. Su-Ching looked away with her shoulder sank. Now that Lucky and Ruashi were awake, she touched Lucky on her shoulder and whispered, "Let's go too." According to the description on the light screen, the ball beasts should not be a big threat to the creatures in the city. In this case, the ball beasts chose to go out collectively at this time, which means that the city should be relatively safe now. As for why it became safe, maybe it was related to the dawn, or maybe there were other invisible reasons. After a long howl, there was no trace of the group of people at the place. Chi-Chi. Hearing the sound, the ball beast jumped out from the flowers in a panic, looked around, and found that there was no strange creature, and immediately showed a look of loss. I don't know if I can meet them. It has never eaten the things that gave it before. Slurp, the ball beast licked its mouth, looked at the tribesmen rolling down continuously, and quickly cheered up and rushed down. Although they may not be able to eat that delicious meal, they still have to eat other meals. After daybreak, the city can be seen clearly without turning on the wall lamp. Su-Ching did not stop and returned to the previous crime scene with the 3 children. On the 3rd floor platform, broken glass was all over the floor. Compared with the dusty stairs, the platform was much cleaner. This was the only good thing they did for this city. Su-Ching laughed and waited quietly for a while, but no blue-black monster rushed out. After letting Ruashi take her to the platform, Su-Ching waved to Lucky and Shui. You come in with me. As for Ruashi, you stay here to meet us. Thinking of yesterday when it couldn't help at all, the white wolf's eyes darkened. Ruashi. Almost immediately, Su-Ching noticed that Ruashi was not in a good mood. She held the little guy's head and said, "If you stay here, if there is anything wrong, you can directly meet us after we come up, and—" Su-Ching leaned close to the little guy's ear. Ruashi's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she nodded slightly. Although it was bright outside, there were not windows everywhere in the mall. Su-Ching turned on the wall lamp on her waist, and walked towards the elevator cautiously. Snow hovered above her head, paying attention to the surroundings. This time she came back not only for the things in the supermarket, but also to try to kill the monster by shooting its abdomen. Of course, if the other party didn't come, it would be better. After all, her target was still the items in the supermarket, and killing monsters was just to make the surrounding area safer. If those blue-black creatures hadn't attacked her first, she wouldn't care whether they were dead or alive. Squeak. No problem. The tree rat's nose twitched, and it didn't smell a similar smell as yesterday nearby. Su-Ching held the shotgun and passed through the elevator lightly. Back in the supermarket, the walls and tiles were covered with blue-black claw marks, which were very shallow. Looking at the dense claw marks around, Su-Ching let out a long sigh. Luckily I ran fast yesterday. It took a long time. The 1st floor of the mall. The white ball tied his spread over. Chi-Chi. Put me down. The ball beast caught and it was in a dilemma and couldn't find a gap to get out. It actually wanted to go to another place. Chi-Chi. Eat, 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 eat. Chi-Chi. Eat, 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 eat. Chi-Chi. Eat, 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 eat. In front, at the traffic light intersection, the waves suddenly dispersed and moved in all directions of the city. Wait, isn't this one of those creatures? The ball beast stared at the huge mosaic on the platform. Yes, it has only seen one of this size so far. Maybe it can eat outside while waiting, and then ask if it can exchange other food for food. As for going in to eat, the ball beast shook its body, that would be sending itself over to be eaten. Ruashi? The strange words came to mind, but the voice was very familiar, mixed with hissing. Oh, this one is also familiar. The ball beast jumped on the spot. Whose is that behind? A blurry figure flashed at his head quickly, and finally settled into a long thin shape. Chi-Chi. Run, the ball beast remembered. But it was obviously not the only one who remembered. The ball beast that was chewing stones hid behind a building larger than itself, and the chewing sound continued to be heard. It was on the empty road. It looked around and didn't find any buildings. It fell down on the spot and pretended to be dead, exposing its back. Bang, bang, bang. With preparation, Su-Ching quickly adjusted her position after going up, and waited for Ruashi to stabilize before aiming her gun at the platform. In the supermarket, she thought that the group of blue-black monsters would not come, and began to concentrate on picking out the things to take away. As a result, Xue flew over and pointed to the elevator leading to the third floor, and Su-Ching immediately knew that Xue had discovered the monster. Sure enough, after running up the elevator, the hissing sound gradually became louder. Su-Ching also waited on the platform for a while. Wow, at a glance 3 were caught. This group of creatures didn't know whether they were really stupid or not. They stood up on the platform and exposed their abdomens. So Su-Ching fired 3 shots in a row. Hiss! 2 of them fell to the ground, and the remaining 1 ran back in pain. From the naked eye, shooting at the abdomen is more effective than shooting at other parts. Other than that, Su-Ching was a little confused. They chased her all the way yesterday, and they killed her just like that. After a few minutes, the 2 blue-black monsters that fell to the ground did not move, and Su-Ching finally confirmed that they were dead. Landing on the ground, the light screen popped up. Black lizard, underground creature, excellent hearing. As the dominant creature in the crack, this race completely abandoned vision and turned to hearing. It is said that healthy black lizards can hear the slightest sound hundreds of meters away. Of course, it is flat. Su-Ching had a question mark in her head. Hundreds of meters? No, if they can hear even the slightest sound, won't they be annoyed to death? Su-Ching poked the dead black lizard on the ground with a dagger and looked at both sides of his head curiously. There were bulges on both sides of the dead black lizard's head. She looked carefully and found that it was hollow inside, with a membrane that could be pushed open. Perhaps they could automatically control whether to receive sound. The sharp blade scratched the blue-black scales, leaving only a white mark. So hard. By the way, according to the last sentence of the light screen description, these black lizards will stand vertically. Could they be listening to the sound? But the height is not equal, so they didn't notice it, and there is no sight. Completely blind. Chi-Chi. The ball beast's cry came from behind. Su-Ching turned around. The lonely fur ball stood on the edge, leaving a pool of saliva on the ground. The one who dared to come directly to her was the one who was caught twice before. Gigi? Swallowing his saliva, the ball beast asked for advice. What? The tree mouse blinked and wanted to exchange other delicious food for fruit. Gigi? What food? What if it was something good? The tree mouse looked over curiously. Gigi. Another fur ball appeared under the stairs and spit out a wet thing. The tree mouse looked carefully and realized that it was just an ordinary stone. No, it waved its hands. Chi-Chi, Shishi. The food I want to exchange is not here. It smells really good. Seeing that its fellow tribesmen showed up and were rejected, the ball beast hurriedly explained that it felt that the food it wanted to exchange would definitely be exchanged successfully. After all, it smelled really good. It's not here. The tree mouse touched its chin and said, Chi-Chi? Can it be moved here? Chi-Chi. It can't be bitten, it can't be moved, it's very big. Rolling its eyes a few times, the tree mouse poked the bird next to it, and raised its chin towards the white fur ball. Go there? Quack. Sure. The bird has no objection. Su-Ching, who was studying the black lizard's corpse, turned around and found Lucky and Xue flying away, and was a little confused. But she believed that the 2 little ones could find them, so she didn't call them back. No matter whether it's a dagger or a machete, it's impossible to cut the scales. It's really hard. After knowing the plan, Su Qing pointed out the light screen and used it to cut. Of course, such hard scales might be useful later, so she kept the belt scales together. As for the meat, Su Qing put on her mask of pain and turned her face away. Awoo! The white wolf next to her also covered her face with her paws. Why is the meat of the black lizard so smelly? Su Qing endured the smell and put the meat into the magic bag. If the magic bag, like the treasure box, does not affect the state of the items put in, she really can't put the black lizard meat in. Wouldn't this contaminate other items? She wouldn't eat it. After all, the introduction given by the light screen contains the words mild toxin, and she is not idle. Chi-Chi. Su Qing turned her head and saw that many ball beasts had jumped up and flattened down on the steps in disappointment. Seeing her gaze, they all moved back in unison. Squeak. Su Qing looked over and saw that the tree mouse jumped down excitedly, waving the things in its hands. At the same time, the bird also loosened its claws and let go of the ball. Chi-Chi. So dizzy. The ball beast rolled dizzily. This was the first time in its life that it had gone up to the sky. Huh? Su Qing took it and opened it. It was a magic book. Where did you find it? Squeak. The tree mouse pointed to the fur ball on the ground, indicating that it was the other party who led them there. That's right. When it comes to food, the ball beast jumped excitedly. Squeak. Can I change food? Squeak. Wait. The tree mouse ran to the magic bag where Su Qing put the food, pointed at it, and then pointed at the earth beast with expectant eyes. Oh! Su Qing understood a little bit. It was the ball beast who led you to find the treasure chest, and then you took back the magic book, and then the ball beast wanted the things inside? Chi-Chi. Food, food, food. Su Qing's eyes moved to the magic bag, which contained food, including the black lizard meat. Since the other party wanted something from the magic bag, Su Qing also picked out some of it. I do need something similar. Which one do you want to exchange? After Su Qing finished speaking, she quietly waited for the ball beast to make a choice. Oh, so many food that he had never seen before. The ball beast's eyes lit up, and it felt that it couldn't choose. Of course. Su Qing suggested, the box where you took them. She shook the magic book in her hand. We should stay here for a long time, so if you find another box, you can come and exchange it at any time. Suddenly, a burst of Chi-Chi sounds broke out on the stairs. Oh no, the ball beast blinked, so other tribesmen would hear it too. Chapter 94. As soon as the words fell, all the ball beasts on the stairs jumped down excitedly, as if they had been injected with hormones. Wait, Su Qing's eyelids twitched. Could it be that these ball beasts also want to exchange? She was confident that she could still satisfy them if she only exchanged with one fur ball. But if there were so many? Thinking of this, Su Qing quickly persuaded, for now, all I need is the things in the box that this person found, and there is not much food that can be exchanged. You should consider whether to waste your time on this. Gigi? Do you want this again? If not, can you give it to me? After the ball beast finished eating the purple ball fruit, its eyes could not help but move to the two skulls not far away. It has been looking at that for a long time, so it should not be needed, right? This interruption attracted all eyes. Ball beast? ? Although Su Qing could not understand the animal language, she met the ball beast's eager eyes and glanced at the crystal silk thread on its mouth, and she inexplicably understood what it meant. You can eat it if you want. She waved her hand, but the bones of the black lizard are very hard, and the meat is poisonous. As soon as it heard that it could be eaten, the ball beast couldn't wait to open its mouth and start chewing from the long jaw of the black lizard. Crunch, crunch. Su Qing couldn't help but look over. The bones that she couldn't even split with a knife, the ball beast felt like crisp bones. Chi-Chi. As if it had an electric shock, all the hairs of the fur ball exploded, and the next second it fell to the ground, trembling slightly. What's going on? Su Qing blinked her eyes. Did the ball beast die from eating the black lizard? Walking over and squatting down, she found that the ball beast didn't die of poisoning as she had imagined. On the contrary, the fur ball squinted his eyes, and at this time, he did not forget to chew slowly. It always felt that the other party was enjoying eating super much. Could it be that the black lizard's poison was just a small kiss to the ball beast? Su Qing glanced at the stairs. The originally intact stairs had been gnawed into pieces. Iron stomach, worthy of being a city cleaner. Su Qing admired in her heart, and suddenly thought of something, turned around and said, if the fruit is exchanged, if you don't mind, the black lizard's meat can also be exchanged. Su Qing couldn't help touching her nose as she spoke. If the other party was willing, she would be willing to exchange. After all, the meat of the black lizard was inedible. Gigi. After chewing the food in his mouth, the ball felt that the dizzy feeling disappeared. He smacked his lips to savor it, then quickly jumped to the remaining bones and swallowed them in one gulp. Delicious, delicious, just the right taste. Gigi? His teeth hit something and it hurt, so the ball beast vomited. Bang. Squeak. Su Qing, look. The tree mouse who had been observing the ball beast suddenly found that the thing it vomited looked familiar, so he quickly pulled Su Qing. Su Qing turned around and found that there was an extra magic stone. ? Where did it come from? Su Qing blurted out subconsciously and patted her head. Where else could it come from? According to the red crumbs and liquid on the magic stone, it must be from the skull. She placed 2 skulls on the platform. The ball beast ate one, and the other one was enough for experimentation. The ball beast fell into a state of fascination again. In a trance, it saw the food being handed to its mouth. Is there such a good thing? Without thinking, it opened its mouth and began to eat the food. Crack! Its teeth gently bit something, and after figuring out that it couldn't bite it, the ball beast immediately spit it out. Another magic stone fell to the ground. Sure enough, there was a magic stone in the black lizard's skull. She remembered that it seemed that one of them ran into the mall just now. Su Qing licked her lips. Her hut is currently at level 3. If she wants to continue upgrading, she will need 25 non-attribute magic stones. After level 4, she will upgrade to level 5. As you can imagine, she will definitely need more magic stones. There are non-attribute magic stones in the black lizard skull. Isn't the crack a stable exit for non-attribute magic stones? She is really tempted. With these 2 pieces, and the one she ran into the mall, she has a total of 19 non-attribute magic stones. There are still 6 pieces short of 25. No matter what, she will collect enough magic stones for the next upgrade of the hut on this trip. The target became clearer and clearer. Su Qing agreed with the ball beasts to come find her after they found the target, so she rushed into the mall with the 3 little ones. Time passed in a flash. Su Qing skillfully threw the skull of the killed black lizard to the ball beast they had caught before to decompose it. The magic stone belonged to her, and the rest was given to the ball beast as labor fee. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, Su Qing knew it was time to leave the crack. After all, their food was almost finished. A long time ago, Su Qing began to use the meat of black lizards to exchange things. In fact, the ball beasts also prefer the meat of black lizards. Purple ball fruits are a novelty for the other party, but once they have tasted the meat of black lizards, after surviving the state of ghostly eyes, they will start to be crazy about the meat of black lizards. Su Qing even suspected that the toxins in the black lizards' bodies were a doomsday thing for the ball beasts. These ball beasts were completely overeating. However, after checking the light screen, the description did not write any negative effects, so she did not think about it anymore. After putting the headless black lizard into the magic bag, Su Qing picked up the ball beast that was in the eyes of the ghost, and the group flew out of the city. The sky became dark again. The tall buildings fell into darkness again, like a ghost cave. Su Qing glanced at the underground city, and the last trace of nostalgia in her eyes disappeared. Gigi? The earth beast was still confused after landing again. Su Qing took out the body of the black lizard and looked around. The sea of flowers lit up again under the dark sky, and the red lights merged into a sea of stars. I'm leaving here. Su Qing smiled softly and rubbed the little guy in front of her. You've worked hard to help me get the magic stone these days. As for this piece of meat, I give it to you and your friends. Gigi, you're so kind to give me such a big piece of meat. Tears flowed down from the corners of her mouth, and the ball beast rubbed her hand. Woo woo, you're so kind. She completely ignored the word friends that the other party said. Oh, Su Qing is so kind. Ruishi raised her head and chest, her face full of pride. Su Qing stopped. This time, she not only collected the attributeless magic stone, but also picked up a lot of things she needed in the mall. Even the treasure chests, under the active search of these ball beasts, they really found 7 or 8. Then goodbye. Su Qing waved her hand. Maybe next time, Xia Yin, I will come here again. I hope we can meet again then, Mao. Next time. The ball beast looked around blankly, and the other party's voice dissipated in the air. Ah, it's gone. Has it left? The flowers kept shaking. The ball beasts kept jumping out and gathered around the food given by the strange creatures. Shiji? She said she gave it to us to eat, right? Shiji. Yes, she did. Shiji. It's so nice. She is so generous. I love it so much. Chiji. Is this really delicious? I didn't even find what she said. Chiji. It tastes super special. The words of my own kind kept coming to my ears, full of excitement. Machio retracted his gaze. He, who always cared about eating, felt a little uncomfortable. His depressed state did not last long. Machio looked angrily at the flesh that was visibly disappearing. Gigi. Leave some for me. Machio squeezed in desperately and started eating. Tears fell from his light yellow eyes. He will try to live longer. On the other side, Su Qing and his group had already reached the edge of the crack. On the sky, there were two suns, one on the left and one on the right. At the edge, the forum function of the light screen was finally available. Su Qing looked at the latest time the post was updated. 6 o'clock in the evening. There is still more than an hour before 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Qing jumped off Ruashi's back and sat down against the wall of the cave. It's not time to go back yet. Let's rest for a while. When there is only one sun in the sky, we can go home. The tree mouse glanced at the two suns and nodded in agreement. The white wolf lay down beside him. Su Qing hugged Lucky and Shui. Her eyes were tired, but her heart was soft. She hummed softly, 1 wish, 2 wishes. Hanging gently on the tree, wishing. Chapter 95. An hour of waiting was too long. Su Qing didn't know when she fell asleep. She was awakened by Ruashi's licking. She opened her eyes sleepily and smiled apologetically. Her mind was confused. Looking up at the sky, there was only one sun. She stretched out her hand, and the sun shone on her palm, hot but not painful. Su Qing, who was used to the cold underground, felt like she was back in the sun. Su Qing was exposed to the sun, and her whole body was warm. She took a deep breath and said, let's go home. Awuh! Go home. Ruashi is the happiest. Although she is happy to be with everyone, she is also very happy, but she waits carefully for Su Qing to climb on her back. She misses her sister. The tree mouse squats on Su Qing's shoulder, swaying its tail happily. To be honest, it still likes the warm sun. Even when it is dawn, it is always damp and cold underground. That feeling will penetrate into the bones little by little, and it feels like a ghost. In the cracks, even if it knows that it is not wet, the fur is always sticky. When the curiosity to explore fades, the tree mouse instantly hates the underground. After Su Qing sat firmly, she took out the treasure map. Don't get me wrong, she didn't want to use the cooldown opportunity. On the golden paper, besides the red dot, there was a very small green light dot and arrow. The red dot was the place she marked after using the treasure map, and the arrow represented their location. As for this small and light green light dot, she guessed it should represent the hut. Su Qing's eyebrows curved. She found a bug. Although she couldn't click on the green light dot for real-time navigation, she could use the distance between the arrow and the green light dot to determine whether she had flown to the wrong location. Even if the distance between the points on the map is the product of the condensed real distance, Ruashi and the others have been around the hut for a long time. Once the arrow points overlap, how could they not find the cave? Su Qing held Ruashi in one hand and watched the direction of the light points on the map with her peripheral vision. She thought of this just in case the location of the crack when entering was different from the location when exiting. They kept comparing the map all the way, and fortunately, the thing that Su Qing imagined, that the entrance and exit positions were different, did not happen. The little guys returned along the original route and arrived at their home smoothly. Su Qing stepped on the familiar land again, standing outside the fence and looking at her home with some emotion. The fence enclosed a large area in front of the cave. It was not tilted or damaged. During the days they were away, no other animals should have broken in. Pushing open the fence door and walking in, the gravel road meandered directly to the cave door. The plants in the vegetable garden were completely dead. Su Qing touched the dry raspberry leaves with regret. Before, she was still imagining that she could eat raspberries as big as watermelons. I didn't expect Xia Yin to have such extreme weather. She transplanted all the plants that could be transplanted into the planting room, but she finally gave up on plants like raspberries that took up a lot of space. After all, the 4 planting rooms were already full. Speaking of this, Su Qing suddenly remembered the attributeless magic stones in her magic bag. So far, she has 26 attributeless magic stones, which are enough to upgrade the cabin from 3 to 4. Su Qing clapped her hands. She remembered that if the cabin was upgraded from 3 to 4, how many rooms could be opened? 6 or 7. If she wanted to expand the room, Su Qing counted on her fingers. She wanted a kitchen. The current utility room was not big enough, so it would be better to open another one next to it. 2 spots were taken at once. After looking at the vegetable garden, Su Qing walked happily into the house. There were still a few spots that needed to be carefully considered. After drinking a lot of water, Ruashi moved a few steps downstream and rolled around happily. She wet herself, and her stomach growled. Gaga? Are you going hunting? The bird asked kindly. It was still early. Its ears fluttered, Ruashi's eyes lit up, and she nodded. That is, it turned its head to look at the back in the distance. It said goodbye to Su Qing before going out. After listening patiently to the white wolf's arrangement, the bird's eyes were gentle. It flapped its wings, and affirmed Ruashi's arrangement. So, before Su Qing stepped onto the steps, she was rushed over by Ruashi and fell to the grass beside her. Ruashi? Su Qing poked the wet white wolf resentfully. Next time you want to stick to me, can you make it smaller first? It was unknown whether the grass weakened the hardness or she became sturdy, but Su Qing did not feel much pain, but just felt heavy. Awoo! Ruashi rubbed Su Qing and lowered her head flatteringly. Holding the white wolf's head, Su Qing stood up with the force of Ruashi's head raised. Awoo! Su Qing, let's go hunting. Thinking of the purpose of coming here, Ruashi pointed her claws at the river and opened her mouth to bite the air. Okay. Su Qing understood. Be careful. Awoo! Su Qing was no longer angry. Ruashi curved her eyes again, responded, and ran away. It had to catch the prey quickly. Ruashi took a step. It had to go to her sister. Her sister had never been underground. It wanted to share everything that happened during this period with her sister. By the river, a white figure soared into the sky, following the white wolf. Squeak! Su Qing raised her eyebrows. At some point, Lucky ran to the stone beside and stared at the direction where Ruashi and Shui left. Lucky, you're not going? The tree mouse shook his head and laid down on the stone again, spreading himself out. It's good to have the bird watching. If it's just Ruashi and the bird, everyone will have to distract themselves from watching it. The little guy's fur is wet, and water drops keep flowing from under his body and down the surface of the stone. Su Qing smiled and said, if you're hungry, go to the utility room and get something to eat. I have to sort out my things next, which may take some time. Go ahead, the tree mouse waved lazily, and it will bask in the sun for a while. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. Su Qing walked into the utility room and took down the 2 magic bags. Ah, she wanted to bask in the sun too. Decided, Su Qing crossed her hands and decided to take a rest for the next day. Even if you're a survivor, you need to rest. Hanging the shotgun on the wall, Su Qing opened the magic bag. First, put the wall lamp, dagger and other things taken out of the hut back to their original places, and then spread out the things obtained underground one by one. 1, 2, 3. Including the attributeless magic stone obtained from the black lizard's brain, she has a total of 26 attributeless magic stones. Then, there are the items collected from the mall: pot X2, plastic cup with lid X10, sandals X2, cotton slippers X2, complete set of clothes X4. If the food in the mall is not rotten or moldy, she really doubts whether the Doomsday will secretly refresh the mall supplies. Otherwise, why are these clothes as good as new? However, she still hopes that it will be refreshed. Su Qing puts the things away one by one. If it is refreshed, won't the summer flame every year be like a game copy, which can be played continuously? Of course, even if it was for the attributeless magic stone, she would make a trip. In addition, there were things that Lucky and Shui brought back from the treasure chest with the ball beasts. Not much, a total of 2 synthetic magic books, one on a wooden table and one in a cabinet, an earth magic stone, a gold magic stone, and some sundries like candy. After sorting everything out, Su Qing stretched and walked from one corner of the utility room to another with satisfaction. Looking at the things I collected, I really felt fulfilled. For dinner, Su Qing prepared the food and moved the dining table to the edge of the waterfall. Although the water flowing down from the top of the mountain is shrinking day by day, in this summer, when 3 suns rise in rotation, it is not yet particularly serious. Well, Su Qing glanced at the trickle on the mountain wall. Maybe, even if the waterfall no longer flows down, the pool below can't dry up, right? She still remembers that when the water magic stone was bred before, the big fish that jumped out was a wolf in one bite. Whoa. Sister, let me tell you, at that time, Ruashi just slid. The white wolf excitedly pointed his claws up and down in the air, and told the story with flying eyebrows. Su Qing looked away. The white bird still had the style of an old cadre, eating the fruit quietly. Quack? Want some? No shui, you eat it. Su Qing laughed and pointed to the bowl in front of her. She had her own meal. As for Lucky, well, Su Qing looked subtle. The brown tree mouse buried half of its body in the large wooden bowl in front of it, and its tail swayed happily. Completely immersed in the food, Lucky. The breeze brushed across her cheeks. The warm summer breeze was definitely not cool, but Su Qing's heart was inexplicably calmed. It was so nice to be together. She made herself a dinner of cold potatoes and cut fruits. Putting her hands together, Su Qing's eyes curved. Then, she started eating too. Chapter 96. Finally, the group rushed to the cave with full stomachs before 4 in the morning. Ruashi? Su Qing leaned against the door frame and gently pointed at the white wolf. What? What happened, Su Qing? The white wolf tilted its head and blinked. Oh no, Su Qing saw it. Thinking of this, Ruashi hurriedly moved her body to cover up the meat it had not finished eating. I have seen it. Facing Ruashi's eyes begging for a veil, Su Qing walked down. As the wolf got closer, it became visibly nervous. When she got behind it, Ruashi probably knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she lowered her head and bit the meat on the ground. It just didn't want to be alone outside. Before it touched the meat, Su Qing's hand appeared in her sight, and Ruashi felt her mouth being gently closed. Woo! Ruashi raised her head and looked at Su Qing in confusion. Want to stay in the cave with us? Ruashi's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Su Qing pulled the white wolf's ears in a little annoyance. What are you thinking? How could I stop you? Su Qing is the best. Ruashi tilted her head to rub Su Qing. But it's a deal. Su Qing raised her finger. If you have these things with water or blood in the future, come to me first. I will help you deal with it. Otherwise, blood or something will drip into the house. In such hot weather. It will stink. Su Qing shook her body. She didn't want this to happen. Squeak. Come in quickly. The tree mouse, who had been waiting for a long time, reminded her, pointing to the sun above her head that was beginning to split into two. Su Qing and Ruashi looked at each other, and moved the meat pieces to the special wooden tray with swift movements. In the sky, the sun completely split into two. Bang. The door closed. Caw. The piece of meat on the wooden tray was huge, and from her angle, she could only see the exposed white hair. Ruashi had become smaller, and Su Qing listened to the sound of the meat and bones being bitten by her ears. Would the teeth be as sharp after becoming smaller? What about the appetite? Su Qing continued to observe curiously. As time passed, the meat pieces became smaller and smaller, until the little white wolf swallowed the last bit of meat, licked the plate clean, and lay down comfortably. So only the body became smaller? Su Qing retracted her gaze. This didn't make sense. But thinking about the end of the world, it seemed okay. The wall lamp emitted soft light, illuminating the cave. Su Qing sat on the mat and turned on the light screen. When she just came back, she was busy sorting and filling her stomach, and she had no time to read the forum posts. Now that she was free, Su Qing found a comfortable position and looked for any posts after returning from the rift. RIP. As Xia Yan's only seasonal event, many survivors paid attention to it. Su Qing picked a recent post to read. Zhang Wenbin, if you don't have a powerful weapon, it is not recommended to go into the rift. If you don't have a large bag to carry things, it is not recommended to go into the rift. Zhang Wenbin, don't worry, let me tell you slowly. It took me several hours from the time I saw the rift to the time I walked to the other side. The passage is full of tree roots, so it is best to have lighting tools, and torches will work if that is not possible. If you don't have any, groping in the dark is a process that consumes a lot of patience and endurance. Zhang Wenbin, after I walked out of the cave, there were red flowers all around, the kind that glow, and a large number of ball beasts were active inside. It is best to keep a distance from them, because they are too curious. Otherwise, if you get too close, they will bite you, and you will have no place to cry. Qi Wei, yes, and you know the herd effect, right? If one of the ball beasts bites the others. Well, you know. Zhang Wenbin, then, there is indeed an underground city under the cracks, and some buildings are still intact. If you look patiently, you can still find good things. But don't go to too dark places in the city, there are likely to be other creatures living there. Zhang Wenbin, then let me talk about a few underground creatures I encountered. The first one is a big spider, black and purple in color, with green hair on its back, like moss, and it is easy to confuse it in the dark. The second one looks like a mouse, almost as high as my knee when standing up, but the ones I saw were all acting alone. Fortunately, it wasn't a swarm of rats, or I would have been dead. They were all creatures she had never encountered before. Su Qing touched her chin, but it was true. She carried a wall lamp with her in the mall, and she would take a detour when there was movement, focusing on staying safe within the light range. Moreover, after staying underground for so long, Su Qing had an unconfirmed guess in her mind. That is, most underground creatures have more or less abandoned vision and turn to pursue other aspects. Just like the black lizard she encountered, it completely abandoned vision. And the eyesight of the ball beasts should not be very good. Just slide down, there are many people to add to the underground creatures encountered. Su Qing thought about it, and also typed a line of words on the light screen. Su Qing, if you encounter a blue-black lizard in the city, try to attack its abdomen. The black lizard's head and back are covered with blue-black scales, which are particularly hard and difficult to penetrate by ordinary bullets. They are blind in vision, but have excellent hearing. It is best not to make too much noise. The light screen describes that the black lizard can hear sounds hundreds of meters away on the plane. Zhang Wenbin, so this thing is called a black lizard? Then I have indeed seen it. When I walked out of a hardware store, I witnessed the whole process of this thing biting a big spider to death. I was so scared that I dared not move. Now thinking back, it's a good thing I didn't move. Su Qing, the black lizard I encountered didn't seem to be used to turning. Can you run in a curve and then find a place with a significant height difference to keep quiet? But if there is a way to kill it, it is recommended to kill it. After all, there is a magic stone without attributes in the black lizard's brain. Fan Yuani, ? Sun Antong, ? Xingxiu, first of all, I need a long-range weapon. Ming Su, I learned it. Brothers, I will go first. Lu Yuan, goodbye, silence. Zheng Sheng, goodbye, silence +1. The team on the light screen is neat, and the originally depressed atmosphere gradually becomes cheerful. Su Qing can't help but bend her eyes. Su Qing, the black lizard's head can be crushed by the ball beasts. As for the reward, you can just exchange the meat of the black lizard directly. Most of the ball beasts I met like it. Yuanqi, first of all, thank you for sharing. Secondly, I have to kill a black lizard first. Click on the forum, and Su Qing found the public trading area. She said that such a large pile, on the one hand, hopes to help others and reduce some extremely important casualties, and on the other hand, it is also to take some work. At least in the next few days, she will not go to the crack again. Therefore, Su Qing plans to make full use of the magic book, such as the synthesis magic book of the shotgun and bullets. In an environment like the apocalypse, what can be more reassuring than a long-range weapon, like a shotgun? Su Qing filled in the words in the transaction link. In the case where supplies can be found in the underground city, and non-attribute magic stones can be obtained, many people should be tempted. She felt that the number of people who currently have guns and ammunition to synthesize magic books must be less than the number of people who want to enter the rift. So, take advantage of this time to chat with more people. Maybe you can give more orders. Su Qing plans to launch a few new packages. One is to sell shotgun bullets separately, and the other is a standard package of 1 shotgun plus 6 bullets. Of course, other people can also get 1 shotgun plus more bullets, as long as the price is right. Squeak. Why did Su Qing laugh so strangely? It seemed to scare the mouse. The tree mouse shook its body, and moved closer to the bird. Strange, the white bird tilted its head, and raised its half-closed eyelids. Ga. No. The leisurely days passed one by one. Su Qing stood by the waterfall with a solemn expression. What happened to Su Qing? Ruashi, who ran out with Su Qing, looked left and right, and there was nothing different. The tree mouse followed Su Qing's gaze, and looked thoughtful. It seemed to have guessed why Su Qing was unhappy, but it was normal for her to be like this at this time. The waterfall began to dry up. Su Qing murmured to herself, the water level of the pool has also dropped a lot. On the mountain wall, the waterfall that once rushed down was no longer visible. Only when you get close can you see the darker traces on the wall. As for the water that forked out of the pool, it slowly revealed the river channel, leaving only a few trickles. The river far away from them was okay. It was originally the main river channel at the fork, but the water flow closer to the cave was worse. At first, she was happy to pick up some freshwater fish like river clams, but with such a big change in the past few days, Su Qing began to worry about the future. What if the pond gradually dries up? No, Su Qing quickly refuted this thought as soon as it came to her mind. What about the big fish before? Maybe there is an underground river here? With a faint sigh, Su Qing turned around and fell into the soft fur. Although she didn't know what Su Qing was worried about, Ruashi lowered her head and clung to it. It would always help Su Qing. Holding Ruashi, Su Qing touched it left and right, regaining her vitality. Work. Let's go find the cannon fruit today, and try to complete the order we negotiated a few days ago. Great, Ruashi cried. Okay. Su Qing hurriedly patted the little guy. Wait for me to get something, and then we set off. Chapter 97. After Xiaoyan, Su Qing only came here a few times, and that was to synthesize enough bullets to deal with the unfamiliar. Cracks. At that time, she wished she could split 1 minute into 2 minutes, and she was always in a hurry to find cannon fruit, so Su Qing did not carefully look at the Baiheng forest after Xiaoyan. Now it is different. 8 hours is more than enough to collect cannon fruit, so it doesn't matter if you just look at the scenery. Xiaoyan's Baiheng forest, how to say it, decline. This word is absolutely not an exaggeration. Su Qing sat on Ruashi's back, with a look of pity in her eyes. In spring, she still remembers the lush greenery and vitality of the forest. Now, the branches are exposed, with only a few yellow leaves hanging on the branches. Correspondingly, the ground is covered with dry fallen leaves, creating a golden carpet. Ruashi walked on the fallen leaves, and the crisp, crackling sounds were constantly in her ears. Squeak. Is this the source of tree honey? With Ruashi's introduction, the tree mouse naturally knew the source of its favorite tree honey. But when it really saw the Baiheng tree, the tree mouse was a little stunned. It looked at the black-spotted tree trunk in disbelief. Such wonderful honey actually came from here? As soon as Ruashi heard the tone, she knew that the tree mouse was surprised. It glanced at the white tree trunk full of black spots, which was also a little weird. Aww! It wasn't like this before. Squeak. What is it like? Following Ruashi's words, the tree mouse asked curiously. How is it? Ruashi tilted her head, not letting it think about it. Damn it! I can't remember it at all. Ruashi only remembers the big bulge and the sweet and fragrant yellow liquid flowing out of it. Aww. In short, it's very different from now. As for what's different, Ruashi stopped in front of a white hung tree. It really can't remember. Ruashi's pause attracted Su Qing's attention, and she moved her eyes from the top of her head to the tree trunk in front of her. Big and small black spots are distributed on the bark. Unlike the clean and elegant cream yellow, the bark now appears white, the kind of paleness that is terminally ill. Even more bizarre is that the bark is a little wrinkled. Yes, wrinkled. Su Qing raised her hand to touch a spot, and gently pulled it, and the white bark was torn apart, revealing the gap inside. I still remember that in spring, the trunk of the Baiheng tree was extremely smooth and a very beautiful cream yellow color. When I took my hand back, there was still an indescribable fragrance on my fingertips. The contrast between the Baiheng tree in spring and summer is terrible. Aww! Why is there no tree honey dripping? After waiting quietly for a while, Ruashi couldn't help asking when she didn't see the familiar liquid. Ruashi wants to eat tree honey? Su Qing took back her hand, and licked the bark that was torn off her fingertips a few times, and it turned into foam. There are still some left at home, but the fresh ones should not be eaten. Su Qing smiled, and motioned the two children to look at the bark. It should be because the weather is too hot, so the white hung tree is in this state. However, these white hung trees can grow so tall, so Xiaoyan's changes are normal. It will be fine until the next spring. After saying that, Su Qing gently patted Ruashi's head. You have seen it, and you can't forget the important things. Aww! Next spring. Shaking her ears, Ruashi turned to the outside of the Baiheng tree. She would eat more next spring. The tree mouse was a little disappointed. Hey, it thought it could witness the process of collecting nectar with its own eyes. I didn't expect that this would be divided into seasons. If I had known earlier, I might as well stay at home and sleep with the birds. When we arrived at the place where we picked the cannon fruit, the stream beside us really exposed the riverbed, leaving only a trickle. Ruashi and the tree mouse ran down to drink water, while Su Qing looked for cannon fruit above. One of the benefits of summer heat is that it is very easy to find cannon fruit. After all, most of the grass growing on the waterside has died, and among the remaining plants, cannon fruit is particularly conspicuous. In the past, she had to distinguish between the lush grass, light green, dark green, dark green. Her eyes were dazzled. Now it is very good. Su Qing picked it enthusiastically. I don't know if cannon fruit likes this kind of sunny day. It's not long since the last time I came, but I always feel that there are a lot of ripe cannon fruit in such a short time. Squeak. Su Qing, who was absorbed in picking cannon fruit, looked up and realized that she had walked a long way. The tree mouse stood on Ruashi's head, swaying left and right. She narrowed her eyes, and took a few steps back. Oh, it turned out that Lucky was waving at her. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qing chose to return to the two little ones. Before setting off, she told the two little ones what this trip was for. Generally speaking, Lucky would definitely not disturb her, so it must be something important. What's wrong? After approaching, Su Qing followed the two little ones' gaze. It was just an ordinary bush, nothing special. Ruoshi shook her head blankly. Ruoshi didn't know. It just looked in the direction Lucky pointed. Squeak. There should be a treasure? The tree mouse hesitated and said, I think it believes in its intuition very much. But it was a little intermittent. It felt there in the last second, and disappeared in the next second, just like its illusion. But in his heart, the tree mouse still wanted Su Qing to go. Anyway, these plants wouldn't run away here, but the probability of the treasure being robbed was very high. But on the other hand, it was afraid that it would make a wrong judgment and let Su Qing go for nothing. So in the end, the tree mouse just gently pulled Su Qing's sleeve and pointed in the direction where the treasure was felt. Su Qing pondered. Lucky, did you feel something? Or did you see something? The tree mouse nodded gently. The movement was pitifully small. Su Qing had a clear idea after seeing the little guy's performance. If Lucky was clear, he wouldn't show such an unconfident look. Then let's go! After thinking for a while, she quickly made a decision. So far, she has collected 17 cannon fruits, plus the ones she collected a few days ago. There should be no problem in completing the order. If it really doesn't work, she still has more than 10 bullets that she hasn't used up. They were all put directly into the magic bag after being synthesized before, to ensure that they are not damaged. Squeak. Let's go. The tree mouse's golden eyes widened slightly. It thought Su Qing would choose not to go. Of course. Su Qing looked at Lucky's surprised expression. I believe in your intuition. Besides, it's no big deal to make a mistake in judgment. We are a family, and home is a place for emotions. Yes, we are a family. The tree mouse blinked and raised his paw. Su Qing laughed and scolded. Lucky, you didn't cry at all. Why are you wiping your eyes? Come up quickly and reveal the answer. Squeak. Here it comes. Alas, the tree mouse covered his heart with his paws, and the mouse's tears of emotion were all wiped away by what you said, Su Qing. Go all the way forward. As time passed, the tree mouse's eyes became sparkling, and the feeling became stronger and stronger. Although it was still intermittent, the mouse was sure that there was a treasure. Wagging its tail excitedly, the tree mouse began to direct the direction. I don't know how long it took. Su Qing narrowed her eyes. Squeak. Look. The tree mouse pointed to the front and called excitedly. From a distance, the orange-red light mist seemed like clouds on the sky, with stars and flowing slowly. But the one person, the tree mouse, and the wolf present had all seen such a scene. They knew clearly what it meant. Without Su Qing's instructions or the tree mouse's guidance, Ruoshi followed the light mist naturally. She had seen such a strange phenomenon, once when 3 magic stones formed above the waterfall, and several other times when there was an aurora event in spring. Whether it was the magic stone in the former, or the rare treasures of heaven and earth in the latter, the magic stone plus the treasure box were rare happy events for Su Qing. At the end of the light fog was a flat slope. On the slope grew a lot of round, white, familiar-looking lumps. Ah, Su Qing remembered, isn't this the firefly grass that Lucky had brought back? According to the description on the light screen, fireflies like places with plenty of light. Looking at the spot, where the light points converged in the middle of the slope, Su Qing touched her chin. She always felt that it was either the light magic stone or the fire magic stone. Perhaps the strange phenomenon had lasted for a long time on their way here, and soon, the light points began to gradually disappear. Su Qing looked at the 2 magic stones in her hand. 1 magic stone for light, and 1 magic stone for fire. Very good. Su Qing put away the magic stone. Squeak. The tree mouse had a complicated expression. It originally thought that many animals would come to grab it, but when the treasure fell, a few furry heads popped up not far away. Ruoshi yelled, and those heads disappeared in panic. Then, they rushed over in a hurry, which was completely unnecessary. After taking the things, Su Qing picked up a few fireflies, and pulled them up by the roots, and then returned with Lucky and Ruoshi. After returning to the cave, the tree mouse watched Su Qing rush into the utility room and turned into the bedroom. Quack! Is she back? Looking up, the white bird was squatting on a branch, half closed its eyes and dozing off. The tree mouse nodded. What happened? The bird is in high spirits. Wasn't it excited when it set out? Quack! Didn't you see the tree honey? When this was mentioned, the tree mouse sighed in sorrow. Squeak! No, Su Qing said it was only available in spring. After talking, the tree mouse felt much better. Mainly because I was looking forward to it too much. Awuh! Ruashi said in disapproval. Later, Lucky helped Su Qing find the treasure. It was obviously a great day. Hi, the little white wolf was still talking non-stop. The tree mouse tried to control its shaking tail, but under Ruashi's praise, its eyebrows still curved. Squeak! It waved its hands. In fact, the mouse was not that great. Utility room. Su Qing, hello, the shotgun and bullets have been synthesized. Clicking back and forth on the light screen, Su Qing's face was full of expectation. Now we just have to wait for the other party to trade. Chapter 98. Not long after, one of Su Qing's big clients sent a message. Ruanzheng, okay, wait a minute, I sort out the things. It's settled. Su Qing felt relieved instantly. The Doomsday light screen gave them the opportunity to trade, but the trade was not guaranteed. In a word, it all depends on the character of both parties. Su Qing saw more than once on the light screen that someone had just negotiated a deal, but the other party went back on their word. In fact, she had encountered this several times. The deal was going well before, but the other party disappeared when the trade time came. Fortunately, Su Qing had a good attitude. Anyway, the item was still in her hands, so it didn't matter who she exchanged it with. With so many survivors, she could always find an opportunity to sell it. Of course, this was based on the fact that her real life was still going smoothly. If she was in short supply of an item one day and encountered such a thing again, she might be in a bad mood. Su Qing, okay, Miss Ruan, just send a message if you are okay. Other buyers haven't replied to her message yet, but as long as she completes this order, she won't lose money. After all, Miss Ruan can make up for the orders placed by others. 2 hunting rifles, plus 30 bullets. It took 20 cannon fruits to synthesize these. Or as easy to say, there are a lot of them in the mine, and they can't be used up for the time being, but cannon fruits need time to grow. Of course, Miss Ruan bought a lot and gave a lot. Thinking of this, Su Qing couldn't help laughing. A water magic stone with the effect of raw water, a gold magic stone, 5 plants she didn't have, plus some miscellaneous things. Su Qing was already very satisfied. In her opinion, there are treasure chests that can be opened at the end of the world, and now there are underground cities where you can find supplies. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is also a stable way to obtain supplies. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, except for the winter, when it is a little difficult to find food, it is not difficult to survive in other seasons. Besides, everyone is educated, and it is not difficult to grow something by themselves, not to mention that there are things like with magic stones that can catalyze plant growth. Therefore, the longer you live, the less problem food should be. Rather than starving to death, Su Qing is more inclined to believe that the survivors will die from external threats, perhaps from natural disasters, perhaps from nature. Then it is logical to think that safety issues are more important, so should we look for weapons, but ordinary weapons are not as convenient as magic products. Su Qing herself has so many magic books, fireplaces, shotguns, she knows how much convenience these magic books can bring. Miss Ruan sent a message on the light screen again, and Su Qing clicked on the link. White light flashed, and a pile of things appeared in front of her. She touched the gray stone with blue lines in the middle, and looked at the introduction on the light screen nonchalantly. There are treasure chests in everyone's world. As long as you look for more and live longer, you can always find magic books. What is difficult to find is the materials. If it weren't for the treasure map and coincidence, she would never find the materials such as cannon fruit and devil silk. Therefore, Su Qing always felt that the materials would be the most reliable way to make a fortune after a long time. She thought to herself that she would replace more special plants and transplant them to the waterfall after they are alive. After packing up other things, Su Qing took the water magic stone and the 3 newly replaced plants into the planting room. She found a place to plant the plants, and as for the water magic stone, Su Qing put it in the water tank of the number 1 planting room. Well, how should I put it? After getting it, Su Qing found that the water magic stone with the effect of producing water was not as powerful as she thought. This thing can indeed produce water, but it only increases the total water volume by 5% in a certain period of time. Su Qing thought about putting the water magic stone in the water in front of the door, but she was a little afraid that the meat bun would never come back. She still had to have her own small pond in the yard. But thinking of the weather in Xiaoyan, Su Qing raised her eyebrows and decided to wait until Xiaoyan passed before continuing. Clapping her hands, Su Qing yawned. I was a little sleepy. Walking into the bedroom, All three little ones were lying on the mat beside the bed. Squeak! Having heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, the tree mouse lazily raised its paw to say hello. Ruashi half drooped her eyelids and raised them listlessly. She turned over, tilted her head back, and spread her limbs. What's wrong? Su-Ching sat on the mat and raised her hand to touch the forehead of the little white wolf. Her palm was soft, and Ruashi gently rubbed her. Su-Ching looked at the three little ones. All of them looked like wilted daylilies. Ah! It's okay, Su-Ching. Ruashi shook her head and comforted them, saying that they just couldn't sleep. Are you really okay? Su-Ching was a little skeptical. Squeak! The tree mouse must be here. Su-Ching also laid down after seeing nothing wrong. A few minutes later, Su-Ching turned over. More than 10 minutes later, she turned back to her original direction. More than half an hour passed. Oh, it's so hot. Su-Ching murmured. She couldn't sleep. Squeak! Agree. Awoo! Ruashi also jay. The bird also felt a little hot. With a response, Su-Ching sat up suddenly. Lucky shui, Ruashi. Awoo! What happened? Ruashi kicked her 4 legs in the air and landed on the ground again. Su-Ching had an idea in mind and smiled mysteriously. Wait a minute, I have thought of a solution. Solution? The tree mouse opened his golden eyes and looked at Su-Ching expectantly. No explanation, but asked the little guys to wait for a while. Su-Ching walked out of the bedroom and picked up a wooden basin. Now she has 4 water magic stones, 2 for purification, 1 for raw water, and 1 for searching water. The number of water magic stones that can purify water is half of the water tank, so currently only the water in the water tanks of planting room number 1 and planting room number 2 can be directly drunk. Now that she needs water, she can't get it from these 2 places. So Su-Ching filled the water in the number 3 water tank. The expectant tree mouse saw Su-Ching coming in with a piece of wood, and immediately got up from the mat. Could it be that it's just a piece of wood on the surface, but it's actually a treasure? The tree mouse leaned forward, and a trace of doubt appeared in his golden eyes. Why did the mouse think that this was just an ordinary piece of wood? Huh? Lucky, don't grab my trouser legs first, I want to let go. The little guy seemed very anxious. He changed from squatting to standing upright, and his 2 front paws kept scratching. Su-Ching lifted the wooden basin. The tree mouse blinked. Back off. Su-Ching said seriously. Okay, the tree mouse vacated the seat. Bang, the water surface shook, and a few water splashes flew out of the wooden basin. Squeak. It's water. I see. But this little water is not enough for them, right? The tree mouse subconsciously looked for Su-Ching, but found that Su-Ching's figure disappeared in the corridor. Awoo! Does Su-Ching want to take a bath? Ruashi leaned over curiously. It was Su-Ching who taught it the word take a bath. Quack. Probably not. The bird circled the wooden basin. It still remembered that Su-Ching was trying to solve the problem of heat. Su-Ching returned to the bedroom with the ice and snow heart. She saw such a scene. The 3 little ones were standing in a row around the wooden basin, lowering their heads and whispering. What have you figured out? She smiled and sat on the mat. The 3 little ones raised their heads at the same time. Awoo! It's just water. It's no different from the water Ruashi usually drinks. Ruashi, who licked it quietly, answered first. The tree mouse shook his head. Little idiot. Su-Ching definitely didn't want to hear this. Everyone can see that this is just ordinary water. There must be other problems. The tree mouse's eyes focused on Su-Ching, stagnating on the diamond-shaped crystal in her hand. The bird naturally saw it too. It still remembers this crystal. Oh! Su-Ching just wanted to tease the 3 little ones, but she didn't expect Lucky to guess the ice and snow heart in her hand so quickly. She deliberately shook at Lucky. Are you looking at this? Squeak. Baby. The beautiful dark blue crystal is very transparent, like the icicles on the trees it has seen in winter. The tree mouse opened its paws. Lucky wanted to see it, and Su-Ching handed it over. It's a little cold. If you can't handle it, just put it on the mat. Squeak, squeak. The mouse knows. The coolness was transmitted directly from the paws to the whole body. The tree mouse shook and felt that the dryness in the body was relieved. But after scratching for a long time, the place where the paws touched was very cold. The tree mouse was reluctant to retract its paws, so it could only touch back and forth with its 2 paws. Awoo! Is it so magical? Squeak. It's very cool. The tree mouse, who was reluctant to give up the coolness a second ago, gave up his position very happily after being asked, and pointed his claws at the crystal to let Ruashi try it. Taking all this into her eyes, Su Qing raised the corners of her lips. The bird flew to Su Qing's knees. Gently stroking the back of the white bird along its feathers, Su Qing propped up her chin. Snow, don't you want to touch it? Quack. No. The bird turned its head, and the little white wolf and the tree mouse were having fun playing with the crystal. Let's talk about it after they have had enough fun. Okay, Su Qing took back the heart of ice and snow and attracted the attention of the two little ones. Because the snow was on her legs, Su Qing thought for a moment and did not stand up, but slowly moved to the edge in a cross-legged position. In front of her was the wooden basin, and she waved to a wolf and a tree mouse. The tree mouse quickly climbed into Su Qing's arms, and Ruashi, who was a step slower, could only lie down next to Su Qing. What? Lucky, can you let Ruashi stay in there next time? The little guy regretfully withdrew his gaze. There was no space. If he squeezed in forcefully, he might overturn the basin. Don't listen, the tree mouse covered his ears. Whoever is faster will go first. This is the heart of ice and snow. Do you remember it, Snow? We found a golden treasure chest in the snowman. Su Qing began to introduce. Quack. The bird remembered. The white bird nodded. After repeating the description given by the light screen, Su Qing grabbed the heart of ice and snow and approached the water surface. So, I wondered if I could use this feature to artificially create an Doomsday air conditioner. Squeak. What is an air conditioner? Another unfamiliar word. The tree mouse scratched his head. At this time, the end of the crystal had entered the water, and as the whole crystal sank to the bottom, mist rose. The tree mouse, Ruashi, and the bird stared at this scene intently. Go and touch it. Su Qing's words with a smile sounded. Touch it? The golden eyes turned slightly, and the tree mouse stretched out his claws and reached into it. It's so cold, but it doesn't freeze the mouse. The misty gas is only more obvious above the basin, and it disappears quickly after drifting around, and can no longer be seen by the naked eye. But the cool air can be felt. How is it? Feeling the cool air, Su Qing raised her eyebrows proudly at the three little ones. How is my method? What? Su Qing is awesome. This is the most supportive Ruashi in the world. The indoor temperature slowly dropped, and the bird squinted its eyes comfortably. Ga. Very good. So this is called air conditioning. The tree mouse came back to his senses, and the mouse really likes air conditioning. It's great to meet Su Qing. Su Qing moved the wooden basin that constantly created cool air a little further away to prevent accidentally kicking it in his sleep. After doing all this, she lay down on the mat comfortably. Her cheek was pressed against the fur. Su Qing glanced to the left, and Ruashi gave her an innocent look. To the right, the bird had closed its eyes. The tree mouse also found the position it liked, and covered itself with its tail in its paws. Humph, did Ruashi think that the mouse would not be able to find a position if she occupied the position first? Su Qing listened to the voice coming from her head, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lucky actually ran above her head. However, it felt good to sleep with the little guys. Sweet dreams, she said softly. Chapter 99. Waking up, I feel refreshed. Su Qing turned her head slightly. On the left, Ruashi, who was close to her, was now some distance away, with her head resting on her outstretched front paws. The furry snowball had her eyes narrowed into slits, sleeping soundly. Her mouth was open, trembling slightly with her breathing, looking silly and naive. But Su Qing knew that her Ruashi had a passionate heart. It was time to get up. Su Qing lowered her eyes, spread her palms, exerted force, and slowly sat up from the mat. Ugh! Su Qing covered her heart. The dark eyeballs moved. It was Shui. Su Qing moved her fluttering feathers a few times. In a very small voice, she asked, Did I disturb you, Shui? The bird shook its head. It didn't sleep deeply. It used to be alert to the surroundings at all times, but now it's because it can't change its habit. So are you going to continue sleeping, or? There was a squeaking sound behind her, and Su Qing hurriedly turned around. Lucky didn't wake up. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The right shoulder sank slightly, and it seemed that the answer was obvious. Su Qing stood up, and only the heart of ice and snow remained in the wooden basin, and all the original water disappeared. Clicking on the light screen, the latest time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Half a basin of water, 9 hours of coolness, it's okay. By the way, Su Qing picked up the wooden basin, and the water in the water tank had to be replenished. The 2 purified water tanks were used for drinking, and the unpurified water tanks were not used for drinking anyway, as long as they didn't stink. But it wouldn't work like this, Su Qing sighed. It would be better to find 2 more water magic stones with purification functions. After all, The weather is getting hotter. Su Qing walked out of the bedroom and put the wooden basin and the ice and snow hard back in place. Cuckoo. She blinked. Cuckoo. The bird moved its eyes to its belly and looked at Su Qing again. Ha. Su Qing laughed softly. She didn't expect that she and Shui were hungry at the same time. How about we make something delicious today? The river clams I picked up before haven't been eaten yet. I processed them and put them in the treasure box. Cuckoo. Eat. The bird's eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, Su Qing decided to make a dish of stir-fried clam meat with chili peppers, and the main course was potato pancakes, plus a fruit platter. The wall lamp was turned on, and the door was opened a crack for ventilation. The small stove was lit. The orange flame climbed along the firewood. Shui, wait for me here for a while, okay? Quack. Okay. The bird knew that Su Qing was going to pick plants. It had watched Su Qing cook before. So when it heard this, it squatted on the spot and watched the fireworks. Seeing this scene, Su Qing's mouth curled up. In the family, Ruoshi is the youngest and the most lively, while Shu is quiet, and Lucky is the most arrogant and plays best with Ruoshi. As for Shui, she is calm. Su Qing walked into the utility room and picked vegetables with the sunlight coming through the wooden window. Sometimes, she even felt that Shui also regarded her as a junior who needed protection. However, each one is very cute. She smiled secretly. Bell pepper, snow vegetable, long sawgrass, water plantain. As for potatoes, they are in the number 4 planting room. Su Qing went all the way there until the small basket in her hand was full before returning. Apart from other things, the magic stone on the light screen is getting more and more expensive, but there are more and more handmade products like this, and it can often be used to fill in the price. This is hers. It was exchanged with other things. Peel and wash the potatoes, put them in a small pot and cook them. Wash the bell pepper, snow vegetable, long saw grass and water onion as well, then she cut the snow vegetable, long saw grass and water onion into minced pieces, and cut the bell pepper into strips. When the potatoes are cooked, take them out and mash them into a paste. Then Su Qing put the minced snow vegetable and long saw grass into a plate first and mixed them together. Considering that the 3 little ones also needed to eat, she divided it into 2 portions. One portion was seasoned with only a little salt, and the other portion was seasoned with pepper powder according to her own preferences. Another small pot was placed on the stove. After a while, Su Qing dipped chopsticks in water and threw it into the small pot. The water drops fell on the bottom of the pot and instantly formed beads that rolled back and forth. Su Qing took the bottle of oil and poured the oil into it by feel. After wisps of smoke appeared above the small pot, Su Qing poured in ginger slices and lantern pepper strips. Instantly, there was a sound in the pot. A spicy smell rushed straight to the tip of the nose. Stirring left and right with chopsticks, Su Qing poured in the previously processed clam meat. Crack. It smells so good. The bird looked up, looking at the rising white mist, shaking intoxicatedly. Squeak. There was a cry from the bedroom, and Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Could it be that the fragrance woke up? There was no soy sauce. Su Qing added the seasoning, poured in water, and began to collect the juice. The snow-white clam meat was slightly yellow, and it trembled with the rolling soup in the red and green peppers. The tree mouse tiptoed and murmured, "Squeak! It smells so good." Awake? Su Qing glanced at Lucky and stopped at the little white wolf swaying at the entrance of the corridor. The little guy's eyes were half closed, and the hair on his face was messy, as if he would return to his dream in the next second. But he kept running towards her, walking crookedly. Finally, Ruoshi stopped at her feet and bumped into her calf. "Awoo!" The little white wolf shook his head and felt a little relieved. Her eyes went straight to the pot. Ruoshi squatted down and said awoo. Su Qing was hungry, looking around. Lucky and Shui were staring at the pot. She was the same. Su Qing laughed. What a bunch of greedy people, ha. The soup was almost dried up, so Su Qing took another pot and started to make pancakes. As for the operation, she directly scooped a spoonful and put it into the hot pot. Sizzle. When it came into contact with the hot oil, the mixed mashed potatoes instantly sang a beautiful song. Su Qing flattened it with a wooden spoon, waited until it was browned, and then turned it over. The round potato cakes were browned and shiny, very cute. The aroma of the fried river clams with peppers was appetizing. There was also a fruit platter. Awoo! Ruoshi was the first to be unable to resist. Its 2 front paws gently scratched. Awoo, Ruoshi wants to eat. Wait a minute, go get your own bowl. Su Qing smiled mysteriously and took out a wooden bowl from behind. I prepared it in advance. Squeak. Su Qing is fouling. The tree mouse crossed his paws and accused. Ruashi ran into the utility room quickly and picked up her plate accurately. On the side, the white bird pushed the wooden bowl and passed by leisurely. Ah, Ruashi is still the fastest, easily surpassing the bird. Ruashi ran towards Su Qing. Sure enough, Lucky was still there, only it was the fastest. However, Ruashi put down the bowl, pushed it towards Su Qing, indicating to add more rice to it, and then went around behind the tree mouse. Ah? Aren't you going to get it? The tree mouse shook himself, turned around and saw Ruashi, and relaxed again. Suddenly, a sly look flashed in his golden eyes. Squeak. I can't lift it, you see I'm so small. Let me tease Ruashi, the tree mouse said pitifully. Is that so? Ruashi straightened her body and circled around the tree mouse nervously. The light bulb on her head flickered and lit up. Squeak. The tree mouse looked at Ruashi, who was leaving quickly in confusion. What was she doing? Su Qing glanced at Lucky thoughtfully. It seems that she doesn't need to get the bowl for Lucky. She originally planned to give the empty bowl to Lucky. Ruashi, who came back in a hurry, lowered her head and pushed the wooden bowl in front of Su Qing. Su Qing followed suit and added rice to it. Awoo! Ruashi got it for you. Running too fast, the little white wolf was a little out of breath, with a proud look. What? Is it for the mouse? The tree mouse stopped in place. The little white wolf in front of him had curved eyes, and was very happy. Seeing that it didn't move, he ran behind it and gently pushed it. Awoo! Let's eat, it said. Gigi suddenly felt guilty. The rice was still steaming hot, covering everything in front of it, as if there was a layer of gauze between them. Taking a bite of the brown edge, the tree mouse's eyes lit up. It's delicious. Awoo! It's delicious, Ruashi shouted excitedly. It's really good, the bird nodded affirmatively. Gigi's it's seedy. Ruashi, I was just teasing you just now. In fact, the mouse should be able to be moved. Awoo woo woo. It's okay, Ruashi is very strong. Ruashi is happy to help you. Wolfing down the food, Ruashi answered vaguely. The golden eyes slowly widened. Ruashi swallowed the food in her mouth and looked at the wooden bowl that the tree mouse had hardly moved. Don't you like it? Ruashi likes it. Awoo! Don't you like it? Do you want Ruashi to help you solve it? Squeak. The tree mouse was stunned. Of course not, but the little guy said he would help it before. With a flickering look in his eyes, he nodded slowly and hesitantly. Squeak. Can I give you half of the mouse? Awoo Lucky good, Ruashi nodded frantically. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot. Su Qing, who had been paying attention to this, interrupted and pointed at the small pot. And Ruashi, if you want to eat enough, you have to go out hunting later. That's right, then give Ruashi some more. Ruashi put her paw on the edge of the plate, and looked at Su Qing with a dignified look. After asking the three little ones for their opinions, Su Qing gave them some more, and slowly fell into deep thought. Next, she planned to collect information and upgrade the hut to expand the planting room. The hut was upgraded from level 3 to level 4, and 7 rooms could be expanded. First of all, it was necessary to increase the number of planting rooms and utility rooms. After all, with the increase in supplies, the existing space was not enough. Secondly, Su Qing's eyes moved slightly. She had to vacate the bathroom. After all, there were already synthetic magic books for shower heads, wall-mounted solar water heaters, etc. Who knew if there would be synthetic magic books for toilets, sinks, etc. in the future? First, clear the space, and then decorate it directly after collecting all the items. Then, after the upgrade, Su Qing touched her chin, and she planned to go to the next crack. It should be impossible to collect all the non-attribute items from 4 to 5, and she didn't think about upgrading recently. But she can sell it to other survivors. Besides, after her own hut is upgraded, the non-attribute magic stone will suddenly change from 26 to 1. Although it is not cleared, it is also painful, so I still upgraded the hut and rushed over to collect some more things. Crack. The potato pancake crust was fried crispy. Su Qing took a few bites, feeling the rich taste. Well, let her think about it. How should the hut upgrade be designed this time? Chapter 100. After finishing the meal, I checked the screen time, and it was not yet 8 p.m. Since I couldn't go out anyway, Su Qing put away the pots and bowls, and waited until 8 p.m. to wash them outside. Clicked on the personal section. She started to design. 7 rooms. Su Qing looked at the screen. In the 3-dimensional picture, 9 blue squares of different sizes, either side by side or stacked, emitting fluorescent light. This is her little house. The largest blue square undoubtedly represents Ruashi and Wangshu's room, and there is a circle of horizontal lines around it. Su Qing slid her fingertips and zoomed in. It was a fence. Observing carefully, a faint gray line continued to spread at the junction of Ruashi's room and the cave room. Su Qing had already made a conclusion about this. After all, the wall within the gray line does not need materials, but the room outside, which is just a line away, needs materials. There is no other explanation except the edge of the mountain. Su Qing marked 2 blue grids next to the utility room, which is behind the bedroom. Then, without hesitation, she opened up the middle of the 2 blue grids and made it utility room number 2. The number of 7 expansion rooms was reduced by 2. Since it was used as a utility room, a storage room was naturally the first requirement. In addition, since she could only go out freely for 8 hours, Su Qing did not plan to renovate it. She quickly shifted her attention to the other side. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing tried to continue to develop a new planting room next to the number 4 planting room. Today, the 4 planting rooms have become their main source of food, especially the number 4 planting room, which continuously produces potatoes that can fill their stomachs. So Su Qing planned to expand 2 new planting rooms this time. The number 5 planting room was easily selected. Su Qing frowned, a little surprised. Because when she was planning to mark the location of the number 6 planting room next to the number 5, she failed to select it. Why? Subconsciously, Su Qing's index finger and middle finger began to slide in 2 directions. As she zoomed in, Su Qing narrowed her eyes. Next to the newly built number 5 planting room, there was also a gray line, but it was crooked and perpendicular to the original gray line. Wait. Su Qing's eyes rolled slightly. According to the first gray line, it is the edge of the mountain, so this gray line should also be some kind of edge. This position. Is it because of the pool of water under the waterfall? That's not surprising. Su Qing personally doesn't want to open a room close to the pool of water, mainly because there are so many big fish hiding in the pool of water. Well, it should be impossible to catch Ruashi after she grows bigger, but it is relatively easy to bring a normal human size down. Too dangerous. So pass. Then the planting room number 6 can be behind the number 1. Anyway, the planting room related to the food of the cabin cannot be left undeveloped. Oh, and there is also a bathroom. Thinking of this, Su Qing began to hesitate. The direction of the planting room is not suitable, and it is better to put the planting rooms together to avoid the inconvenience of picking vegetables on the left and right. She didn't really want to have a second floor. At least not now. The mountain is essentially made of soil, right? Of course, she didn't doubt the meaning of the Doomsday magic, but... well, what if the bathroom on the second floor leaks? So Su Qing took a deep breath and decided to stay on the first floor. The water would seep into the ground. If there is any magic that can solve the problem in the future, just build another one on the second floor. 2 places are used in the utility room number 2, and 2 more places in the 2 planting rooms. With the bathroom, there are already 5. The last 2 rooms have not been decided. Expand on the second floor of Ruashi's room. After this sudden idea came up, Su Qing's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, she had already fenced off the area in front of the cave. But Ruashi's room alone took up a lot of space, and on the other side, the carport and vegetable garden also took up a lot of space. She planned to prepare the remaining space for a small pond in the future. There was a gravel road in the middle, so there was really no room for another room outside, and she was not considering expanding the area outward for the time being. After all, if she expanded further, it would be too close to the water flow. At this distance, she felt it was just right. After calculating, it seemed that there was indeed a lack of space. Su Qing touched her chin. It was the kind of dining table in the small courtyard, eating in the courtyard when the weather was good. But she still declined in summer and winter. Lucky, Shui and Ruashi. The more Su Qing thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She patted her thigh, because she was very excited about the beautiful scene in her mind. How about we build a second floor on the outer room? Ruashi, ? Tree mouse, ? Bird, ? 3 question marks in a row. Just build a second floor, put a fence around it, put a wooden table inside, and put some stools. Put some potted plants to decorate it. Su Qing tried to describe the scene she imagined. In the future, when the weather is good, we can eat on the second floor and enjoy the scenery. Awuh! Eat? Ruashi didn't understand what she heard. Can't we eat at home? Squeak. Okay. The tree mouse understood it a little, but he didn't like it. There are also many animals in the forest that will create special places just to do something. It burped, And it was essentially for its own happiness, so what? If Su Qing likes it, just build it. Anyway, it will definitely support it. However, the tree mouse is not very interested. It likes the food Su Qing cooks, but it doesn't matter where it eats. It will look better if we put some flowers and plants. Don't we have fireflies at home? When the time comes, put a circle on the second floor, and there will be light at night. Su Qing thought and laughed, and we can put other things. Ruashi's room is super big, and the second floor will also be super big. Well, we can put a bookshelf there and collect more books in the future, just like the little carp. Like a little carp? The tree mouse stood up and looked at Su Qing with interest. The more Su Qing thought about it, the more excited she became. We can get a sofa in the future, and then we can curl up together and read stories together in the cool evening breeze. In fact, it would be great if there was a TV, Su Qing thought regretfully. The three little ones could understand some comic books, but it would be difficult if it was pure text. But TV is different. You can feel it with both visual and auditory senses. And it is more vivid. However, in the apocalypse, even if I get a TV, I probably won't be able to play it normally, right? What a pity. Squeak. Su Qing. The tree mouse stood up and put its two paws on Su Qing's knees. Su Qing lowered her eyes, a little curious. Squeak. Su Qing mouse supports you. Just do that second floor. Ah, the tree mouse's eyes lit up. It can't wait. This excited look, Su Qing tried. Lucky, what do you think of my idea? The tree mouse nodded frantically. Great, 1 vote. Su Qing turned to the other two little ones, looking expectant. Ruashi ran over leisurely, and placed her paw on her palm. Awoo! Ruashi supports Su Qing. The bird pecked at its feathers, and a little helplessness flashed in its dark eyes. How could they oppose you? Perfect, unanimous approval. Su Qing immediately operated on the light screen. However, Ruashi's room was formed by the fusion of 3 rooms, so the remaining 2 expansion quotas would definitely not be enough to cover the second floor. But it doesn't matter, she can build it piece by piece. The expanded room of the hut can be renovated when building a new room. She can leave the fence to be renovated last, and build the roof and pillars first. In this way, the expansion opportunities of the 7 rooms are all used up. The light screen popped up a message. Su Qing quickly wrote down the number of materials, and sent it to herself. It's great that the light screen can point to a private chat with yourself. Not only can you send a transaction link, card bug identification things, but you can also send a message to yourself. Isn't this a memo? A file transfer assistant in a sense? Su Qing finished typing and put away the screen. Then we have to start collecting. Among the raw materials, more wood is needed. After all, the utility room is not decorated, and the bathroom is reserved for space, but it is not decorated. The 2 newly developed planting rooms are decorated a bit, but the materials needed are not much. The second floor of the outer room needs the most materials. She also checked a staircase, which is also made of wood. So the amount of wood needed is about 2,000. Awoo! Ruashi is ready. The little white wolf was the first to respond, with his head held high, ready to follow Su Qing to work. Su Qing touched Ruashi's head. Wait for you to fill your stomach before going out. 8 hours. We just need to collect wood today, no rush. When the time came to 8 o'clock, Su Qing took the pots and pans to the stream to wash them, and Ruashi went out to hunt and fill her stomach. After Ruashi returned, the cart that had been placed in the shed for a long time finally returned to the arena. The group headed towards the woods. Although there were only 8 hours to go out in the summer, Su Qing was now well equipped, and she had the 3 energetic little ones to help her. A few days passed quickly. Su Qing had already gathered all the materials. Anxiously waiting until 8 o'clock, Su Qing led the 3 little ones out of the cave. Su Qing held the magic book of the hut synthesis tightly in her hand, and touched the attributeless magic stone with the other hand. Then, I start. Ruashi stared closely at Su Qing's movements. It squatted on the grass, its 2 paws moving nervously. Soil particles flew. The white light gradually spread, covering Ruashi's room, and then quickly covered the wood piled outside. Awoo! How magical! Ruashi held her breath with her eyes wide open. The white light gradually dissipated. Ruashi immediately ran to its and her sister's room. At the edge of the room, there is now a wooden staircase leading to the upper floor, which is dark red and looks very good. Curiously, Ruashi put a paw on the stairs and tilted her head. Crack. Ah! Ruashi raised her paw and the sound disappeared. Put it on, and shake it a few times, and the stairs began to creak again. Ruashi, these stairs can't stand your damage. Su Qing's smiling voice sounded. Awah! Ruashi turned her head with an innocent look. It didn't mean to destroy it. Come on, Ruashi, you become small. Let's go to the second floor to take a look. Su Qing also came over, with a tree rat squatting on her shoulder. Awah! Okay. Chapter 101. 2 rooms are not enough to cover the second floor, so the innermost 1/3 is left empty, and completely exposed to the sun. Su Qing looked at the dark red wooden board under her feet with some curiosity. The color is so dark this time, but it still looks good. Because of the consideration of installing railings at the end, the second floor has 6 reddish-brown columns except the top. Apart from that, there is no other decoration. There is nothing between the pillars. If you stand there, you can see the empty space 1 step away. The 3 little ones were running around on the second floor, laughing and playing. Be careful, there's no railing on the second floor yet. Su Qing took a look and couldn't help but remind them. Awah! Ruashi was obsessed with running back and forth. She rushed to the 1/3 point like crazy, rolled in the sun, and ran back again. She was very busy. Even so, it could still find time to turn around and respond. Su Qing shook her head helplessly, and ignored the 3 little ones. She looked at the pillar opposite, her eyes drifted to the surroundings without any protection, and her heart was a little nervous. Come on, Su Qing, you have seen large wild animals, and have been to the sky, so how can you be afraid of heights? Besides, although there is no fence, the floor is not slippery, you won't fall down. Hoo-hoo. Su Qing's cheeks swelled and then flattened. She took a deep breath, and took a brave step. The closer she got to the edge, the more Su Qing's heart pounded. When her palm touched the cylinder, she immediately sucked up and hugged the pillar like an octopus. Looking to the side quietly, Su Qing screamed in her heart. Ah, this is definitely more than 3 meters. Help, why is she still afraid after going to heaven? No, Su Qing blinked, as if she had tied herself and Ruashi together when she went to heaven, and then she stopped tying them after getting used to it. Ga? Su Qing? Su Qing, who was thinking wildly in her mind, froze suddenly, and she turned her head to the other side little by little. The snow-white bird stood on the floor, its 2 eyes like beads, dark and bright. Seeing it looking over, it tilted its head very cutely. Su Qing was silent. Ahem. She let go of her hand, patted her sleeves, and looked around and said something else. I just want to see how big this pillar is. A smile flashed in her dark eyes. But since Su Qing said so, the bird believed it. It walked to the edge and looked into the distance. Fortunately, she was not laughed at. Su Qing touched the tip of her nose. She still hoped to leave a calm and reliable personality in the 3 little ones. After being interrupted like this, Su Qing also found that the tension and fear in her heart seemed to disappear. So, she also looked into the distance. The mountain, the dried-up waterfall, and the withered trees and grass below. On the side, it was Washu. Su Qing's eyes dimmed. If Wanshu was here, it would definitely stay quietly aside and be dragged by Ruashi to play together. Thinking of this, Su Qing felt a little depressed and didn't want to continue watching. However, the 3 little ones had to come out of their sadness with great difficulty. She couldn't spoil their mood even if she was unhappy. So, Su Qing sat down and watched the game between Ruashi and Lucky with her chin propped up. That's right, the competition. The arm touched softness. Su Qing lowered her head in surprise. Quack. I'm here. The bird naturally felt the change in Su Qing's mood, and then looked in the direction. It quickly guessed why. It clumsily imitated Ruashi, and gently rubbed Su Qing. Feel better, everyone has been here. The bird looked directly at Su Qing. Ah. Su Qing half closed her eyelids. She hugged Shui into her arms. At this moment, a loud cry sounded. Awah! Ruashi won. Su Qing looked up, her eyelids twitching wildly. Wait. Ruashi. Unfortunately, it was too late. The white truck rushed into her arms. Su Qing suffered 100 points of attack. The bird landed lightly, and pecked its feathers elegantly. Ah, Ruashi, don't lick. Ah. It's great. The sad feeling is completely interrupted. The bird gave a thumbs up to the little guy in his heart. Squeak. What? The tree mouse that was caught participating in the competition jumped to the side of the bird. As one of the only 2 contestants, it scratched its head tiredly. So why did you agree to this, little fool? The mouse is not fast. Quack. Because it is very happy. Happy, the tree mouse smacked its lips. It turned out that it had just said what was in its heart. It looked over there. At this time, Su Qing had sat up. Her hair was messy. The shrunken white wolf was caught in midair. Its 4 feet quietly stepped on the air, and glanced at the other side, with a guilty look. "Aww. Come and help, Ruashi," the little guy hummed and looked at the mouse and the bird pleadingly. "Alright, happy little fool." The tree mouse sighed and jumped forward a few steps. "Who asked it to be both a father and a mother? It has been feeding the little guy since he was a child." In fact, Su Qing was not angry. After all, the little guy would run over excitedly just because it was close to her. However, Su Qing narrowed her eyes. "Don't do this when you grow up." It was considered to have revealed the matter. Ruashi understood, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Aww," it promised. However, in order to prevent the little guys from another truck attack, Su Qing still took the 3 little ones back to the cave. Just thinking about how to plan what to plant in the 2 new planting rooms, and by the way, sharing the pressure of the 4 planting rooms that are seriously overloaded. "Thank you for your hard work, Wood Magic Stone." After putting Ruashi down, Su Qing turned and walked towards the planting room. Ruashi shook her head and fluttered her ears a few times, like a butterfly. She looked at Su Qing's disappearing back. Her ears drooped down. Su Qing was busy again, unhappy. "Squeak. How about we go back and rest?" The tree mouse touched the little white wolf to comfort him, and found that it felt good, so he touched it a few more times. Quack. After finishing the things here for the time being, Su Qing should go underground again next time. To make Ruashi regain her vitality, just divert her attention. The bird knows this very well. "Aww." Sure enough, upon hearing this, the little white wolf's ears stood up. The bird nodded affirmatively. Ruashi jumped on the spot. Great, Ruashi can go on adventures with Su Qing again. Adventure like a little carp. It happily ran behind the tree mouse and the bird and began to urge them. "Aww. Let's go and rest. There's really no other way." The tree mouse shook his head helplessly, but his body moved obediently. Walking through the corridor, the bedroom window was not open, and it was dark inside. The tree mouse quickly climbed up the pillar, and pulled open the wall lamp hanging there with ease. The bedroom was instantly lit up. "Aww." The tree mouse looked over inquiringly. A wolf and a bird actually gathered together, staring at the wall to study. "What?" The tree mouse moved his eyes to the side. "White." He narrowed his eyes. "What is this? There was no such thing before." His curiosity was aroused, and the tree mouse rushed over like the wind. Squeezing between a wolf and a bird, the tree mouse first casually patted his messy fur, and then raised his eyes. Squeak! It screamed. On the same wooden board, there were 3 animals huddled together on the opposite side. When did they come? What were they going to do? Are they going to rob our home? Questions popped up in his mind one after another, and the tree mouse clenched his claws and bared his teeth fiercely at the opposite side. The brown and yellow animals in the middle opposite actually showed fierce expressions at the same time. Ruoshi saw that he was afraid to be mean to my family, and his expression suddenly changed, and he roared loudly. Even his posture changed. The tree mouse, who wanted to scare the other party away, instantly put away his expression and turned his head to persuade Ruashi not to do it first. Wait, seeing this, the tree mouse calmed down. It turned back, turned around, and turned back. Aww! Ruashi tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? Should it still fight? The mouse found out. The tree mouse finally understood. Looking to the side, the old neighbor was quietly pecking feathers. What? It turns out that only the mouse and Ruashi were blinded. Ah? Do you want to fight? Ruashi came over and whispered. What to fight? The tree mouse didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pointed at the thing in front of it. Squeak. Observe it carefully. Observe? A question mark appeared on Ruashi's head, and it turned its head. Begin to look carefully. Ah, the one in the middle looks like Lucky, and the one on the other side looks like Shui, and this one. Ruashi looked down at her paws. The remaining one and its paw were both white. Aww. They look like us. Ruashi came to a conclusion. Squeak squeak. Is it possible that the one inside is us? Ruashi's eyes widened in surprise. It turned back quickly and raised a front paw. The snow-white creature also raised a paw. Ruashi slowly put it down. The other party also slowly put it down. It turned out to be Ruashi. It turned around happily and looked at itself happily. Aww, aww. Ruashi is strong. Ruashi can protect her family. I am great. Ruashi proudly raised her chest and head. The tree mouse grabbed the tip of its tail, and was also a little proud. The red tip of its tail swayed, as fast as a streak of light. Squeak! The mouse is so beautiful. Aww! Ruashi is so strong. The bird shook its head helplessly, and took a few steps back. What a naive couple. This is the scene Su Qing saw when she walked in. Ah, you are looking in the mirror, how is it? The sound interrupted the two little ones' movements. Ruashi whimpered, raised her head high, pointed her paw at the mirror, and then at herself. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, and Lucky on the other side was not much better. He also had a quick praise attitude. The only difference was that Lucky was more reserved. He just glanced over from time to time. She squatted down and scratched Ruashi's chin. Wow, Ruashi is so cute. A woo woo woo. Not this, not this. Ruashi didn't care about maintaining her posture. She anxiously took Su Qing's hand and tried to express her meaning. Her sight met a pair of smiling eyes. A woo, Su Qing did it on purpose. Okay. If I don't praise the right place, the child will become a pufferfish and shut himself up in a corner. Su Qing smiled and touched Ruashi. Ruashi is healthy and powerful. Not only can she take me to the sky, but she can also help me move things. She is really powerful. That's more like it. The little white wolf controlled his expression, but his ears trembled with excitement. What about me? What about me? The tree mouse rubbed his paws, and the mouse. And Lucky. Su Qing looked at the struggling tree mouse beside him. Lucky is also super good, helping me collect treasure chests. Snow is also. After praising two, the remaining one cannot be left behind. Always taking the responsibility of vigilance, and thank you for your hard work, Su Qing concluded. The tree mouse fell to the ground dizzy. It covered its chest. Damn! Why is the mouse's heart beating so fast? Chapter 102. Su Qing watched all this with a smile, and waited until the three little ones calmed down before speaking. In the next few days, we will go to the next crack again. Remember? It is the city we went to last time. When she mentioned the underground city, a group of furry figures appeared in her mind, especially a glutton. Maybe she could bring some fruits as a gift to it, and then ask it if it is willing to continue to cooperate this time. A woo. Remember, Ruashi raised her paw. That's where the big green bugs are. Ruashi bared her teeth. It doesn't like those guys. As expected, it's going down again. The tree mouse turned its head and met the bird's eyes. Wet gray. The tree mouse shook its body. The mouse didn't like it there. However, if Su Qing wanted to go, it would go too. The tree mouse nodded with a firm look. What if it missed the treasure without it? Then, seeing that none of the three little ones showed any resistance, Su Qing made the final decision. We get ready and set off. This preparation took 2 days. With the experience of the first time, Su Qing and her group easily found the entrance to the crack. The huge crack still stayed there quietly, like the eyes of the earth, empty and quiet. The wall lamp turned on and flew in from the entrance. After a long time, the familiar red light appeared in front again. Su Qing bent down and got out while holding the shrunken Ruashi and looked up. The sky was not bright yet, and it was gray. Surrounded by a continuous sea of flowers, the red light spots gathered together, and under the oppressive sky, there was a strange and desolate beauty. There was a rustling sound from the flowers beside my ears, mixed with a few chirps. The humid air was like mist, and the exposed skin felt a little sticky. Do you remember me? Su Qing turned around the flowers, looking for the glutton from before. Unfortunately, the flowers covered the fur balls tightly. Chirp? Remember what? Chirp. It seemed a little familiar. Chirp? What if it was a liar? Chirp, chirp, chirp. That makes sense, so let's hide. The chirping sounds were heard everywhere. Su Qing didn't interrupt. It should be the discussion of the ball beasts. If the little guy remembered her and was present, he should come out by himself. If no ball beast came out, she would find another one to help. In a bush, a white fur ball carefully pressed the flower stems and looked at the vague figure outside through the gap. Slim and tall, did he run out from the city? Gigi? Mom, aren't we going out? A faint cry sounded behind him. Gigi. Don't say anything. This stupid child. Machio gave him a slap on the head in frustration. He had taught him for so long, but he was not steady at all. He had already made an appointment with that lady Su Qing, and they would meet again next time. If he was still as reckless as before, and went out in a swagger, he would definitely reveal his flaws. They were so small to begin with, and any crisis could be fatal. So for the sake of food. No, for the sake of the agreement, they must stay stable. It's better to eat less, but live longer, and then enjoy a feast. Thinking of the magical taste, Machio swallowed his saliva, and his light yellow eyes were straight. And the fruit that smelled super fragrant, the fragrance was refreshing. In the fantasy, a familiar fragrance floated by, and Machio closed his eyes. Ah, yes, it's this fragrance. Jie? Alas, this cry is also very similar to the one next to that adult. The fur ball opened his eyes blankly, and through the gap, he saw the dark eyeballs and a small white ball. The white ball jumped happily and rolled at the feet of the snow-white bird. Chiji. Mom, the fur ball froze as if struck by lightning. Ga. Come out. The bird had recognized the other party, although it was a little surprised that the other party had a baby in such a short time. What's wrong, Shui? Su Qing compared her memory and confirmed that the little ball that rolled out of the flowers was not the ball beast before, so she decided to give up looking for the familiar one. Unexpectedly, Shui was still staring at the flowers, as if she had discovered something. Chiji. Mom is coming out. The white ball was very happy. It felt that it had found the adults that its mother had been talking about every day. The flowers in front of Shui made another noise. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. A bigger ball of fur jumped out, and the white ball that had rolled out earlier saw this scene and instantly rolled over happily, although it was hit on the head by the big ball beast. Oh, elders and juniors, Su Qing suddenly realized. In that case, she would not kidnap the little one. Child labor is not allowed. Before she could say anything, the larger one's light yellow eyes turned to her accurately. What is this? Su Qing blinked. Chiji. You are finally here. With so many familiar calls, the fur ball finally confirmed that the adults were here. A large amount of food was about to enter its stomach, which should have made it happy. Huh? Su Qing looked at the ball beast in front of her in shock, and her light yellow eyes quickly filled with tears, and large tears fell. Don't cry, I didn't do anything to your child. Gigi. It's not my biological child, Mauchio retorted loudly. It was adopted. It just feared that it couldn't hold on until then, so it adopted one. Gigi. I'm not adopted, Mom. Okay, another one is crying. Su Qing stopped talking. She looked at him quietly, and the more she looked, the more familiar he looked. Mauchio? She called tentatively. Gigi. Mauchio sobbed, responded, and comforted his adopted child. It's really a fur ball. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, squatted down, and touched it left and right. 2 pairs of light yellow eyes looked at her pitifully. She said sorry, and took out the gift from the magic bag. 2 fruits were placed in front of the ball beasts. For me? The fur ball was shocked and even forgot to cry. You don't have to work, and you can eat it first? Chiji. Mom, I want to eat. The crystal pendant flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the white ball looked at the fur ball inquiringly. Sure enough, the love of eating is inherited from the same line. Su Qing smiled, and she said softly, Yes, this is our gift to you. By the way, Mauchio, are you willing to go to the city with us later? Just like before. The 2 ball beasts were already excitedly chewing, and Su Qing quietly waited for a reply. Work? Yes. Mauchio licked his mouth and jumped excitedly on the spot. However, he moved his eyes to the little ball beast next to him. He was a little hesitant, as he didn't expect Su Qing to come back so soon. Gigi? Can we take it with us? It's very well behaved and its teeth are still good. The child's pleading eyes were burning, and Mauchio hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Wait a minute, Su Qing knew Mauchio had something to say. But the problem is, she couldn't understand. It seems that we can only guess. Mauchio's excitement just now didn't seem to be fake, so it should be fine for the work. She pointed at the small ball beast thoughtfully. Is it related to your child? The ball beast shook up and down. Are you worried about it? Worried? No, the fur ball shook left and right to express its objection. In order to convey its meaning more clearly, it turned to the city below. Su Qing understood a little. You mean, take the child with you? Quack. That's what it meant. Finally getting close, the bird nodded quickly. Squeak. In fact, they both want to work. The tree mouse climbed down from the shoulder and jumped to the ground. It pointed at the 2 ball beasts and moved its 2 claws back and forth around its mouth, pretending to eat. Su Qing was silent. Does your child also want to exchange labor for food? Chirp. I really want to. The white ball jumped up excitedly, and it was with its mother. Okay, Su Qing stretched out her hand and opened the pocket. Come on, you stay in there first. The fur ball watched the white ball jump in without hesitation, and felt complicated. Although its original intention was to find a beast to help it fulfill its promise, why did it feel sweet and sour in its heart? After the 2 ball beasts were in the pocket, Su Qing stood up. Awoo! Su Qing, Ruashi is ready. The enlarged Ruashi lay on the ground, waiting for Su Qing to come up. After entering the city, Su Qing started to sweep with a few small ones. Meet the black lizard? She took the magic stone, the ball beast ate meat, met good and light supplies, put the magic bag. Time passed quickly. Su Qing felt that they were simply running rampant in the city. Of course, this was when they tried their best to avoid other creatures. What about the large spiders and rats that I saw in the forum posts before? Su Qing almost collided with them several times, but fortunately they could fly and avoided them in time. There was not much food left. Su Qing counted the gains of this trip. Let's go to the mall for a while, and then go home. After all, they went too deep into the city, Su Qing thought. We go to the mall before. Before she finished speaking, Su Qing's face changed. A familiar mechanical sound rang in the air. Ding, Doomsday version 5.0. Missed. Loading progress, 0%. When the first mysterious air rises upward, the fog will sweep the world, bringing unknown visitors. The light will disappear completely, and the world will be covered. This is really an unfortunate notice, survivors. Try your best to upgrade the cabin before the fog circle closes. After Xia Yin, it is not autumn, but a new version? Su Qing was stunned. She thought the end of the world was only 4 seasons. While she was stunned, Ruashi suddenly trembled, and Su Qing's body fell forward involuntarily. Ouch! Is Su Qing okay? Ruashi dodged the liquid spraying from the corner, and bared her teeth at the creature that was trying to retreat into the dark. Ruashi? After Su Qing stabilized her body, she naturally found the spider, but it was not important at the moment. She recalled the previous broadcast. Mist, unknown visitors, fog circle enveloping, and the rapidly jumping progress bar. The face changed. Su Qing always felt that something was wrong. Wait, when the crack was broadcast before, it was fixed event of the version, but Mist is a new version. If the progress bar is loaded, and they don't exit the crack before entering the Mist version. Su Qing was horrified. They wouldn't be unable to get out at that time, right? Took a look at the light screen. Progress, 35%. And the number is still jumping up crazily. Chapter 103. To be on the safe side, it is better to leave the crack as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Qing was a little impatient. Ruashi, let's leave the crack first. Glancing again, in just a moment, the number had jumped up 3 times to 38%. Leave. Did the rat hear it wrong? The tree rat turned to Su Qing in surprise. Why did he suddenly say go back? You heard it right. Facing Lucky and Ruashi's doubts, Su Qing first poked the 2 ball beasts with their heads popped out back into her pockets. Explain after we go out. We have to go home quickly. Don't let Ruashi see you next time, or I give you a good beating. With a light snort, Ruashi turned to the outside of the city, gradually speeding up. Putting the fur ball and the white ball next to the red flowers, Su Qing became visibly nervous. The progress reached 43%. We're leaving. Thank you for your help these days. With frowning eyebrows, Su Qing picked up the smaller Ruashi and walked towards the cave entrance. Chi-Chi. Will we meet again next time? There was no response. The fur ball was like a deflated ball, and it suddenly became deflated. The white ball carefully leaned against her mother, her clear light yellow eyes staring at the direction they left. We will definitely see each other again. On the other side, Ruashi had grown again, and was flying towards the exit at a high speed. Su Qing hugged Ruashi tightly, raised her head, and looked forward with the light of the wall lamp. Squeak! How could it change so much? The tree mouse has changed from grabbing the fur to holding the white bird with both claws. The fur on its body was blown by the wind. If it is not careful, it may fall off at any time. Snow. The biting wind blew in my face, damp and cold, and my hair poked my face randomly with the airflow, which made me feel a little itchy. Su Qing narrowed her eyes, and just as she opened her mouth, she was filled with a big mouthful of wind. You guys. The bird tilted its head and tilted its body, avoiding the protruding tree roots in front in time. The wall lamp. Duang duang. Slapped on the side of the waist, and the light was shaking. And I don't know if it was the influence of the new version, the illumination range of the wall lamp was greatly reduced, which made it more difficult to identify the surroundings. Shui, you guys, come closer, follow us first. Su Qing quickly shut her mouth and shrank down after saying that. These cold air currents almost froze her. Damn, how could it change so much? The progress has reached 76%. Ah, stop it! Su Qing screamed frantically, but she couldn't do anything at this time. She could only pray that they were close to the exit. The wind was whistling. Su Qing could hear the sound of Ruashi's wings flapping, and heard her own heart beating. From time to time, Lucky would squeak anxiously, as if he had encountered some trouble. But soon, she would be able to hear it again, so Su Qing was not too worried. But as time passed, gradually, the surroundings became quiet, and she could only hear the dull breathing of herself and the three little ones. After the progress reached 80%, the increase slowed down. Su Qing stared at the 86% loading progress, and her heart was a little cold. It seemed that they might not be able to get out. If they studied the previous snowball core before coming out, with a speed bonus, would they get out faster? If the entrance to the crack from the outside is closed, will the entrance to the underground city also be closed? Su Qing blinked her sore eyes as random thoughts flashed through her mind. Calm down, Su Qing. There is still a chance. Besides, if you really can't get out, you won't necessarily die if you return to the city. The worst that can happen is that you will return to a state of having nothing and start over. The plants underground are so lush, which means that there is no problem in planting things. Just hold on for a while in the early stage. Ouch. Su Qing, look, Ruashi's excited voice sounded in front of her, and Su Qing was refreshed and raised her head quickly. It was different from the entrance she imagined. The entrance before was not bright, and could even be called dark. And they were able to distinguish it as the entrance because of the flowing white mist. Yes, white mist. Su Qing looked at it silently. The white mist was flowing, which sounded a little unbelievable. But this was exactly what was happening in front of her eyes. The white mist not only emitted a faint glow, but also moved slowly like a stream of water. It doesn't conform to common sense at all. But there is no common sense in the Doomsday either. Su Qing's pain mask. The progress has reached 90%. They have already flown out of the crack. At this time, Ruashi is hovering in the air, curiously looking around at the glowing fog. Squeak. So beautiful. The tree mouse murmured, and it stretched out its claws to poke around in a fascination. It was obviously a fog without substance, but it seemed to be pressed down and dissipated. It was too wrong. Su Qing's alarm bells were ringing wildly in her heart. Gaga. Gone. A soft feather poked her. Su Qing tilted her head. It was snow. Looking along the wings of the other party, she was stunned. At some point, the entrance to the crack disappeared. Let's go back to the cabin first. Su Qing took out the treasure map from the magic bag. This white mist doesn't look right. The arrow and green light on the golden paper were still there. This made Su Qing feel relieved. Ruashi, fly by feeling. If you deviate from the direction, I will tell you. Su Qing stuffed Lucky into her pocket first, and then touched the snow on her shoulder soothingly. Let's get home as soon as possible. Ruashi knew. Is there something wrong with such a beautiful thing? Ruashi retracted her claws, looked around, and chose a direction based on her feeling. After flying a distance, Su Qing's expression became more and more solemn. At this time, they were surrounded by white mist. These faintly fluorescent air floated slowly, like calm water, and like free and unrestrained clouds, looking beautiful. Ruashi, we're off course, go over there. Su Qing looked at the treasure map and pointed to the other side. This happened so many times along the way that she couldn't count them with both hands. But fortunately, Ruashi flew fast, and Su Qing held the treasure map tightly. The arrow had moved more than halfway. She looked up. The first thing she saw was the subtitles that could not be ignored. The progress bar that was slowly jumping up was only 5% away. Su Qing suddenly tasted rust on her tongue and frowned, realizing that she had actually bitten her lip. Huh? She took a deep breath, but her heart could not calm down. Unexpectedly, there was white fog all around, but the sky above was always dark. Wait, if the sky is dark, not white fog, does it mean that as long as you fly high, you can fly out of the white fog? Thinking of this, Su Qing excitedly lowered her body, leaned close to Ruashi's ear, and told her all her guesses. But the imagination is beautiful, the result is terrible. Enough, Ruashi. Su Qing's face was stiff, and she was convinced. We have been flying up for a while, and we have not been able to fly out of the white fog. There is no need to waste time anymore. She stared at the subtitles. 99%, 100%. No need. Because the version has been loaded. As if they were in sync, the subtitles in the air that only she could see slowly dissipated, also symbolizing the arrival of the fog. When the first mysterious fog will sweep across the world, bringing unknown visitors. The light will completely disappear, the world. Before the fog circle closes, try your best to upgrade the cabin. Su Qing softly repeated the content of the broadcast. Indescribable strange screams rang in my ears, mixed with various rustling sounds. But the sound seemed to be all around, in every direction. It was hard to tell where the danger might be. Well, it could be in every direction. Haha, I was so disappointed. This should be the visitor, right? Su Qing's eyes were wide open, and she was exhausted. From the first scream, Ruashi tensed up and looked around nervously. Su Qing touched the little guy soothingly. Then he pointed in a direction. Fly in that direction. We should not fly too high or too low. Slow down and be cautious. Next, everyone should try to stay quiet and not attract other creatures in the fog. If you fly off the track, I will point you in the direction. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing said firmly in a low voice, in short, don't pay attention to other creatures. Just go back to the cabin first. Ah. Just as he was about to speak, Ruashi immediately remembered Su Qing's instructions. The unfinished words were stuck in his throat, and he nodded instead, indicating that he understood. Let's go! Su Qing's eyes were bright, and she touched the gun behind her. As the arrow got closer and closer to the green light spot, a familiar stream appeared in front of her. It was very close to the cabin. But Su Qing and her group stopped. Who the breathing sounded like firecrackers, making people wonder what kind of creature it was. Do you want to fight? Ruashi turned her head. Seeing the questioning look in the little guy's eyes, Su Qing quickly shook her head. It must be solved. After all, this place is too close to the cabin. But not now. Please, bullets are not used much in the underground city. And with such loud snoring, the enemy must be big. If a fight really breaks out, she may become a burden. Besides, Su Qing always feels that there are still surprises waiting for them in this fog. What if they rush up and this creature is not afraid of bullets at all? Anyway, the enemy is sleeping now, so it's better to go back to the cabin first. Besides, her cabin has been upgraded to level 4, and the description is impregnable. Alas, it has to be in line with the evaluation of solid as a rock. Let's be steady first. Go around. Su Qing lip-synced and pointed to the side. Oh, I know. Ruashi nodded and left quietly. It was not until she entered the fence that Su Qing's hanging heart finally relaxed. She patted her chest and said, I'm scared to death. Oh, Su Qing, don't be afraid. Ruashi will protect Su Qing, Ruashi whispered. Her eyes swept across the yard. Perhaps because the yard was also included in the scope of the hut, there was not much white fog inside. Su Qing looked at the fence on the side again. As if there was an invisible barrier, the white mist surged outside the fence. The half-height fence was not enough to give people a sense of security. Su Qing opened the door and pinched her throat. Go, 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 everyone stay inside from now on. She did not forget that there was an unknown creature around the hut. Creaky. The door was gently closed. In the white mist, a huge black creature lay on the open ground. Its black tail sank into the water, sliding from time to time, stirring up ripples. The upper body was wrapped in the white mist, and the deafening snoring blew away the surrounding mist. The white mist wrapped around the upper body became thinner. But soon, the mist came again. It dispersed and returned, as if the mist was breathing. The snoring sound drifted through the hut, and the door was tightly closed. The sound moved forward again, to the bottom of the waterfall. The mist here was just as thick. It was carrying a pointed mound of earth. Wah! The soil particles fell down in a rustling sound. But no one saw this scene. Soon, the place returned to peace again. Chapter 104. Inside the house, Su Qing squatted beside the stove. The firewood made crackling sounds, and the orange flames exuded heat. The warmth from her palms dispelled the coldness in her body. Su Qing felt very comfortable, and her whole body became warm. The wood inside was almost black, so she picked up a piece of wood and deftly put it into the flame. Squeak! It was so comfortable, the tree mouse followed suit and changed to the other side to warm itself, its tail swaying gently behind it. It was really warm. Ruashi stretched her limbs and curled up at Su Qing's feet. With her head resting on her paws, Ruashi looked at the flames, but her heart was still thinking about the unknown creature. Cuckoo! Su Qing blinked her eyes and fixed her gaze on Shui. Hungry? The bird nodded, not shy at all, and pointed its wings in the direction of the utility room. Cuckoo! Very hungry and thirsty. Okay, how about some soup? Su Qing immediately had an idea in her mind. In this cold weather, it is best to eat something with soup. After a bowl of it, her stomach will feel warm. There is no problem with the bird. After discussing with Shui, Su Qing turned to Lucky and Ruashi, who were secretly looking at her. What about you two? Like us, or do you choose by yourself? But Su Qing changed the subject and looked at Ruashi apologetically. There is still some meat stored at home. Ruashi, you eat it first. After studying the fog, we will see if we can go out and explore. Squeak. Like you. The tree mouse nodded casually. It was a little sleepy. Apart from the unknown visitor, who might pose a threat from outside, the cultivation room can fully supply her, Lucky and Shue with daily food, so there is no problem even if they don't go out for a long time. The only difference is Ruashi. Although Ruashi can grow or shrink freely, the food she needs has not decreased, but has increased. Su-Ching can understand this. After all, change also requires energy. But after finally passing through the fog and returning to the cave, Su-Ching is not willing to go out so rashly when she has only a vague understanding of the outside world. Besides, there is an unknown creature outside. At least she should check the online forum. With so many survivors, there must be other people who have noticed some details that she has not discovered. Now, Ruashi can only eat some meat and fruit first. After understanding the situation, Su-Ching will take the little guys into the fog to see if they can hunt. Speaking of which, Su-Ching's mind was filled with a deafening snoring. Can the meat of the unknown creature be eaten? Stop, stop, we don't even know what the unknown creature is. It's really dangerous to daydream about this. But Su-Ching was really moved. Don't worry, Su-Ching. Ruashi stood up, pressed tightly against Su-Ching's calf, and rubbed it a few times like a spoiled child. It's not hungry, Su-Ching, don't worry. At most, it eats less. By the way, does Ruashi eat a lot on weekdays? It seems a little. Thinking of this, the little white wolf glanced at the fire with a guilty conscience. Cooking, Su-Ching rubbed Ruashi, shook her head, and put her wild thoughts behind her. The small pot was placed on the stove, and the flames licked the bottom of the pot. After adding half a pot of water, Su-Ching turned on the light screen and clicked on the forum. Chutienda, is anyone there? Chutienda, everyone, I rushed back after hearing the announcement. As soon as I ran out of the crack, the fog had already loaded. Now there is white fog all around, and I feel there is sound in every direction. Where should I go? Supingsha. The crack really disappeared as soon as I turned my head. When I came out of the crack, I didn't leave for a step. As soon as I turned my head, the entrance to the crack behind me disappeared. Duan Xuanbai didn't run out, right? Su-Ching was silent. She personally thought that staying inside would not necessarily lead to death. After all, there were so many creatures in the underground city, and it didn't look like they were refreshed every year. As long as she returned to the underground in time, she might be able to survive until the next summer heat. But the question was, would the exit connecting the crack passage and the underground be closed like the entrance? If it was closed, Su-Ching's hands trembled. If she didn't run back in the remaining time, she would have to stay in the passage, which would be a dead end. In a passage with nothing but tree roots, she couldn't think of a way to break through in a short time. Now we can only hope that the cracks and the underground exits are not closed. After all, even the trading function of the light screen cannot be used in the passage. The eyes turned back to the light screen. The heavy topic was skipped by everyone tacitly. Su-Ching scrolled down and saw something related to the fog, and finally cheered up. Chin zipping, we are also in the fog, and we can't see far away at all. But I was a little luckier, and those strange calls sounded a little far away from me. Mu-Chin sang, do you remember what was reported before? The fog will sweep across the world, bringing unknown visitors. The owners of those shouts should be the so-called visitors. Indeed, Su-Ching nodded, she thought so too. Gulp gulp. The water in the small pot boiled and bubbled. Su-Ching put the ingredients into the water one by one, and her other hand typed hard on the light screen. Su-Ching, visitors, visiting guests, maybe the monsters behind will come on their own initiative. Tang lied, don't say such scary words, okay, Mu-Chin sang, although it is a very annoying guess, based on the nature of Doomsday, I also think it is possible. Mu-Chin sang, 6. Tang lied, here it comes again, Doomsday's lightspeed shielding. Su-Ching clicked on the post and began to quickly browse other posts. Combined with her own experience of walking through the fog, Su-Ching began to form information about the fog in her mind. First, normal torches, wall lamps, and other lighting tools are not very effective in the fog. In the fog, after her wall lamp was turned on, she could not see what was behind the white fog clearly. Coupled with the feedback from many survivors on the light screen, Su-Ching almost confirmed this point. Second, the cries in the fog are indeed from creatures, not cleverly created by nature. Su-Ching touched her chin. Some posts said they had encountered monsters, and then stopped replying. It might be much later before we could get information about those creatures. Su-Ching said blessings to the survivors in her heart. I hope everyone can return to the cabin safely. Third, after the fog version comes, no matter left, right, or up, you will always be in the white fog. Oh, by the way, there is no white fog in the hut. However, Su Qing has upgraded her hut to level 4, so she doesn't know if there will be white fog in lower level huts. Well, since it's dark above, and you can't see the white fog if it's far away, then will the creatures in the white fog also evolve individually, just like the creatures underground? Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. If so, it would be simpler. Keep quiet. Although they can't see if there are other creatures nearby, they can control their movements and reduce the possibility of attracting monsters. Wait, Su Qing blinked her eyes. It seems that these creatures are more familiar with the fog than they are. What if they can see the things in the white fog? Haha, that's really a bit of hell. Su Qing laughed dryly in her heart. Doomsday, please spare me. Family, I found a treasure chest in the fog. Haha, it's my fault. What? Su Qing sat up straight. What does it mean to say I'm the one who blames me? Is that what she understood? Su Qing clicked on the post with new comments and it suddenly soared up. Liao Hongmian, hee, long story short. Before the fog was loaded, I was on my way home. So I was also trapped in the fog circle, and I was discovered by a monster. Liao Hongmian, but the other party seemed to be not very smart, and I got rid of him. Then on the way back to the cabin, I found another golden treasure chest causing a large number of attacks on fog creatures, which is the description of this long-range weapon. Oh, I heard a familiar cry. The monster found me quite quickly, but now he, 2-level reversal, golden treasure chest, causing a large number of attacks on fog creatures. I still found it on the road. I remember her 2 golden treasure chests before. One was in the wolf pack territory, and the other was in the largest snowman territory, both of which required killing monsters. Perhaps the quality and probability of treasure chests in the fog have been improved. However, being able to find weapons that restrain fog creatures in one go, Su Qing looked at Liao Hongmian with some envy. Liao Hongmian was really lucky after sending 2 messages. She wanted it too. Su Qing put her hands together and gave her a treasure chest that could restrain fog creatures. If it doesn't work, a lot of meat would be fine. After eating and taking a full rest, we will explore around the hut carefully. Seeing that there was no important news, Su Qing turned off the light screen and began to distribute the food. After drinking the slightly hot soup, the whole body instantly warmed up. Su Qing blew the hot air and picked up the potatoes with chopsticks to eat. Considering that the rice was too hot just out of the pot, there was not much soup in Lucky and Shua's bowl. As for Ruashi, Su Qing had already put some meat and soup on a wooden plate. The little guy took a bite of meat and licked the slightly salty soup, eating happily. After eating and drinking, Su Qing picked up Ruashi. Everyone has been exhausted from going down the crack to rushing back, so I thought we should rest enough before going out to try hunting. Awoo! Don't worry about Su Qing. Ruashi looked at the worry hidden in Su Qing's eyes, and even though she knew that the other party couldn't understand, she still responded obediently. Quack! The bird will go too. Seeing Su Qing looking over hesitantly, the bird gave its own answer. Squeak! The mouse must not be left behind. If we go, we will go together. The tree mouse quickly climbed onto Su Qing's shoulder and hugged her neck tightly with its claws. In short, we are family, so we must go together. Okay. Su Qing didn't say anything before the 2 little ones saw it and rejected her unspoken suggestion in advance with their actions. She reluctantly hugged Lucky and Shui into her arms and said, Let's go together. Let's start by the side of the cabin and see if we can find the treasure chest. She looked at the tightly closed door, as if she could see the white fog outside through the door. It would be best if she could open a powerful weapon. She led the team out in an orderly manner and brought them back intact. Chapter 105. Lying down on the mat in the bedroom with the little ones in her arms, Su Qing was still imagining how to deal with the unknown creatures beside the hut. Although she couldn't see its appearance, she could imagine that it was difficult to deal with it just by the deafening snoring. When she thought of this, her head started to throb with pain. Awoo! Su Qing, take a rest. Ruashi raised her paw and placed it on the side of Su Qing's face. If you feel uncomfortable, take a rest first, don't be stubborn. She was tired and had a headache, so she was not in a good condition. The touch on her face was too obvious. Su Qing forced a smile. What's wrong, Ruashi? Awoo! Go to sleep, Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing frowning in confusion, Ruashi stood up anxiously and turned around in circles. Squeak! The tree mouse poked Su Qing to attract attention to herself. When the man and the wolf looked over, the tree mouse lay down peacefully, even simulating a gentle breathing sound. Oh, okay. I'm too worried about the unknown creatures outside. The little guy is worried about her. Su Qing took a deep breath and persuaded herself in her heart. Let's go to sleep. We set off after we've rested enough. That's right, Ruashi sighed softly and watched Su Qing close her eyes. Raising her paws, Ruashi tried her best to control her movements until she lay down next to Su Qing, then curled up in satisfaction. As soon as she lay down, fatigue came over her. "Awu, Ruashi wants to rest. Help Su Qing, help." "Awu," the little white wolf yawned tiredly, and his eyelids slowly closed. Su Qing herself didn't know when she fell asleep. After waking up naturally, she turned on the light screen, read the forum for a while, and then left the bedroom quietly. The little ones were still sleeping, so she planned to sort out her things and take out the things she would take out first. She would not take the hunting rifle, bullets, and food with her, since she was exploring near the cabin, but she could put them aside and put them in her magic bag when she went out. Suddenly, a long black block in the corner attracted her attention. Su Qing blinked, a little confused. She touched it with her fingertips, and some black flakes were stained on her fingertips. Su Qing remembered a little. Wasn't this the lightning struck which she found on the cliff with the little ones in the spring? At that time, the light screen described it as blocked. I don't know if it is still blocked now. Glancing at the direction of the bedroom, the little ones haven't woken up yet. Time is not urgent. Su Qing clicked on the light screen and initiated a link to herself. Lightning struck wood, formed by absorbing lightning by chance. It has a certain effect on fog creatures. Oh, you are really lucky. You will know the benefits of this thing in the future. As for how to use it, you can grind it into powder or burn it, not blocked. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. It has a certain effect on the creatures in the mist. And it can be ground into powder or burned for use. Is it a hint of usage? I didn't expect that the lightning wood in spring could be used in this version of the mist, and Su Qing suddenly thought of another thing. She began to search through the boxes and cabinets. A few minutes later, Su Qing held the silvery silk thread in her hand. Devil silk. Produced by the mist creature Ghostface Spider, it is extremely flexible and cannot be cut by ordinary weapons. Add another liquid secreted by the Ghostface Spider, the devil's silk will be the real devil in the dark. Luckily, this time it was a baby spider that had been wandering outside and had not eaten for a long time, otherwise who would die and who would live? Wow, the case is solved. It turns out that the Ghostface Spider is a fog creature, so now there should be a group of spiders in the mine cave on the other side of the volcano. Su Qing put the devil silk back into the treasure chest and picked up the crossbow next to it. The appearance of the cloud-breaking crossbow, which consumed 15 devil silks, is very gorgeous, with smooth lines, and the overall color is mainly gold and silver. After asking Miss Yangzine, Su Qing also knew where the crossbow arm, crossbow bow, bowstring, and crossbow machine of the cloud-breaking crossbow were. Although the crossbow takes longer to reload than the bow, it has a longer range and stronger lethality. Not to mention that the cloud-breaking crossbow comes with a 10-shot guarantee, which means that the 10th arrow will hit the target. Currently, she has 15 crossbow arrows in her hand. Among them, only one uses the devil's silk, and the others are made of silk drawn from velvet flowers. After comparison, Su Qing also found that the crossbow arrows made of devil's silk seem to be sharper and tougher. There are more Ghostface Spiders trapped in the trap. Su Qing clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Not only the cloud-breaking crossbow, but also the amount of devil silk needed to synthesize the small magic bag is the biggest part. Awa? Su Qing, where are you? Ruashi's confused voice came from outside the utility room. Su Qing poked her head out and met 3 pairs of eyes. They were all awake. Come on. She waved at the 3 little ones. I'm just packing up my things. After we're done, let's explore around the hut. Awa! Here we go. Are we going out? Ruashi was much more excited. Just ran a few steps. Goo-goo. The little white wolf froze in place. So, the original plan to go into the utility room to listen to her story turned into the little guys eating while listening to her story. This is the first time we explore the fog. We don't have to rush to fight other creatures, okay? The key is to find out how many treasure chests there are in the hut, and how many threatening creatures exist, and then we defeat them one by one. The 3 little ones nodded obediently. Very good. Su Qing clapped her hands. If there is a treasure chest that can open food, then we can be more cautious in our steps to explore outside. But if not, then we will get rid of the big guy first, see if its meat is edible, and then go into the forest. In short, safety comes first. Awa! Squeak. Ga. 3 crisp answers. After the little guys finished their meal, Su Qing carried 2 magic bags and walked out of the cave with the 3 little ones. In her left hand was a freshly made lightning wood torch, and in her right hand was a gun. In an instant, Su Qing felt a sense of security. Have we set off? Ruashi, who had grown up again, looked at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded and walked to the gate first. In the yard, the fireflies were emitting a faint light. After taking a last look at the quiet yard, Su Qing pushed open the gate and stepped into the white mist. Opening the lid of the torch, the flame ignited automatically. The torch was made of lightning-struck wood, and the flame was a beautiful purple. After observing quietly for a while, Su Qing found that the white mist seemed to be avoiding the flame. As long as the torch passed by, the white mist was always much thinner. It seems to be effective. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. One side is the edge of the waterfall, and the other side is downstream. If you go straight ahead, you need to cross the water. It's not far from here under the waterfall. Let's go downstream first. So, Su Qing pointed in a direction. Turning around, Ruashi's eyes were firm, and she must have understood what she meant. Creaky. The fence door closed gently behind her. Ruashi walked to her side, and her huge body gave her a sense of security. The white wolf squatted beside her, and Su Qing stepped onto Ruashi's back. After eating and drinking enough and resting enough, the white fog became very quiet. It was completely different from when the new version was loaded. Now, whether it was the huge snoring or the small noises before, everything disappeared. It was as if it was consciously controlled. Hunting. Su Qing was in a trance for a moment and whispered. If it was deliberately silent and hunting in the white fog, then it would be understandable. Between the fog creatures and the fog creatures, and the fog creatures to the natives of the forest. Perhaps, when the fog is quiet, it is the most dangerous. Suddenly, the snow hovering around turned to the left. The white figure shuttled through the white mist, and after flying for a while, the figure became blurred. Su Qing touched Ruashi and signaled the little girl to follow. Otherwise, they would really lose it if they waited a little longer. Following the direction where the snow flew, Su Qing narrowed her eyes and stared at the gradually clear figure in front of her when she counted to 100 in her mind. It was snow. And the treasure chest. The white bird stood on the bronze treasure chest, spread its wings, and landed on Su Qing's left shoulder again. Su Qing gently touched the snow. Well done, she lip-synced. Jumping off the wolf's back, Su Qing took out her machete and began to unpack the box. Because they still needed to continue exploring the area, they would first see what was inside, and then decide whether to carry it with them. As for the heavy box, they would decide when they returned. 5 pounds of spare ribs. 2 bags of flour. Su Qing picked it up, and saw that the flour was the kind of homemade wheat flour. The bag was not big, but it was quite heavy. Both the spare ribs and the flour were heavy. Su Qing looked at Ruashi and whispered, "Are you hungry?" Ruashi's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. On the road again, it was all up to Shui and Lucky to find the treasure chest in the white fog. But their exploration had to end early. Su Qing looked at the light screen that automatically popped up in front of her, her face livid. Your hut is being destroyed. Let's go home. Su Qing put the newly found treasure chest into the magic bag and said quickly, the hut was attacked. Ouch. What? Really? Ruashi shook her head in disbelief, and then she was angry. Which bastard destroyed their home? Rushed back at high speed. The dark creature dived into the fence that was knocked open. Su Qing was a little suffocated when she saw this scene. Help! Do you know that it takes 25 days for velvet flowers to grow? Bastard! Su Qing gritted her teeth and raised her hand to shoot. Bang! Unexpectedly, crisp knocking sounds rang out all around. The figure that was desperately trying to drill in stopped, and the black claws were locked on the fence, slowly retreating. It is very similar to the black lizard, but the color of one is mainly green, while the one in front is completely black. In contrast, she actually thought that the name Black Lizard should be given to the creature in front of her. The scales opened and closed, and the creature stood up with its claws raised. Su Qing suddenly realized that the front claws of the lizard-like creature in front of her were very short and sharp. Roar. The sound was deafening, accompanied by a fishy wind. Why do the appearance and voice of the creatures of the end of the world always unexpectedly don't match? Su Qing covered her ears. At the same time, she quickly thought about how to deal with this unfriendly visitor. Su Qing turned her eyes away from the back covered with scales. Can she attack from the abdomen like she did with the black lizard? Roar. The creature opened its mouth wide, and the white mist around it was the first to be dyed green. Su Qing's eyelids twitched violently. Ruashi, get out of the way. Chapter 106. The emerald green gas spread very quickly, and it was in front of her eyes in the blink of an eye. Before she finished speaking, Ruashi under her body took action. Su Qing could only hug Ruashi quickly to prevent herself from being thrown off. When she turned around, They were already several meters away from the original place. Strangely, after the creature sprayed the emerald green gas, it no longer spread quickly, but gradually gathered to form a natural barrier in the middle. What is the purpose of the gas released by the other party? Su Qing raised her gun. Was it a deadly poison, or could it paralyze them? However, it seemed that the green gas was spread by the creature when it was sprayed out. When the opponent finished the action, the position was fixed. Just be careful, and try not to get close. Of course, this was in the absence of wind. Damn, why didn't this guy expose his abdomen? She didn't even have a chance to shoot him in the abdomen. Su Qing was stunned. The big black guy scratched the ground with his short front paws, and his head shook. Awuh! It laughed at me. Ruashi looked up with grievance. The snow-white wolf's face was stained with a few strands of emerald green. Su Qing pursed her lips, and it was actually on the cheeks, which looked like green beards. Didn't Ruashi dodge just now? Lucky. Su Qing jumped off the wolf's back neatly. I have a difficult task for you. The tree mouse's eyes became solemn. Squeak, Su Qing said. Do you remember the healing potion we drank before? You take Ruashi in and watch it finish a bottle. Awuh! Ruashi won't go. Ruashi is here to help Su Qing. Although there was a double image in front of her eyes, Ruashi felt that she was fine. It slapped the ground heavily. The person on the other side is not allowed to laugh. Ruashi will definitely beat you up. The wolf's claws fell softly. Su Qing frowned. Is the impact so big? Be obedient, Ruashi. Come out and help me quickly after you finish drinking. That can help you recover faster. Awuh! Okay, Su Qing and Ruashi will be back soon. Looking at Su Qing worriedly, a white light came on. Ruashi became smaller, and rushed to the cave from behind with a tree rat on her back. Su Qing seized the opportunity, and fired a shot, when the auxiliary light was aimed at the eyes of the black big guy. Bang! Wow, it hit! The roar replaced the weird laughter. Su Qing clenched her fist excitedly, and then ran in the opposite direction. Caught up. Rush into the white fog. The roar behind her followed like a shadow. Although Su Qing didn't know the exact location, she could still shoot at the source of the sound every once in a while. Since she couldn't see the direction clearly, Su Qing started to circle around by feeling. When they explored the area around the hut before, they didn't find any other fog creatures except this big guy, which was why Su Qing dared to fly a kite. As long as they didn't leave the hut too far, there shouldn't be any problem. And she guessed that the size of the big guy should be rare among fog creatures. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the only one around the hut. As for creatures, they always seek benefits and avoid harm. Ha. Catching up again. Bird reminded. Su Qing fired a shot in the direction where Shui flew. Of course, she fired from a much lower height than Shui. Otherwise, she would have hurt her own people. Without waiting for Shui, Su Qing ran to the left. With Shui's speed, the big guy couldn't catch up. She could use this time to pull away again. Shui would catch up after a while. So how to deal with this big guy? Awuh! Drink it. Let's go find Su Qing. After a gulp, Ruashi let go of the bottle and retreated a few steps. Without Ruashi's support, the tree mouse holding the bottom of the bottle blinked, and its claws were pulled down by a force. Clang! The glass shards were shattered all over the floor. Ruashi and the tree mouse, shocked, the two little guys looked at each other. It's over. Ruashi, let's go find Su Qing. Tree mouse, yeah, the mouse thinks so too. Ruashi, what about this? The tree mouse looked left and right, and dragged a dry straw from the corner. Guilty, he covered the broken bottle with the straw, and when he was done, he patted it gently to make sure nothing was exposed. Squeak. Okay, let's go find Su Qing. If you can't see it, then pretend it doesn't exist. The tree mouse took the lead and walked towards the door. Awuh! Here it comes. It feels that it is in a particularly good state now. Ruashi snorted lightly. It can beat 10 people. Ahem. The little white wolf lowered its head slightly. In fact, it still can't beat 10 people. But it can definitely beat one. Ruashi and the tree mouse ran out of the cave eager to try. They came to the fence. The sky is black. The fog is white. Even the green gas was still there. The only ones missing were the three parties involved. Ouch! Su Qing. Where are Su Qing and the others? Ruashi's eyes were blank. Squeak. I don't know. The tree mouse shook his head blankly. Roar. Ruashi's ears moved and subconsciously turned to the direction of the sound. Ouch! Over there? Squeak, squeak. It seems like a fight has started. Let's go. Time went back to more than 10 minutes ago. Su Qing was jogging while thinking about how to deal with the big guy. Alas! Su Qing stumbled and fell to the ground. Her palms were burning with pain, probably because she had hit some small stones. Wait, Su Qing broke out in a cold sweat. Who can tell her what this long bone with many special effects is under her? Woo! It sounded like the whistling wind, long and hollow. Ga. Su Qing, what is this? The bird stopped. The giant creature lying there turned its head. White mist lingered on its body, emitting a faint light. Its appearance was outlined by white bones, but it was not ugly. The eerie blue flame seemed to grow from its bones, like its hair, floating softly in the air. The same was true for its eye sockets. In the empty eye sockets, 2 clusters of blue and white flames flickered. The creature in front of them had no desire to attack them. After realizing this, the bird flew towards Su Qing hesitantly. It followed its figure, with a cold gaze. This newly appeared creature seemed to pay special attention to them. The bird landed beside Su Qing and pondered, could it be a creature that Su Qing had known before? Hush. Su Qing turned her face slightly, and pointed solemnly at the bone tail swaying gently in front of her. She was wrong. The bird blinked. It looked like Su Qing didn't know it very well. Su Qing lowered her voice, and looked around quietly. We leave quietly. While speaking, she frowned. She always felt that the surroundings looked very familiar. Roar. Oh, Su Qing stood up. She actually forgot that there was a tail following her. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. What a deadly dead end. The bone tail lifted up, and slowly pulled away from the front. Ah, Su Qing was stunned. She turned around in shock. The huge figure slowly approached the black big guy in the blue flames that were burning wantonly. So handsome. Su Qing murmured. And why did I feel that this back figure looked familiar? Roar. Compared to the creatures walking casually, the big guy was obviously much more bluffing. For a moment, he only roared and did not move forward. Ga. Very powerful. The bird landed on Su Qing's shoulder, but it was obviously just the first time they met. Why would this creature help them? It seems we are lucky. Su Qing suppressed the familiar feeling in her heart. This fog creature should have a strong sense of territory. We are too weak, so it is more concerned about the offender with a stronger presence. Huh? Is that so? The bird felt something was wrong. It's time to fight. Su Qing clenched her fists. Compared with the culprit who destroyed the hut, she obviously liked the creature that passed by them more. So when the 2 fog creatures faced each other, she couldn't help but worry about the latter. Of course, there is a good impression, but their lives are also important. Su Qing walked to the side. With the lesson of falling just now, Su Qing looked closely at her feet this time, making sure that every step she took was firmly on the ground. Su Qing stopped only when she touched the mountain wall again, and watched the fight between the fog creatures. The white fog covered most of it, but because of the fierce fight, the fog flowed violently, so she could get a glimpse of the general situation. The black big guy went up. The bone beast hit the black guy with its tail, making a loud sound and causing high damage. The black guy rushed forward. The bone beast dodged and stepped on him. Hurry up and get out of the way. Seeing the black guy opening his mouth and releasing poison gas, Su Qing shouted loudly, "Be careful of the poison gas in your mouth." Oh, why did she say it? Su Qing slapped her mouth lightly, but she didn't regret it. After all, the bone beast didn't hurt them, and it even faced a fog creature that was chasing them. The bone beast turned its head slightly. There were only 2 flames in its eye sockets, but Su Qing felt a chill rising up. The skull of the bone beast was triangular, long and narrow, with a pointed snout and relatively flat sides. The blue flames fluttered, like the soft fur of the bone beast. Looking down along the skull, the white neck bones connected to the chest cavity, and between the slender and curved ribs, the darker flames wrapped around a round object. Su Qing squinted her eyes, and couldn't see clearly. The bone beast opened its mouth. It was a familiar action. Su Qing opened her mouth. No, you fog creatures can not only spray poison gas, but also other things. Su Qing was in high spirits and watched more attentively. She noticed that the flame that replaced the heart shrank violently, and the object in the center spun rapidly. Then, the flame spewed out of the mouth of the bone beast along its neck. Wow! Gaw! Awesome! The green gas burned violently, as soon as it touched the flame. The bone beast slowly let go of the black giant, because the other party was already on fire quickly, and couldn't take care of itself. The screams were endless, and sounded a little creepy. It's a bit scary. Su Qing smacked her lips, but they didn't have to worry about the hut being attacked again. The bird nodded in agreement. Su Qing touched the little guy and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Shui." A blue flame appeared in the corner of her eyes. Su Qing was silent. She turned her head. At some point, the bone beast ran in front of her, and its huge body was full of oppression. It seemed that the other party had no desire to attack. Su Qing raised her head bravely. The flames in her eyes were beating violently, symbolizing the owner's injustice. You? Su Qing looked at the white flower on the forehead of the bone beast. For some reason, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Awuh! Su Qing, Ruashi's voice came. In the white mist, a huge white wolf rushed out, with Lucky standing in its head. Su Qing didn't care about this. It's closed. It's closed. Awuh! Su Qing, what are you talking about? What's closed? Ruashi tilted her head. The bird's eyes moved slightly. It seemed to realize something. Awuh! Su Qing, don't cry. Why are you crying suddenly? Ruashi lowered her head and wanted to rub Su Qing. Su Qing pushed Ruashi away and looked around. The bone beast that was just in front of her had disappeared. Ruashi, let's look for it quickly. Su Qing's tears fell down. Wanshu may be back. What? Ruashi was stunned. Awuh! Sister? Sister is back? Look, is this under the waterfall? Su Qing wiped her tears, the same figure, plus the white flower on the forehead, and enough. Friendly attitude, she didn't believe so many coincidences overlapped. Even if she was overthinking in the end, she had to verify it herself once. After searching for a while, they ran to the edge of the waterfall unknowingly. Awuh! No more. Ruashi looked at the crushed wooden sign with a sense of loss. But the small pile of earth they had piled up disappeared, and there was flat ground everywhere. Really? Su Qing looked at the flat ground. Let's go back. Since only the ground was flattened, it shouldn't affect the underground. Awuh! Ruashi responded gloomily. It picked up the main body of the wooden sign, and tears dripped on the cracked wood. The group disappeared in the white mist. Woo! The white bones gently approached the wet wood. The visitor looked at the white mist. That was the direction Su Qing and the others left. Chapter 107. In the white mist, a huge figure moved forward slowly. The originally slowly flowing white mist was moved up as it passed by, so the shallow stream of light mist turned into streamers, gently wrapped around the sides. Under the dark sky, the huge figure in the light mist moved forward silently, like a ghost. Suddenly it stopped. In front of it, first there was a low piece of wood with a big hole on the side. It tilted its head, raised its paw, and gently placed it on the side. Woo! It laughed. The flames in its eye sockets danced with joy. But soon it looked at its bony claws in confusion. Why was it happy? Why did it follow those guys here? When the big black guy rushed over, why couldn't it help but help? It lay down and tilted its head to peek inside the cave. There was no white mist inside. On the side of the irregularly shaped gravel road, the ball emitted light, illuminating the surroundings. The uneven earth ridges were planted with several rows of plants. It looked to the other side. On the outside of the tall building, dark wood tilted from the top to the ground, very strange. In fact, it didn't know why it followed. The bone beast put its head on the ground, and the flames in its eye sockets shook wildly. When it was conscious, it couldn't see anything. In the darkness, it heard many, many sounds, very lively. But after a while, those sounds slowly disappeared. So the world became a beast for it again. The subconscious told it that it must find something very important. How important was it? The bone beast quietly stayed where it woke up, in the same posture it was in when it was awake, and in the same posture it was in when it was thinking. Later, it felt that it had strength, so it slowly crawled out. It didn't want to stay there. It wanted to find. What was it looking for? The bone beast didn't know. But it wanted to find it. Maybe it would be rewarding to go in and ask those guys. The bone beast raised its chin, and it seemed that they were also looking for something. However, the bone beast looked down at its huge claws, and its ferocious bone tail swung flexibly in sight. This would scare them. It should become more harmless. With a thought, the heart in its chest expanded and contracted, and the blue flame quickly enveloped its whole body. Woo! It's okay. It should be fine now that it has become so small. The bone beast fiddled with its claws a little uncomfortably, and it crawled into the hole. Its steps became more and more crooked, and the bone beast found itself next to a high-rise building. The dark red wood was wide and long, with uneven surfaces. It sniffed gently, but there was no smell. Ah, why did it feel that the world had a smell? With new doubts, the bone beast took a last look at the wood and walked inside. This was a huge hole, dark and cold. The bone beast did not like darkness or cold environments. because when it woke up, it was very cold and dark. But why did it feel so familiar? It raised its claws, and the 5 distinct bone fingers fell to the ground. Woo! For some reason, it suddenly felt very sad. The low sob drifted away and melted into the darkness. Creaky. The door of the cave opened. The bone beast hid in the shadows, covering its mouth, not daring to make a sound. It looked at the cave quietly. The light poured out from inside. It was a warm color. The tall figure walked to the edge, poked his head out, and looked around. It was the little thing that fell on its tail before. It was also a creature that could not even think of hurting it after just one look. Maybe its species is born to like small animals. The bone beast leaned against the wall and moved forward silently. It wanted to see more. Awah! A voice came from inside the door. It remembered that it was the companion of that creature. How could she be so small and thin? The bone beast tilted its head. How could she protect herself when she was so weak? Nothing. Maybe I heard it wrong. The voice was also very nice. The door was not closed, and the creature walked in. The bone beast listened quietly for a while, and no footsteps were heard. Leaning back, it jumped out of the big hole and landed silently in the shadows. It approached the cave. Climbing behind the half door, the bone beast looked inside. The creature sat down. In front of it was a black object, and the orange-red fire licked the bottom of the black object, making a gurgling sound. On the side, the white, fluffy little guy rolled left and right at her feet, making a coquettish woo sound. The snow-white bird lowered its head to preen its feathers. On her shoulder, the brown-yellow animal pointed at the black object, and its golden eyes sparkled. And it stood outside the door, hiding in the shadows. Like a thief peeping at happiness. Happiness? The bone beast was stunned. What is happiness? Dong. A crisp knocking sound came from the door. Su Qing looked up when she heard the sound. Squeak. The tree mouse turned its head in surprise, and met Su Qing's eyes. Are there other creatures outside sneaking in? Go. Su Qing made a mouth shape and stood up softly. Ruoshi looked solemn and rushed out silently first. Su Qing followed closely to the door. Awah! Strange, there are no other creatures? Ruoshi looked around, but it didn't find anything. Didn't you see anything? Seeing Ruoshi's performance, Su Qing already had an idea in her mind. She frowned and stared at the front. Ouch. Ruoshi shook her head. That's strange. Su Qing touched her chin. It's impossible that everyone is hallucinating for such a close sound. Could it be that the other party ran too fast? Let's go and move wood to fill the hole. After thinking about it, it can only be because there is a big hole in the fence, otherwise the light screen will definitely give a prompt, just like when the swamp crocodile was destroying it. Speaking of swamp crocodiles, Su Qing's teeth itch. Ah, the ropes she had saved up with great difficulty, the fence she built, just like that, a big hole was made, and it happened to be a new version at this time, and opportunities and dangers were lurking everywhere in the fog. Now other animals have sneaked in, and she can't delay any longer. She must fill the gap in the fence immediately. In this way, if other animals come in, she must open the fence door or attack the fence. If the other party attacks the fence, she will have a light screen prompt. Damn swamp crocodile. Su Qing turned around and walked back. Unfortunately, the swamp crocodile was burned by the bone beast, leaving nothing useful. She picked up the fragments on the ground and found out that it was the fog creature swamp crocodile. Awah! That's right. Although I don't know why Su Qing suddenly scolded the big guy, Su Qing must be right. In the dark, the two clusters of flames dimmed and disappeared completely. Su Qing held a sufficient amount of wood, and the rope and fence synthesis magic book under her arm, and came to the fence with a big hole. Outside the fence, the white mist emitting light was still flowing slowly, and the scene in the distance could not be seen clearly. After they left the waterfall, Su Qing took the three little ones to move all the treasure chests they found back, and put them in the utility room. But when she thought of the many familiar places on the bone beast, Su Qing didn't want to give up. So she took the three little ones to stroll around the area again, just to see if she could meet the bone beast again. At least, ask it if it has met a yellow wolf. It is a quiet person, with very beautiful eyes, as if it can speak. Su Qing sniffed. She began to use the magic book in silence. The white light gradually lit up, and then the light screen popped up. Su Qing quickly made a choice, and the newly synthesized fence filled the hole. The fence around the yard was intact again. Ruoshi, lucky, snow. Su Qing stood there, uneasy. Ouch! Ruoshi tilted her head. The tree mouse and the bird also looked at her. I always feel. She stared at the floating white mist, her eyes wandering. I always feel that the bone beast has too many similarities. You say, how can it be such a coincidence? How can it be such a coincidence? The same size, similar position, and a white flower mark on the forehead. And Su Qing became more and more excited as she spoke. She clenched her fists, and I recalled that the oval substance between its ribs is also very similar to the light magic stone. Ruoshi turned her head, and it didn't see the bone beast at all. Ouch! Could it really be my sister? The tree mouse didn't see the bone beast either. Wang Shu's death was a thorn in its heart, and it didn't dare to say much about this matter, so it just silently waited for Su Qing to make a decision. The bird took in everything. It flapped its wings and landed on the gate. Quack! Let's go out and look for it. The bird spread its wings and pointed outside. Snow. Su Qing's eyes widened slightly. You mean we go out? Quack. The bird nodded. To the waterfall? Quack. Yes. To find the bone beast? Quack. Yes. That's right. Su Qing's eyes became brighter and brighter. She picked up Lucky and Ruoshi. Just because we didn't find the bone beast before doesn't mean it's not Washu. What? Ruoshi pricked up her ears. The tree mouse also looked up quietly. If we can't meet it today, we go tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. We always meet the bone beast once, then we ask it in person. Su Qing used her elbow to push open the fence door. We go now. Su Qing put Ruoshi down and put Lucky on her shoulder. Some things, missing them once is enough. If the bone beast is really Washu, then it must also be expecting us to take the initiative to find it. Su Qing stepped into the mist. Woo woo. The bone beast ran all the way back to where it had crawled out, panting softly. It lay on the ground, its bone fingers sliding gently on the soil. Suddenly, it raised its head, as if looking for something. It remembered that when it crawled out, it seemed to step on something. But it didn't pay attention at that time, and seeing that it couldn't understand the things on it, it threw it aside. The fleeing bone beast suddenly thought of that thing, and couldn't help but think about it. Could it have its origins on it? Could the creature that left that thing be what it was looking for? Could it be that it actually has happiness? It was quiet all around. Ah, it is a beast. The bone beast rested its head weakly on its paws. It hated this feeling. It must go back. It must find them. Don't leave them. Woo. What is it? What is it looking for? Slowly, it shrank into a ball, and in the mist, its white jade-like bones trembled in the blue flames. Washu. The bone beast raised its head suddenly. It looked in the direction of the sound. In the empty eye sockets, the flame shook violently. It was not called, it had no name. Just as it was about to turn around, several figures passed through the white mist. The bone beast slightly widened its eyes. Chapter 108. Tall and short, big and small figures emerged from behind the white mist. The bone beast quickly glanced around, and there were no other creatures nearby. Such a short distance, but it felt that it couldn't be longer. Look, they walked straight towards it. Listen, they were calling names expectantly. If only that name belonged to it. It thought quietly, but lowered its head the next second, a little ashamed of its own thoughts. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. They are approaching. Are they approaching it? Hello. The bone beast raised its head. The closer it got, the more it expected, and the more afraid it became. Su Qing looked at the beast in front of her anxiously. The beast was made of blue flames and white bones, beautiful but dangerous. When she approached, it rested its head on its front paws and lay there quietly. The words went around in her mouth for a few times, and finally only 2 words came out. Why did she say it so stiffly? Su Qing clenched her fists and despised herself in her heart. The giant beast in front of him looked up at the sound. They met eyes. Silence. In the end, it was the giant beast in front of him that broke the stalemate. Woo! Are you looking for the one called Washu? It heard its own voice, and the bone beast tapped the ground anxiously with its tail. Awuh! Are you my sister? Ruoshi, who had been following Su Qing, couldn't help it. If it was expectant and worried when Su Qing made the guess, then after seeing the bone beast, Ruoshi no longer hesitated. This is its sister. Ruoshi took a step forward and looked at the bone beast in front of her with a fierce look. Look, they are the same size, and there is a mark of the wish flower on its forehead. The most important thing is that the place where the other party is lying now is where the sister sleeps. Ruoshi remembered correctly. As for why the sister didn't come to find them, it must be because the sister was teasing it, definitely. Woo, woo. Sister? I don't know. With his passionate eyes firmly glued to it, the bone beast shrank back somewhat at a loss. It really doesn't know. It doesn't remember anything. The only thing it has is the obsession of finding. But it doesn't know what it is looking for. Hot tears fell from its eyes, and slid down the soft white fur. How could this happen? Ruashi looked at Su Qing helplessly. What should Su Qing do? Woo! Don't cry, the bone beast stood up and said softly. Although I am not, the creature you are looking for must be very happy, and you are also moving towards it. Ruashi, don't cry. Su Qing patted Ruashi gently, and then she turned to the bone beast. From Ruashi's reaction, it can be known that the first step of the negotiation was not smooth. Then at least ask clearly why Wangshu's tomb was leveled. When the fog fell, they were halfway, and almost at the moment of loading, there were many noises around. And not much time had passed since the fog fell. Swamp crocodiles occupied a piece of territory alone, and there should be no other fog creatures around the bone beasts that were stronger than swamp crocodiles to disturb them. Therefore, only the bone beast should have been under the waterfall. Su Qing pointed to the place where there was originally a mound. May I ask, do you know why the mound here has become flat? The bone beast was stunned and looked in the direction of Su Qing. It was the place where it climbed out. At this reaction, Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she began to explain the origin of this mound. In fact, this is the resting place of our family. It has a very nice name, called Wanshu. Do you remember? There is a wooden sign in front of the mound, with words engraved on it. Su Qing looked at Ruashi, and signaled with her eyes. Ruashi immediately understood, and turned around to carry the main body of the wooden sign, that she insisted on bringing out to the bone beast. The flame shook violently. The bone beast lowered its head, and stared intently at the broken wooden signs around it. The scratches on it were crisscrossed, and it still couldn't understand. So there really is a name? The bone beast glanced at the creature that was still talking, but met 4 pairs of eyes. Each pair was filled with expectation. It understood. But, could it really be it? The bone beast gently moved the wooden sign. Washu is our family. Su Qing finally finished, but the bone beast still hung its head and played with the wooden sign. She was a little disappointed. So do you know why the mound is flat? Have you ever seen the creature inside? In fact, what Su Qing wanted to ask most was whether it was underground when it first appeared. Woo! The bone beast felt its whole body getting hot, and it pressed the wooden sign. It pointed at itself, and then at the place where it crawled out. You mean, you crawled out from there, right? The bone beast nodded. It quietly looked at the other side's reaction. Su Qing turned her back, tears of excitement burst out. Can't cry, the problem now is that Wanshu is resurrected, but obviously has no previous memory. Awoo! It's my sister. Su Qing quickly stopped the white wolf that was about to rush over. Ruashi tilted her head in confusion. Why stop, Ruashi? Didn't my sister admit it? Su Qing waved at the 3 little ones. A man, a wolf, a mouse, and a bird formed a small circle stealthily. The bone beast said it woke up underground. We all know it is Washu. It crawled out so the mound was flattened. Su Qing paused, but we need to let it know that it is Washu. Awoo! Isn't a sister? Ruashi didn't understand. The little guy's doubts were too obvious. Su Qing shook her head, that's different. Although the bone beast also knows where it crawled out from, it may think that it was brought here by the fog, rather than just waking up by chance in the fog. Squeak. That makes sense, the tree mouse kept nodding. Behind, the bone beast seemed to be staring at the ground in a daze, but in fact its body was leaning, paying close attention to Su Qing's movements. After hearing Su Qing's guess, it nodded. So Su Qing clenched her left fist, and knocked it on the palm of her right hand. We open the tomb directly. If there is no corpse of Washu inside, then the bone beast will definitely know that it is Washu. The bone beast continued to nod. If there is nothing else inside. No, it looked away in confusion. It's obviously the only one inside. Just as he was about to speak, the topic over there was still going on, so he could only swallow his words. Let's wait until they finish their discussion, thought the bone beast. The problem now is that Wanshu doesn't seem to have any memories of the past. Su Qing frowned. Next, let's try to talk more about the past with Wanshu. Maybe Wanshu will remember it while we're talking. Do you understand? This is the most important thing next. Su Qing looked around. Very good, everyone is very motivated. But after thinking about the dangerous environment of the mist, she added, one of the most important things, ahem. Awoo! Ruoshi knows. Squeak. The mouse will try hard. Ga. The bird too. It's great, the bone beast's tail slaps the ground from time to time, and the atmosphere they have together is really good. If it is really Wanshu, it would be great. Su Qing turned around, cleared her throat, and pointed to the location of Wangshu's tomb. Do you remember that there were other creatures around when you woke up? We think. You are Washu. If you don't believe it, you can open it. Before he finished speaking, the bone beast shook his head gently. Woo. I am the only one who believes it. Awoo. Sister. Ignoring other words automatically, only the word believe was playing back and forth in her ears. Ruoshi rushed forward excitedly, and threw herself on the bone beast. The bone beast was a little at a loss, but still caught the white wolf and let it act coquettishly on her. In the end, they did not open the tomb, which made Su Qing feel relieved. In fact, she didn't really want to open it because it felt weird. There were 4 figures when they came, but there was one more in the team going back. Su Qing glanced at the handsome bone beast quietly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. It was great. She smiled sincerely. The family she missed in the spring returned to them in the fog. Thank you for this version of the fog, and thank you for the wish flower. Back to the cabin, she was the only one left walking towards the cave. Su Qing pushed the door open helplessly. Everyone went to the house outside. Damn it, Su Qing put her hands on her hips. She wanted to go too. Huh? A burning smell hit her nose. Su Qing's eyes widened. It was over. It seemed that they didn't take down the small pot when they walked out of the cave. She walked to the stove, and saw that the food inside was burnt. It was impossible to eat it. Su Qing patted her head, and made another one. She cooked another meal in a good mood and took it out one by one. The meal is here. The rich dishes were placed on the ground. Ruoshi, Shui and Lucky all had shining eyes, except Washu. The bone beast still lay there, with blue flames flowing. What is Wangshu eating now? Su Qing glanced at the bones wrapped in flames. Why didn't she think of it? Woo. Thank you. I'm not hungry, the bone beast responded softly, and the flames representing its eyes jumped happily. It liked the gift that Su Qing prepared for it. It had already received it, so there was no need to be sad. Woo. If possible, please continue to tell me about the past, it smiled, and it also wanted to remember everything. Awoo, awoo. Sister, look at this, sister likes this very much. Ruoshi touched a wooden plate with her paw. The tree mouse exposed mercilessly, squeak. Ruoshi likes to eat it. The mouse pushed another plate beside it with its paw and said confidently, squeak. This is what you like the most. Quack. In fact, Washu doesn't like it very much. The bird swallowed the flesh and said leisurely, squeak. The tree mouse turned his head in shock. Washu had said that he liked it very much before. Why do you think so? The bird tilted its head, because Washu was responding to you seriously. Are you going to quarrel? The bone beast came over and sniffed the 2 dishes gently, even though it couldn't smell anything. Woo. I like them all, and I like them now. After saying that, it looked at the bird nervously. The bird was not angry, it just looked at the bone beast deeply. You see, Wangshu is such a beast. Awoo. I love my sister the most. Ruoshi didn't notice these things at all, and she was happily sticking to her sister. It was late at night, and everyone was resting in the room outside. The breathing sounds came and went. The bone beast quietly opened its eyes, and 2 flames leaped. On the left was the fluffy Ruoshi, and behind it lay Su Qing and Lucky. On its back, Shui fell asleep peacefully. It didn't even have room to move. Outside was a dark sky, and the ball still emitted light, falling on the side of the gravel road. It was no different from the environment it had seen before, but its mood was completely different. If I really am Washu, please let me remember everything quickly. It took a last gentle look at everyone and rested its head on its paws. It gradually became sleepy and fell asleep. In the dream, it couldn't see the surroundings clearly, and it was still very cold, and there were always whimpering sounds beside it. One day, a warm, soft hand lifted it up. Sister is quiet, so I call you Wangshu from now on. On our blue star, Washu means the beauty of the moon. I hope that sister will become as strong and beautiful as the moon when she grows up. A familiar voice said so. Is it talking about it? Washu the moon? Gradually, in the dream, it opened its eyes, and saw the familiar creatures as it wished. Sleeping in the bedroom for the first time, catching rabbits, Ruoshi learning to fly. In the room, the bone beast lay there quietly, and the flames on its body would suddenly grow larger and smaller from time to time. The white flower mark on the forehead emitted a faint light. Chapter 109. Awoo! Why hasn't my sister woken up yet? Squeak. Speak softly, Ga. Maybe she was too tired yesterday. A vague sound came. Woo, are you talking about it? As soon as this dull thought flashed through his mind, the dream collapsed. Washu closed his eyes, and became more and more awake. It remembered everything. The sound was still ringing, but it was obviously much smaller than before. Awah! Was my sister tired from beating that big guy yesterday? Ga. It may be mental fatigue, just like Su Qing said. Awah. Then let's think about what to talk about with my sister today. Washu was stunned. As soon as this sentence came out, the surroundings immediately became quiet. It seems that everyone is very distressed. Washu opened his eyes. Woo. Good morning, Shui, Lucky, Tree Mouse, ? Bird, ? The shock of the tree mouse and the white bird was too obvious. Washu curved his eyes and turned to the white wolf lying beside him. The white wolf's eyes were wide open, and its ears were erected. It was no calmer than the tree mouse and the bird. Woo. Good morning, sister. I remember everything. Washu was looking at Ruashi tenderly, so there was no need to worry. Awah! Su Qing, the white wolf jumped up from the ground and screamed as it ran towards the hut. When its front paws touched the warm, furry paws, Washu tilted his head. It was Lucky. Squeak. Ruashi was really happy. The tree mouse looked up, and instead of retracting its paw, it tightly wrapped around a bony finger. The golden eyes looked at the completely different bone wolf earnestly. Squeak. Me too. The fire in the bone wolf's eyes seemed to be touched and suddenly fluctuated. However, this warm atmosphere did not last long. Ah, Wanshu, you remembered. Su Qing, who was forcibly pulled over, was completely confused at first. But when Wanshu greeted her kindly and familiarly, she understood in a flash. Wanshu nodded. Awah! Yes, sister remembered it, Ruashi shouted excitedly. Su Qing also held Ruashi's paw excitedly. After calming down, Su Qing sat down and began to ask questions. It was still a question-and-answer mode, relying purely on her guess and Wanshu's ability to express. Did you remember it when you were sleeping last night? When Wanshu just came back, he still observed them from time to time. It was obviously not like he was recovering his memory. So if we exclude it, it can only be during the sleeping time. Wanshu nodded. Woo. I dreamed of so many things at night. Awah. Did you dream of Ruashi? Ruashi tilted her head curiously, her ears fluttering up and down. Of course, Wanshu reluctantly confirmed again. How could you be missing from its memory? The white wolf rolled happily on the ground after getting the answer. It was indeed night, Su Qing pondered, but it didn't make sense. She secretly scanned the bone wolf's tail limbs, and finally stopped at the white mark on its forehead. Su Qing exclaimed softly and waved to Wanshu. Washu, can you lower your head for a moment? I want to see your forehead. Although he was puzzled, the bone wolf still lowered his body and gently pressed his head wrapped in flames against her palm. A cool feeling came from her palm, and Su Qing looked at her hand with some curiosity. The blue flame on Wanshu looked like a flame. But it was not hot, but slightly cool. The fingertips moved slightly, and the flame seemed to be tangible, bending and floating with the movement of the fingers. It's really magical, Su Qing sighed in her heart. After satisfying her curiosity, she carefully looked at the white flower on the bone wolf's forehead. It really looks exactly like the wish flower. And I don't know if it's her illusion, Su Qing always feels that the color of this mark is much darker than when they first met. Thinking of Guamping's description of the wish flower, it is only on the basis of strong obsession that the wish can be realized. Wanshu, did you really want to recall your past memories before going to bed yesterday? In order to emphasize the obsession, Su Qing specifically repeated very twice, and emphasized the word very. It really wanted to remember the past yesterday. The bone beast wanted to know what it was looking for, and Wanshu didn't want to miss his family. It nodded firmly. That's not strange. If the wish flower took effect again, everything would go smoothly. Su Qing smiled and touched Washu. Our Wanshu is still a little European emperor. The wish flower took effect twice. Awah! Why? Ruashi looked around in confusion, wondering why everyone seemed to have suddenly realized something. Squeak, squeak. Do you remember the little white flower from before? The one that you can make a wish after eating? The tree mouse suggested. It seemed like she had some impression of it. A trembling white flower appeared in Ruashi's head, followed by a dazed golden giant beast. I don't know what happened to it, whether it has found its tribe. Quack. It was obvious that Wanshu recalled the memory because of that flower. Bird added. So that's how it is, Ruashi rubbed her sister. Sister is awesome. After finishing a simple meal for herself and the 3 little ones, Su Qing gathered the 4 little ones together. She pointed to the outside where the white fog was still everywhere. Now the swamp crocodiles near the cabin have been dealt with, and we don't need to worry about the cabin being attacked again in the short term. After a pause, Su Qing continued to express her thoughts. Since there is no worry about the base camp, I think we can continue to move forward outside. Ruoshi needs a lot of meat, Washu. The food you eat should also be in the white fog, right? Wu. Washu nodded. It can hunt by itself. So, we need to continue looking for treasure chests. Besides, according to the old practice of Doomsday, there should be changes in this version of Mist. Not to mention that their combat power has increased now. They are not as ignorant of the mist as before. At least Su Qing thinks that now is a good time to go out and explore. How about it? After a rest, we set off to explore the farther white fog area. Awuh! No problem. Ruoshi raised her paw and was the first to respond. Squeak. Anyway, we can't leave the rat alone at home. The tree rat shook its tail. It was determined to follow everyone. The bird pecked its feathers, calm and composed. Even if Su Qing didn't let it go, it would secretly follow. Su Qing looked at Wanshu. Wanshu blinked. Woo. I'm going out to hunt, then everyone take a rest first. Su Qing left the room first, her steps brisk. I'm going to pack the things I need to take. Unlike the last time, this time, they needed to go far away and explore the white fog area farther away. So Su Qing brought both magic bags, weapons, lightning wood torches, and food for her, Shui and Lucky. Conservatively speaking, she only packed 3 days of food. If there were no supplies in the treasure chest outside, they would need to return to the cabin as soon as the food was finished. Riding on Ruoshi's back, Su Qing chose to follow the water flow down and then enter the forest. After the swamp crocodile was dealt with, they had no problem walking all the way. The surroundings were very quiet, and only occasionally they could hear the faint sounds in the distance. But Su Qing also knew that it was because the swamp crocodile had only been gone for a day. If time passed and other fog creatures knew about it, a new overlord might come here. As they walked, the white fog thickened beside them, and Su Qing gradually lost her sense of distance and could not tell how far she had walked. Suddenly Wanshu, who had been walking quietly, stopped them. Woo! Wait a minute. Awuh! Why? Remembering that Su Qing said to keep her voice as low as possible in the white fog, Ruoshi tried her best to control her voice. Wanshu glanced back hesitantly. Is there something in front? Su Qing also noticed Wanshu's action, and she quickly glanced in front of her. The white mist was flowing, and it was impossible to see what was in front of her. But since Wanshu took the initiative to stop them, it was impossible to shoot without a purpose. Wanshu nodded hesitantly. It didn't think that the guy in front could hurt Su Qing, but it was a little hungry. Woo! Hungry, I'm going to hunt. So everyone wait here, okay? Sister is hungry, I can help, look at me, look at me. Ruoshi looked at the bone wolf eagerly. Ruoshi was a little agitated. Su Qing touched the white wolf that was pacing in place. Is it dangerous ahead? Washu shook his head. Awuh! Sister, go eat. Ruoshi raised her paw and pointed at the belly of the bone wolf. Oh, Su Qing understood. Washu is hungry, so the creature ahead is on Wanshu's current menu. She thought about it and wanted to go and see it. They will live together in the future, so at least she has to understand what Wanshu eats now. Thinking of this, Su Qing asked openly, Can we go together, Wanshu? Wanshu tilted his head. Does Su Qing want to go too? It would be nice if we can help. Okay, Wanshu nodded. He thought Su Qing would want to find the box more. He ran forward first. Let's go follow him. Su Qing patted Ruoshi. But in a blink of an eye, Wanshu merged into the white mist and disappeared. Su Qing asked Ruoshi to move forward along the sound of the call. But when they arrived, the battle was over. The bone wolf turned its back to them, pressing its claws on the green creature, and the flames flowed. In the elegant flow, the blue flames had a different kind of charm. It was a very beautiful scene. Su Qing asked Ruoshi to go around to the front. Unexpectedly, Washu was not eating, but using his claws to dig something out of the creature's body. Woo! Washu called lightly, and lowered his head to take it out. Su Qing's eyes were curious. Washu tilted his head and walked over. Seeing the bone wolf's movements, Su Qing stretched out her hand and felt a little weight. The object Wanshu took out was cold to the touch and had no sharp corners. Hiss. After seeing it clearly, she took a breath of cold air in surprise. The gray stone lay quietly in the palm of her hand. Su Qing looked at Wanshu in disbelief, and then turned the magic stone over with a pounding heart. Phew, fortunately, it was a magic stone without attributes. If it was a magic stone with other attributes, she really couldn't collect it in large quantities. Woo! Wanshu looked at the food in confusion. Is there a problem? Eat it. Su Qing handed it over. Since Wanshu feeds on attributeless magic stones, she will collect more attributeless magic stones in the future. The bone wolf opened its mouth, and the gray stone gradually melted in the blue flames as soon as it entered its mouth. Su Qing was stunned when she saw this scene. Magic stones can melt? What about the core of the snowball? The thing that can accelerate? After the gray stone completely disappeared, the blue flames wrapped around the bone wolf suddenly increased, and the color became brighter. It seems that these flames are more energetic. Su Qing touched her chin. Does she think she has raised a gold-eating beast? Chapter 110. After figuring out what Wanshu feeds on, Su Qing jumped off Ruashi's back and walked to the side of the mist creature that Wanshu had solved. This mist creature was about twice as long as her, and was green all over. It had a big head and a light tail, and looked like the tadpoles in the pond when she was a child. Su Qing lowered her head, and saw that its skin was very wrinkled, with a lot of mucus attached to it. Looking around, there was also a lot of turbid white liquid in the winding traces on the ground, and it was obvious that the source was the same. It can be imagined that this kind of fog creature slides on the ground by secreting mucus. Satisfied with curiosity, Su Qing clicked on the light screen and quickly identified. Salamander, juvenile fog creature, living in groups, with a strong sense of territory. When you find a juvenile, it means that the area is flooded. Although the juvenile salamander looks a bit chilly, the tail meat is surprisingly delicious. However, it is not recommended to try parts other than the juvenile tail. The juvenile is not as toxic as the adult salamander, but it is also in the range of highly toxic. Tail. Su Qing glanced at the so-called young salamander. There must be a tail under the head, right? But to be on the safe side, the part close to the head should be cut out separately. If the light screen says it is poisonous, forget it. The light screen can be used to cut dead things anyway, so Su Qing won't take out the machete from the magic bag, which is too troublesome. Select it, and send the transaction link to yourself. White light flashed, and with two crisp sounds. Click, the green mist creature below the head was divided into two sections, one long and one short. After using the light screen to identify and confirm that both tail meat sections were not poisonous, Su Qing quickly put them into the magic bag. It would take time. Su Qing climbed onto Ruashi's back. Retreat. As soon as the words fell, Ruashi and Wanshu, who had been ready for action, ran in another direction. Not long after they left, an angry cry came from behind them, full of energy, and it was obvious that it was an adult from the salamander tribe. Without her saying anything more, Ruashi and Wanshu began to speed up. Su Qing looked back, and the flowing white mist covered everything behind her. She could only judge the distance by the sound of the salamander's cry. But she personally thought that the other party would not chase them all the time. After all, the light screen said that salamanders are social creatures with a strong sense of territory. Besides, the description of flooding is about following the young salamanders, not the salamanders themselves. Just because the salamanders can chase them doesn't mean that the young ones can catch up. Besides, if they catch up, what will happen to the territory they originally occupied? So Su Qing concluded that the salamanders' pursuit of them would definitely end in vain. Sure enough, as time passed, the sound behind them became lower and lower, until a few unwilling strange cries sounded, and similar cries never appeared again. Are you full, Wanshu? Su Qing turned to look at the bone wolf beside her. She was a little eager to try. Do you want to go back and get a few more pieces? If a young salamander represents a piece of attributeless magic stone and a large piece of meat, then the infested salamander territory can not only solve Wanshu's food problem, but also Ruashi's. Woo! If there is not much consumption, one piece is enough. Wanshu answered seriously, but when he saw the excitement in Su Qing's eyes, he hesitated. Woo! It shook its head hesitantly. Okay, it's full, don't change your answer because of my attitude. Su Qing raised her shotgun and looked to the other side. In the white fog, as they moved forward, branches and leaves gradually appeared in front and on both sides. Obviously, they entered the forest. Wanshu watched on one side, while Su Qing stared at the other side. She continued to explain, no one knows when the fog will change. It's better to save more attributeless magic stones and meat pieces, so that we don't have to go out in danger later. So that's how it is, Wanshu nodded. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, and it rushed over to Ruashi. Squeak! Where are you going, Wanshu? The tree mouse's heart was instantly lifted. It pulled Su Qing's clothes and shook them anxiously. Take care of the child. Wanshu is not a reckless person. Su Qing comforted Lucky and let Ruashi catch up. A heavy pushing sound came from the front. Su Qing was stunned for a moment. Ouch! It's a box. After getting closer, Ruashi shouted excitedly. Oh whoa! Sister is really amazing. Su Qing looked a little surprised. She remembered that Wang Shu had also discovered the young salamander in front of them in advance, and now he found the box earlier than them. Even earlier than Shui, who had a higher vision. Does this mean that after Wang Shu was resurrected in the fog, the white fog has little effect on it? Thinking of this, Su Qing asked directly. Washu nodded, and his bone claws were clasped on the box. Woo! I can indeed see far away, and my ears seem to be more sensitive than before. The only pity is that it can't smell anything. The two flames shrank. So, the fog creatures helped them. If the survivors had a fog creature that could communicate, the fog version would be much easier in the early stages. If you can't beat them, avoid them in advance, pick up treasure chests, and if you can beat them, charge. Su Qing raised her lips. She gave Washu a thumbs up, then, next, please let our baby Washu lead the way. Baby. Su Qing is really. Wangshu looked away, but the flames on his body floated very smartly, and he was obviously in a very good mood. Since they only brought 2 magic bags, Su Qing still opened the box and took out the important things inside, then hid the box and made simple marks. It was too far away, and they still had to continue exploring, so there was no need to put it in the magic bag. If the box was still there after the fog passed, they would find it sooner or later. If it disappeared with the fog, the important things had been taken away, so let it disappear. Keep going. However, compared to the previous direction led by Su Qing, the leader of the next journey has changed to Wang Shu. Su Qing was relieved. After all, she couldn't see through the fog, and she was worried every time she decided the direction, fearing that she would lead everyone to a dangerous place. Speaking of which, Su Qing kept recalling what happened after the fog came. In this version, in such a short time, she found a lot of treasure chests. Is it because of the special nature of the fog itself? When I first came in, the first version was autumn, which is the season of nature's harvest. As long as it is not a place where plants are extinct, you can find fruits if you look for them. And there is nothing special in autumn. The most likely suffering is the predators of nature. If you are lucky, autumn is really comfortable. But the next season, winter, is not. Su Qing felt goosebumps when she thought about it. It was freezing cold, and the heavy snow blocked the road, which caused inconvenience to travel. There were also strange creatures such as snowballs and snowmen coming. The problem cannot be solved, because they are moving towards the cabin. Even if it is not for the attributeless magic books that may exist on them, we have to consider being besieged. Horrible end. But in the winter, when the difficulty is obviously increased, there is a treasure chest at each red dot in the Snow Country War, and some cold wave creatures have useful resources such as non-attribute magic stones and cores in their bodies. Su Qing touched the cold gun body, and in the spring behind, plants and animals became inexplicably larger, except for the survivors. The difficulty of survival has increased, but in spring, you can chase the aurora to find strange plants. The ground lotus and wish flower she found are very useful. The 3 suns in summer, however, open the cracked dungeon where you can stably obtain non-attribute magic stones and supplies. Thinking carefully, the amount of resources and the difficulty of obtaining them in the Doomsday seem to be closely related to the version itself. Of course, this is just Su Qing's own guess. Woo! The bone wolf that had already walked to the front made a puzzled sound and stopped where it was. Ruashi was also forced to stop. Su Qing, whose train of thought was interrupted, quickly supported herself to prevent herself from falling on Ruashi. After stabilizing her body, she looked forward. What's wrong, Wangshu? Wangshu looked back, and the 2 clusters of flames in his eye socket swayed slightly. But soon, it turned forward again and lowered its head, as if it was talking to a creature. A fragmentary sound sounded, and Su Qing could imagine that the grass was constantly being pushed aside, and a creature was walking out. Squeak! Is it you? The tree mouse standing on Su Qing's shoulder was surprised when he saw the creature coming around from behind the bone wolf. Su Qing was also surprised, because the one who walked into her field of vision was a familiar beast. Oh! The other party was still scratching his head awkwardly, and the brown-yellow hair turned dark yellow, and unknown black blocks could be seen sticking together. Old monkey? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. The old monkey nodded, his face still flushed, and his weathered but still smart eyes showed an inexplicable light. Oh! It pointed at itself, then at them, holding its paws together. Su Qing pondered, do you want to go with us? The old monkey nodded excitedly. Oh! The king I have offered sacrifices to before. Take the old monkey with you. Just wait until the strange white fog is gone. Oh, yes, Su Qing, it offered sacrifices to us. Ruashi still remembers that her fur was carefully collected by the old monkey. The tree mouse also looked at Su Qing. Su Qing stared at by 5 pairs of eyes. She raised her hands. It's really dangerous outside. Since you helped us before, you can go back with us. But the old monkey's happy dancing suddenly froze. It looked at Su Qing with a stern look. Oh, only if you know? Su Qing didn't want to agree to a group of people coming later. Do you have any stored food? The old monkey shook his head. It had been guarding the raspberry bushes, but who would have thought that strange white fog would suddenly descend, and there was a monster competing with it. It shook its body. I can give you food, but I need your help to do something. I also hope you don't do anything that will damage the hut, otherwise we can only ask you to leave. Su Qing explained everything in advance and made the rules clear first. After all, the relationship between them and the old monkey was not particularly deep. Of course, it was impossible for the old monkey to stay alone in the hut, and the old monkey could only enter the house when they were present. You can make a nest outside to provide a more comfortable environment. Oh, the old monkey breathed a sigh of relief. It was wondering what was going to happen. He excitedly pounded his chest and wrapped it around him. Anyway, he had enough of the white fog where his life was in danger at any time. By the way, the old monkey suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He excitedly pointed in a certain direction. Oh, my king, there are good things over there. Chapter 111. Old monkey, which direction are you asking us to go? Is there something very important there? What's going on? Su Qing touched her chin. She has been too lucky recently. Just by taking in the old monkey, she can get unknown gains. Of course, Su Qing had such a guess because when she asked the old monkey if he had any food just now, the old monkey shook his head and denied it. She dared to enter the mist swaggeringly because she had Wang Shu and Ruashi to escort her, and the planting room was also producing food continuously. But for animals, like the old monkey who live alone, isn't it most important to avoid predators and find food in the fog? Since the old monkey has no food to take away, the biggest possibility is that there are useful things there that can play a role in the fog. No matter how big or small the role is, it is also a treasure. But the old monkey pointed it out, the situation there is unknown, and they need to grasp the degree by themselves. Oh. Yes. The old monkey nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Su Qing nodded slightly. Now they can only make 2 choices. One is to listen to the old monkey and go to the direction where the treasure is, and the other is to choose another direction to continue exploring. Choose one of the 2. Let's go! Su Qing quickly made up her mind to go to the direction pointed by the old monkey. Let's go and see what's going on. Compared with them choosing a direction to explore and try their luck, the former is better. At least there are good things for sure. Woo! I will take you next. Washu crouched down and shook his head to signal the old monkey to climb up. The old monkey looked down and looked at his dark hands for a while, then looked up at the flowing, brilliant blue flames around the bone wolf. Woo! It's okay, don't worry about it. Wanshu comforted him softly. Even if it's dirty, it can be cleaned. Woo! Come on up. Let's go to the front to see what treasures there are. Ever since hearing the old monkey say there are good things ahead, Ruashi's eyes have been fixed there. After hearing what her sister said, it realized that the monkey had not moved yet, and Ruashi, who was obviously unable to hold back, urged it. Oh. Come on. The old monkey's red face showed a smile. While the little guys were chatting, Su Qing took out a rope from the magic bag and hung the torch made of lightning wood on her shoulder. She looked at the knot on the lid with satisfaction and turned her eyes back to the front. At this time, the old monkey had climbed onto the back of the bone wolf. His 2 hands passed through the blue flames and tightly grasped Wangshu's 2 bones. Well, the scene is a bit scary. But Wangshu didn't mention it, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Su Qing cleared her throat and waved her hand in the direction pointed by the old monkey. Because it was the direction suggested by the old monkey, the one leading the way changed from Wangshu to the old monkey. They continued on their way. Although the number of teams increased by 1, the process of moving forward was still very silent, and occasionally a few children would whisper a few words. Su Qing didn't understand what Ruashi and the others were saying, and could only guess a little from their actions. Most of the time, she quietly watched both sides. It has to be said that walking in the white fog is a very exhausting thing. Just watching, the white fog flows slowly, ethereal, and agile, the picture is still very beautiful. But there are all kinds of fog creatures hidden in the white fog, and you may bump into them at any time when walking in it. If a person travels alone, he must keep his eyes and ears open, and pay attention to the surroundings at all times. It is also particularly easy to get lost in the white fog. If she didn't have a treasure map to compare, Su Qing would not walk out casually. After thinking for a while, Su Qing clicked on the light screen. She looked up at the air in front of her. The transparent screen emitted a faint light, but Lucky and Shui on her shoulders did not notice it, and still looked around vigilantly. Skipping the trading area directly, Su Qing clicked on the forum. She glanced at the analysis posts and strange posts about the fog, but was not particularly interested. It would be great if there was a post about getting treasures from the fog. Su Qing touched her chin, mainly to let her daydream. After all, there were treasures in the direction they were heading. Su Qing clicked on the personal section again, intending to check the conditions for upgrading from level 4 to level 5. Unexpectedly, the interface that popped up was very different from the previous one. On the light screen, the simple plain map disappeared, replaced by a three-dimensional map with delicate and moving images. Su Qing, ? Who are you? In the black line frame, jumping over the familiar fence, the first thing that came into view was the dark red staircase on the side, and the second floor was up. The white stone road in the middle led directly to the closed door. The problem was that outside the fence, Su Qing actually saw the slowly flowing white mist. What's going on? Since the cabin was upgraded from level 3 to level 4, Su Qing hadn't opened the personal section again. She didn't expect that the personal section on the light screen would be upgraded so quickly in such a short period of time. It felt like she suddenly jumped from a pencil drawing to a scaled-down real-life picture. Su Qing touched the cabin on the light screen with her fingertips, feeling complicated. At the moment of touching, a new box popped up. Su Qing slightly widened her eyes. It can be enlarged. Alas, it's really worthy of the yard she spent time to finish. It's still very good. She admired it happily for a while. Click again, and the box shrinks back. Su Qing looked down. She didn't believe that the Doomsday would only change so much. There must be more things on the mini-me. Name, HUD level, real scene picture. Wait, Su Qing rubbed her eyes. Did she see it wrong? What does the mist, concentration, 14% in the lower right corner mean? She could understand the mist as the current version. What does the concentration behind it mean? Will there be trouble after the increase? Su Qing was puzzled, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it was. Oh, it's nearby. Where is that? Squeak. Is this true? Ga. It's really shocking. Woo. There are no other creatures lurking nearby, so it's safe for now. The overlapping sounds interrupted Su Qing's thoughts. She looked forward, and in her sight, Ruoshi, Wanshu and the old monkey all looked up at the sky. We've actually arrived. Su Qing also looked up, and looked above her head. The dark sky, nothing. She was stunned. On the black sky, in the corner of her eyes, arc-shaped dark green objects fluctuated. She looked forward. Then she realized that what she saw was just the corners. The huge circles were so large and scattered in the sky, without any roots and stems connecting them, like huge duckweed floating on the water, and they were at the bottom of the water. Su Qing looked strange. After the first green circle, there were countless dense circles. She couldn't see the edge. Is this the place you said, old monkey? Su Qing stretched out her hand and gestured. These green circles looked very high. It's impossible that the treasure is in the sky, and the old monkey who can't fly shouldn't know it. Oh. In front, the old monkey thought and recalled it again, pointing forward with certainty. Chapter 112. Since they haven't arrived yet, Su Qing and her group continue to walk in. Looking up, they see circles with connected corners. When they stand at the bottom, the impact is even stronger. Su Qing tilts her head, and her perspective moves continuously as Ruoshi moves forward. It looks like the circles are retreating, but this retreat is quite slow. It often takes Ruoshi nearly 20 minutes to walk a circle. If she runs, the time can be shortened by half. But their main purpose was to find treasures, and see if they were useful, rather than to study these suspended objects in the sky. Moreover, they walked under these suspended objects for a long time, and the sky was still black, and the white fog was still distributed around them. There was no special change. It seemed that these circles were just part of the fog. So after Su Qing confirmed that they were harmless, and had a rough idea of the size of these circles, she no longer paid attention to the sky above her head. Huh? It doesn't matter if you don't look. As they approach, the scenery originally covered by the white fog is completely exposed. After getting closer, the visibility in front of them suddenly increases, from the tightly covered white fog to thin mist. Just a casual glance into the distance, Su Qing can even see more than 10 meters away. If the green circle above the head is a giant, then the green circles in front of them are countless smaller versions. The circles of different sizes are distributed at different heights within the site, merging into a green ocean. Washi Ruashi, let's go and take a look. Su Qing's curiosity was completely aroused. She ignored the size. From the color and appearance, the plant above her head and in front of her were almost exactly the same. So why was there such a big difference? Whether they checked or not, neither Ruashi nor Washu relaxed their vigilance around them. As they moved forward, they walked into the green sea in front of them. Su Qing stopped Ruashi and bent down to look at the circle on her waist. At such a close distance, she was almost sure that this was a plant. The remaining uncertainty was because the Doomsday often contradicted her common sense, so she didn't dare to say too much. Actually, to be precise, this plant also looks very strange. The round leaves are almost the size of a wash basin, and 1/3 of the thickness of a thumb. The bottom surface is smooth, and there is a thin film on the slightly raised arc, which shimmers under the light of the fire. The top is covered with bumps, which is not much uglier than the bottom. The most peculiar part is the center of the top. Su Qing looked at the floating transparent substance, which was hollow inside and looked very thin, like a silk bow or a jellyfish tentacle. Apart from this, there are no other components. She looked around completely, but couldn't figure out how this plant could be so thick and float in the air. But since she couldn't figure it out, Su Qing quickly gave up. There were so many strange things in the Doomsday anyway. She clicked on the light screen and got the answer directly. A few lines of words popped up. Piao Ping, misty plant, dependent on fog to survive. It absorbs a lot of fog during its growth process until it rises into the air and gradually decomposes at high altitudes. Since the growth process requires a lot of fog, the surrounding white fog will be much thinner, and most fog creatures often dislike it. Dislike? Su Qing's eyes drifted to Wangshu in front. Woo! Feeling the gaze, Washu turned his head, a little puzzled. Su Qing chose her words. Washu, do you feel uncomfortable? Uncomfortable? Wangshu shook his head. It's fine. Oh, it seems that Wangshu has no effect. You can take it back. Su Qing glanced at the floating duckweeds floating up and down around them. Some were taller than them, as big as a suitcase, and some were only floating at their feet, but this one was only the size of a palm. In short, based on what she has seen so far, the size of the floating duckweed can be directly compared to the height. The higher the position, the darker and bigger the color of the floating duckweed is. The floating duckweed at the same height has little difference. After noticing this rule, Su Qing lowered her head, as a matter of course. Isn't it used to absorb the nearby white fog to increase the visibility around? Of course, the more it absorbs, the better. And the description on the light screen means that the smaller the floating duckweed, the more fog it needs? Anyway, the floating duckweed will automatically decompose when it grows up and floats to high altitudes, so there is no need to clean it up. It is simply a super powerful air purifier, but it purifies the Doomsday version of white fog. Su Qing stretched her stiff limbs, and was about to go down to pick up some small duckweeds, when the 4 little ones cried out at the same time. Oh! What happened? The old monkey nervously grasped his bones, obviously unable to react. Washu raised his chin, signaling the old monkey to look to the side, while slowly retreating to Ruashi's side. Awoo! Walk away. Compared with the silent Washu, Ruashi was much more direct. Su Qing raised her shotgun and aimed at the several huge duckweeds in front of her right. To be precise, she was aiming at the gap between the upper and lower duckweeds. The thin mist lingered in the green duckweed, and they could see the surroundings more clearly, but the reduction of white mist also made the light much dimmer. After all, the white mist itself is luminous, while the sky is dark. In a sense, the white mist itself plays the role of lighting. At least you can see clearly around you. This also led to the fact that they did not find the hidden animals in the green sea in time. In the duckweed, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up at the place they were staring at. Don't get close. Su Qing moved the gun barrel in a warning tone. Ouch! Get away from us, Ruashi repeated again. Voila, voila. The sound of flipping sounded one after another. The mist flowed slowly, emitting fluorescence. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Countless eyes opened, but there was a certain distance between the floating duckweed where these figures were hiding. Quite a few figures moved into the darkness, far away from where they could not see clearly. Oh. So you were talking about them, my king, because the monsters here will not chase deep into the water, so everyone hides inside. The old monkey spoke up to explain in time, because several hostile eyes had already been cast at it. Its words were not only an explanation, but also for the other side to hear, "We are not going to hide in here, and we are not going to compete with you for a position. But we can walk freely outside and think about whether we want to make an enemy." After the words fell, many animals retreated into the darkness under the floating duckweed. Ruashi and Wangshu looked at each other, and after knowing that it was not an intentional ambush, they also relaxed a little, but a little vigilance was still necessary. Solved? Su Qing looked at the surroundings that returned to silence, and she turned to the old monkey. "Thanks to you this time." Hee, the old monkey smiled happily. "The king just needs to watch over it in the dangerous fog." "But old monkey, are these duckweeds what you want to take us to find?" Su Qing jumped off the wolf's back and picked up a particularly small piece of duckweed and asked. Oh. The old monkey nodded excitedly. In fact, it had already noticed that many animals had squeezed into the duckweed, but there were too many predators and prey concentrated here. It was a monkey alone, and it didn't dare to go deep, and it couldn't get a suitable position on the periphery. And they were almost targeted. So after realizing that these plants can protect them, they have been thinking about them. It was also a coincidence that they met the king. Anyway, there are so many plants here, it doesn't matter if they take a few pieces of the outer ones. A few plants don't have much impact on these animals, but they are much more important to them. This is a treasure that can protect them. The old monkey was even more excited when he thought of this. With such strong strength and plants that can protect them, together, they can finally get through this period of time safely, right? Su Qing opened her magic bag and began to pack the duckweed. It would be best to use the duckweed to clear a buffer zone near the hut. At least she wouldn't know until the fog creatures attacked the hut. Zipping up, Su Qing carried the 2 magic bags. According to her idea, the cleared buffer zone should be convenient for them to find suspicious creatures early, and it would be best if the battle took place there. After all, the fence next to the hut is so big. Velvet flowers don't grow so quickly. Quietly leaving the sea of duckweed, Su Qing and her group set off on the return journey. Su Qing also plucked 2 pieces of tail meat from a young salamander, tied them with a rope and hung them on Wangshu, and then put away the 2 attributeless magic stones she dug out. What on earth does this fog concentration refer to? In just a short while, the progress increased from 14% to 16%. The problem is that she stared at it for a while, and the increase was completely irregular. Sometimes there was only 1 second between 1% and 1%, and sometimes there was no increase for several minutes. I have to go back and study it. Su Qing closed the light screen, and I always felt that nothing good would happen if it jumped to 100%. They rushed back all the way, and with the help of Washu, they finally returned to the hut. Oh, Su Qing yawned. She was still energetic outside, but when she returned to the hut, she felt sleepy and tired. Oh, the old monkey felt that he didn't know where to look. He looked left and right. The king's territory was too great. There were things he had never seen before. Wait a minute, old monkey, I make a nest for you next to Wangshu and Ruashi. Su Qing rubbed her eyes, asked the little ones to accompany the old monkey for a while, and then she went into the utility room. The magic bag was unloaded, the meat that was easy to spoil was put into the magic box, and the magic stone without attributes was put away. In addition, Su Qing did not put away the floating pines that had the biggest harvest, but planned to arrange them next to the hut later. After thinking about it, Su Qing quickly packed up the materials. The group moved to the room outside again. Old monkey, where do you want to arrange it? Su Qing moved a pot of firefly grass outside to the side of the stairs, and the faint light illuminated a small area next to it. Well, it looks like the firefly grass won't last for a few days without the sun. Su Qing clapped her hands. The old monkey stood up, and it was very tempted by the 2 innermost corners. Being surrounded by Wangshu and Ruashi, it felt very safe. However, the inner corner facing the stairs was outside after all, so the old monkey quickly chose the side close to the hut. Su Qing was too tired to talk, so she made an okay gesture and walked inside to start making a nest. A thick layer of dry grass was laid, and a piece of fur was placed on the top. She didn't remember when she had finished processing it. Probably it was cut off when she was hunting before. Is this okay? Su Qing looked at the old monkey. I was afraid you would be cold, so I put a piece of fur there. How about lying on it and trying it? You can still try it? The old monkey walked over swiftly and got in without any instruction. Oh, I like it. Looking at the sparkling eyes of the old monkey, he should be quite satisfied. Su Qing was relieved. Washu, come with me to release the floating duckweed. Ruashi, you wait at home for a while. Woo. Washu nodded gently, and the flames leaped. Chapter 113. Su Qing gently pushed open the gate, waited for Wan Shu to walk outside and stand still, then moved outward along the top of the gate, then turned around and pushed. With a sound of click, the gate closed again. Woo! Where should I start? Feeling Su Qing approaching, Wan Shu turned around and asked. It was very happy. Speaking of which, this was the first time Su Qing called it specifically. Wan Shu tilted his head slightly. Su Qing used to act with her sister. Of course, it knew that it was because Ruashi could fly, so it was more convenient. Su Qing had no idea what Wan Shu was thinking. She looked around. The white fog was thick, and she couldn't see far away. Wan Shu, you can see farther in the white fog. I leave it to you next. The bones in the eye sockets of the bone wolf moved up and down, and touched each other. It was an expression similar to their squinting. Woo! Leave it to Wan Shu. Finally, can it help Su Qing in some way? Very cute. Su Qing's tense face relaxed, she rubbed her cold face. Her eyes curved sleepily, and showed the same smile to Wan Shu. I'm going to release the floating duckweed. Opening the magic bag, Su Qing reached in and touched it directly. Since the other things were already in the utility room, she could touch them accurately at this time. The only thing to be careful about was not to break the streamer at the top center of the floating duckweed. Carefully taking out a palm-sized green round leaf, Su Qing walked out a few steps, and then retracted her hand. In midair, the floating duckweed left the palm of her hand and began to fall slowly. The hollow transparent material floated and rotated with the round leaf. It started fast, and in the blink of an eye it fell to her calf. Further down, the speed of falling became slower and slower, until it landed at her feet and hovered above the ground. It's amazing. Su Qing bent down, and the piece of floating duckweed really stopped in the air, although it was only a few centimeters from the ground. In her mind, the green sea on the ground and above her head flashed, and Su Qing took out the second piece of floating duckweed. She didn't know if the floating duckweed she brought back could grow up and float into the sky before the end of this version of the fog. The small house hidden in the fog, with huge green round leaves floating in the sky, was quite dreamy to think about. Except for the fact that the fog creatures were not friendly, she put down the second piece at a distance, otherwise she liked this special version. It didn't take long for Su Qing to place Piao Ping around the hut. Let's go, oh. She yawned again. Let's go home and have a good rest after dinner. Hearing this, Wan Shu, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, retracted his gaze. The flame flickered and became a little dim. It couldn't taste. Su Qing took a few steps back and put her right hand on the bone on Wan Shu's side. She tilted her head and took in the changes in the bone wolf's emotions. Wan Shu, what did you say? Wan Shu perked up and looked at Su Qing intently, waiting for the next words. You said, if you sprinkle seasoning on the attributeless magic stone, will the magic stone have a taste? The magic bag on her arm slid down, and Su Qing hurriedly raised her left hand. Sprinkle seasoning? Instantly, it appeared in its mind that after returning to the cabin, Su Qing brought up a plate of magic stones with red and green on them. Then, before it started eating, the younger sister curiously poked her head over and sneezed several times in a row. Wan Shu laughed, and the flames of light increased. Woo woo woo. It seemed Wan Shu was very interested. Su Qing clapped her hands suddenly. Then let's try it tonight. Woo! Wan Shu's eyes flickered with fire, but he didn't object in the end. It was also curious whether it could taste the flavor in that way. Safely retreated to the yard. Awah! Su Qing, sister, are you back? Su Qing looked up. The huge white wolf was lying in the middle of the gravel road, looking at them with sparkling eyes. Ruashi, Su Qing gestured, it feels like it has grown a little bit bigger. The tree mouse that had gone out after hearing the sound turned around and nodded affirmatively. It has indeed grown a lot bigger. Awah! Really? Has it become stronger? Ruashi happily got up on the spot, turning her head left and right, trying to look at herself. But after turning around in vain for a few times, Ruashi angrily discovered that it could not see all of her. In response, Wan Shu slowly walked to the side of the white wolf, looked around a few times in detail, and gave a conclusion. Woo! My sister has really become stronger. Ruashi, who was originally sulking, was instantly coaxed and happily stuck to her sister. Ruashi, could it be that my sister would lie to me? Su Qing leaned out from the door. Don't sleep yet. Wait until after dinner, and then have a good rest. Do you hear me? The two wolves and one mouse standing on the gravel road looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. Awah! I know Su Qing. Woo! Wan Shu also heard it, squeak. Please, Su Qing, the mouse is really hungry, and it is impossible to fall asleep without eating. The tree mouse scratched his head after shouting, and shook his tail a little embarrassedly. Squeak, squeak. Well, the rat went in to see what delicious food Su Qing was making. After saying that, the tree rat turned and ran away. The meal after returning home was very sumptuous. Su Qing moved the place to enjoy it outside the room. A wall lamp was placed next to it as a light source. The tail meat of the young salamander was cut raw, grilled, and stir-fried. In addition, the wooden plate also contained a lot of fruits and the staple food potatoes. Of course, there was also a special dish. All the people and animals present stared curiously. Several gray stones were placed in the center of the wooden plate, stacked together, with brown and red fine powder on the surface, and a small flower was placed on the edge for decoration. At least, she tried hard in the presentation. Su Qing touched the tip of her nose guiltily. She couldn't bake or fry the attributeless magic stone, could she? What? Ruashi leaned back and looked at her sister in confusion. This plate of attributeless magic book was placed accurately in front of the bone wolf, and it was obviously prepared for it. If my sister only eats this, she will definitely not grow up. Even if her taste changes, she can't just eat stones. Ruashi sighed silently and glanced at Su Qing and her sister in disapproval. Her furry paws moved the piece of meat in front of her, and Ruashi shouted proudly, "Awoo! Sister, this is for you to eat." Su Qing received her gaze. Ruashi was wronged. It's really Wanshu who can't eat meat now. Wanshu looked at his sister softly and shook his head slowly. It can't eat that. Rejected? Ruashi widened her eyes and silently pointed at the stone plate and the piece of meat in front of her. Sister, how can you only eat stones? That Ruashi, Su Qing interrupted, she explained, this is a magic stone without attributes. Anyway, due to various factors, Washu now has to absorb magic stones without attributes to maintain life functions, which means eating magic stones. So he is not picky about food. Ruashi turned to the other side, as if nothing had happened, and pushed the wooden plate with meat to the old monkey. Awoo! Eat more and become stronger. The old monkey holding the purple cone blinked his eyes, when he was knocked for no reason. Oh! Thank you, sir, but I just eat these fruits. Although they also eat insects, bird eggs, etc., but such a big piece of meat. The old monkey carefully glanced at Su Qing, who actually had the final say, and said, Sir, let the adults enjoy it yourself. Su Qing scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes. It was a little bland. She looked at the old monkey. Old monkey, from now on, you will eat with us every day. Usually, you can occasionally help me with some simple things. Well, at other times, you can go upstairs to help keep an eye on the surroundings to see if there is any movement. Delicious? The old monkey took a bite of the purple cone and nodded as he listened to Su Qing's words. In the past, when it was in the monkey group, it often followed. Now doing the same work, not only can it eat enough every day, but it can also survive in this terrible fog. It's simply great. The king is wise. The adults are wise. After dinner, Su Qing simply wiped the bodies of the little guys, including the old monkey, and let everyone rest. After cleaning herself up, Su Qing felt that her eyelids began to fight, constantly switching between closing and opening. Touching the wall and walking into the bedroom, Lucky and Shui had already been lying in the nest, so she carefully controlled her movements. Turning on the light, Su Qing collapsed in the bed. Ah, so comfortable, she slipped on her shoes in a daze, and hid herself in the quilt. Next. Su Qing's eyelids slowly closed. Chapter 114. After waking up from a nap, Su Qing sat up from the bed, with her eyes closed and stretched. After opening her eyes, Lucky and Shui were no longer in the bedroom. She was a little surprised, but she didn't care too much. I think the two kids got up earlier, and went out to stay with Washu and Ruashi. The quilt was warmed by her, and Su Qing was a little lazy for a rare time, curled up in bed and dazed. She had checked the upgrade of the hut. Unlike the previous upgrade from level 1 to level 2, from level 2 to level 3, and from level 3 to level 4, after the hut reaches level 4, the number of non-attribute magic stones required to upgrade to level 5 is no longer fixed. Instead, it is linked to the number of rooms to be expanded. Each expansion of a new room requires 10 non-attribute magic stones. Unexpectedly, this was her first reaction after she figured it out. After all, who would have thought that there would be no limit on the number of rooms to be expanded when the hut was upgraded from level 4 to level 5? Su Qing held her chin and pointed at the light screen. As the hut was upgraded, the description of the hut on the light screen kept changing. From the initial shabby, the first level barely done, to the second level sheltered from the wind and rain, then to level 3. Durable, level 4. immovable, and finally level 5. Dream house. From her personal perspective, Su Qing was not impressed by the change in the strength of the hut. After all, she had not encountered other creatures that had attacked the cave since the apocalypse. However, she had seen other people's posts on the light screen forum. Thinking of this, Su Qing's mind flashed the image of the swamp crocodile destroying the fence. Could it be that because the fence was added later, it would not be upgraded with the strength of the hut? Su Qing leaned back and fell on the bed. Oh, forget it. She had already upgraded the hut to level 4. Anyway, Washu and Ruashi could shrink now. If they really encountered a life-and-death crisis, they could just retreat into the cave. If there was a situation where even Impregnable could not resist, then they would have to abandon the hut and run away. Sighing, thinking pessimistically, if they could break into a hut described like this, whether they could escape was another matter. Looking at the description of the hut at level 5, it was estimated that level 5 was the maximum. Anyway, Su Qing could hardly imagine. Dream Love House. What else can be said above? In addition to the strength of the cabin, which is closely related to safety, another benefit of the upgrade is the gradual increase in the number of room expansions. Now that the cabin has been upgraded from level 4 to level 5, there is no longer a limit on the number of expansion rooms. In her opinion, this also means that there should be no other levels above level 5. Awooh! Su Qing, hungry, the wooden window banged, and Su Qing glanced helplessly. Get up, get up. The wooden window that had been banging lightly suddenly became quiet, and after a long time, Ruashi's coquettish voice could be heard. Su Qing got out of the warm bed, dressed neatly, and walked out of the bedroom. Creaky. The door, that was not closed tightly, moved, and a furry head squeezed in from the increasingly wide gap. The other party trembled, and a pair of dark eyes looked over cautiously between the snow-white fur. Su Qing didn't make a sound, and started to light the fire and prepare to cook. Awooh, is Su Qing angry? Ruashi's ears stood up, and then folded down. Tiptoeing quietly approached. No response. Ruashi continued to move forward. Still no response. The little white wolf hung its head in dismay. Su Qing sighed, picked up Ruashi, and held her in her arms. Next time, if something happens, just come in and wake me up. The wooden window is made of nothing. How can it withstand your repeated destruction? Awooh! Ruashi responded obediently, and it promised not to do that again in the future. Squeak. Good morning, Su Qing. The tree mouse hiding behind the door heard that the house had been reconciled, and immediately walked in with a swagger. With its nose twitching, the tree mouse glanced at the small pot curiously, wondering what it would eat today. Su Qing nodded and put Ruashi down. Behind the tree mouse, the bird walked in calmly, and finally chose a place to lie down beside her. And, before Su Qing finished speaking, she heard two sounds coming from the door. One was crisp and clear, and the other was nervous. Su Qing looked up. The door was pushed open, revealing the scene on the steps. The old monkey didn't expect that the movement was too big, and he actually knocked the door open. Noticing the glances coming over, it imitated the tree mouse's words and greeted, "Oh, oh. Good morning, great king." Is the old monkey greeting her? Su Qing glanced at the old monkey's smiling face and stiff paws, and smiled too. Good morning, old monkey, come in and sit down. It's still very cold outside in the morning. It will be much warmer if you sit by the fire. Woo. Go in. Washu, who had become smaller, poked his head out, feeling a little helpless. In fact, it had just persuaded him, but the old monkey was unwilling to go in. The great king spoke. The old monkey stared blankly at the strange cave in front of him, which contained many things he had never seen before. The queen sat beside the orange fire, and her tribesmen naturally gathered around, laughing and playing. The old monkey looked deeply at Su Qing, who had no opinion, and respectfully found an empty seat beside the fire and sat down. This is a very strange tribe, it thought, obviously the leader who holds the right to speak, but she doesn't seem to care about hierarchy at all. It seems that they gathered together not because of power. Washu, please close the door. Su Qing touched her cheek. It's too cold to open the door, and the coldness of the white mist has all drifted in. Woo. Okay. Wangshu's tail pressed against the door until the two doors were tightly closed, then he ran briskly towards Su Qing. Awooh. Sister, sit here. Ruashi moved to the side, her dark eyes reflecting the firelight. The water in the pot was bubbling. Su Qing put the ingredients in the pot, and then turned on the light screen. I was too tired yesterday. After settling Piao Ping outside, and cleaning myself up, she couldn't stand it and fell asleep. Originally, Su Qing planned to find a buyer willing to exchange Piao Ping yesterday, but it didn't matter. She opened a separate thread and typed a few lines on the light screen. She briefly summarized her journey in the white fog, mainly introducing the fog creature she met. Su Qing finally described the green sea formed by floating duckweed, and the description of floating duckweed on the light screen. Jiang Feng. First of all, thank you for sharing. Secondly, the poster is really awesome. Finally, how many floating duckweeds are there? I would like to ask about the price of floating duckweed tiers. Lin Panshan. Do the young salamanders that the poster encountered have attributeless magic stones in their bodies? Su Qing was a little surprised that someone commented so quickly. She answered one by one. Su Qing, there are still dozens of floating duckweeds, all of which are very small. It will take a long time for them to grow and float high in the sky. If I sell them, I am more inclined to exchange them for the exotic plants obtained in the fog. Su Qing has been thinking about how much the floating duckweed should be worth, and finally decided to exchange them for special plants in the fog first. After all, floating duckweed that can absorb nearby fog is not a hard requirement, and after seeing the floating duckweed, Su Qing knew that floating duckweed could not achieve the effect of complete absorption. Of course, this may also be because most of the floating duckweed there are still relatively small, in the stage of baby, and have not yet absorbed a large amount of white mist. But no matter what, the effect of dozens of floating duckweed will not be immediate, which determines that the buyer may not offer too high a price after consideration. Why not first find those who have obtained special plants in the mist to see if they can exchange? They are all special plants, and those who are willing to come out to talk should have more than one plant. It won't be too painful to exchange. Su Qing touched her nose. After all, she is the same. After arranging the surroundings of her hut, she doesn't feel sorry to sell the remaining floating duckweed. As for the question raised by Lin Panshan, Su Qing continued typing. Su Qing, yes, I have harvested attributeless magic stones from the young salamanders I captured during this trip. Perhaps, some species in the mist will breed attributeless magic stones? The red dot suddenly flashed on the transaction page. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, and did not read the comments below for the time being, but clicked on the transaction section. If she guessed correctly, the message came at this time. It should be that someone with interest came to the door. Sure enough, when she clicked it, a strange name popped up. Chung Yutong. Hello Miss Su, you are interested in the floating duckweed you got from the fog, right? I also found a special plant in the fog, a plant that can glow in the white fog. Chung Yutong. Although it can't help us see through the surroundings, the light source is very strong and can penetrate the white fog. We can see clearly more than 10 meters away. Light ball. I tested it and found that as the distance is too far, the light will shrink from the ball to a hazy point. It can be used as a sign of the hut to help guide the way. Chung Yutong. And it can also be used for lighting in the hut to save energy. Another plant that can glow automatically? Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. She already had a glowing plant, the firefly grass, in her hand, but the firefly grass needed sunlight, otherwise it would gradually stop glowing even in the dark. It was like charging. Now, the fireflies she placed outside were gradually dimming due to the lack of sunlight, and it would probably stop glowing soon. It would be nice if she could get another glowing plant. At least Washu, Ruashi, and the old monkey could see clearly around them outside. That is. Su Qing hesitated. Miss Chung introduced it in detail, but she didn't say whether this plant needs to be charged like the firefly grass. Thinking about it, she wrote down her doubts on the light screen. Chung Yutong. Is there such a thing? I found it by chance in the white fog, because the light of this plant is too dazzling, just like shining a flashlight directly into your eyes. Chung Yutong. The result of the light screen identification is that this is a plant called mist bead entanglement. Because the luminous part is similar to the eyeball, and it relies on luminescence to attract fog creatures to entangle and parasitize, it is named mist bead entanglement. Chung Yutong. The light screen didn't say what it needs to keep the light, but I guess, since it is emitting light to find the parasite, maybe we can let it keep searching to get the result we want. Fog bead entanglement. It's a really scary name. Su Qing is already a little tempted, but she needs to continue asking about this plant that relies on emitting light to find parasites. Su Qing, then I can ask, will fog bead entanglement parasitize us and pose a threat to us? Chapter 115. After typing, Su Qing stared at the screen, quietly waiting for the other party's answer. If the object of the mist bead can be any living creature, then this deal can only fall through. After all, there are 6 people in the family now. Su Qing tilted her head and looked around. Well, including her, there are 6. The other party didn't think for long before giving a response. Chung Yutong, Miss Su, don't worry about this. As long as you don't put your body parts into the mist bead like horn. Its corolla is still very obvious, so it can be avoided with a little attention. Chung Yutong. The only trouble is that it may attract nearby fog creatures after it blooms. So it is not a whole body parasite. Su Qing raised her eyebrows, and the image of a giant being deeply entangled by slender roots in her mind instantly dissipated. If that's all, it's okay. As for the fog beads attracting nearby fog creatures, Su Qing touched her chin. There were only 2 fog creatures near the hut. One of them was her own, and the other was already familiar with it, so there was no need to worry at all. However, if the penetration distance of the fog beads is farther than she thought, it would be a bit troublesome. Exiting the private chat interface with Miss Chung, Su Qing clicked on other survivors who came up. Without exception, there were no special plants in the fog. If she exchanged, it would be nothing more than taking some small risks, but she could choose to use it or not. After a little hesitation, Su Qing quickly made up her mind. Exchange. Su Qing, got it. Then how many floating duckweeds does Miss Chung want to exchange for the fog beads? Chung Yutong, all. As expected, Su Qing blinked her eyes. After all, more floating duckweed would be more effective. She rubbed her hands nervously, and the bargaining process came. After a few rounds of back and forth, Su Qing finally exchanged all her remaining floating duckweed for 2 mist beads and the gifts that came with it. Chung Yutong, happy transaction, I initiate the link. Seeing this, Su Qing hurriedly stood up and walked to the utility room. Clicking the link on the private chat interface, the white light completely enveloped the floating duckweed on the ground, and after it dissipated, it was replaced by 2 slender plants and the gifts that Miss Chung packed and sent. Obviously, this plant is the fog beads. At the same time, the light screen also popped up a description of it. Fog beads. Fog plant, parasitic through seeds, automatically falls off before flowering, looking for the next host. The luminous part is similar to the eyeball, relying on the light to attract fog creatures. If you find a light source in the fog, it may be a good choice to be cautious and not touch it. Seeds parasitic, automatically falls off before flowering. Su Qing squatted down and looked carefully at the special plant in front of her. The root of the mist-wrapped flower is very straight and slender. Of course, this evaluation is in contrast to the huge flower on top. Su Qing held the back of the flower and turned it towards her to see clearly what was inside. From the side, the shape of the mist-wrapped flower is indeed very much like a trumpet, wide in front and narrow in the back. The corolla turned, and in the thick white trumpet mouth, there were actually 5 white petals tightly closed inside, covering the inside tightly. Su Qing was a little surprised. But after a little thought, she understood. The mist beads that Miss Chung handed to her should be the ones that have not bloomed yet, otherwise the mist beads in front of her should be glowing. Then she needs to wait for a while. Su Qing grabbed the stems of 2 mist beads and walked out. Ouch! What is Su Qing doing? She went in empty-handed, but came out with 2 plants she had never seen before. Ruoshi raised her paw curiously and reached for Su Qing when she passed by. When Ruoshi made this move, Su Qing hurriedly hid behind. You can't touch this. Her eyelids twitched. Ruoshi, sit back quickly. Can't touch? Ruoshi's eyes widened. Why? She was confused, but she had to listen to Su Qing's words. She retracted her claws obediently. Facing 5 pairs of eyes, Su Qing laughed. Come back. I find a pot to plant these 2 mist beads. By the way, do you remember the pots left when I planted firefly grass before? Strange, I didn't find it in the utility room. There are still some left. I changed a lot before. Quack. Upstairs. The bird raised its wings and pointed to the top of its head. Su Qing looked up. Shui, do you remember it's on the 2nd floor? The bird nodded. Su Qing, you took it up to dry it before. Okay, thank you, Shui. Su Qing hesitated between putting down the mist beads and going upstairs to get the pot or carrying the mist beads upstairs, and finally decided to choose one. But in order to prevent the little guys from being curious and touching them, she put the 2 mist beads back in the utility room. Since one wall lamp was placed in the bedroom, and the other wall lamp was working diligently in the hole in the middle, Su Qing could only pick up the torch from the utility room. Open the lid, and the flames rise. The brightness of the torch is certainly not as bright as the wall lamp, but it is enough for lighting at home. Su Qing bent down, and the stairs leading to the 2nd floor were on the side of the utility room. Ding ding ding. The sound of shoes stepping on the ground echoed. Su Qing listened quietly for a while, and Wan Shu and the others could no longer hear their voices. The sound insulation between the 2nd floor and the 1st floor is good, she thought lightly. Turning the corner and going up a few more stairs, Su Qing walked into the only room on the second floor. The view was completely dark. Didn't she open the window last time she came up? It seemed that she didn't. Su Qing held the torch in front of her. Empty in front of her, empty overhead, empty ground. The room on the second floor was simply nothing. When the fog passed, it was time to find an opportunity to decorate the second floor. Su Qing was looking for flower pots by the light of the fire while thinking. But she hadn't figured out what the second floor was used for. Found it. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she walked over quickly. Dozens of plastic flower pots fell to the ground. She picked up one. The reddish-brown flower pot was almost as high as her calf. 1, 2, 9. Su Qing quickly counted the flower pots on the second floor and found that there were 9 left. She stacked all the flower pots, bent her arms, and carried them down. She returned to the utility room and picked up 2 plastic flower pots at random. Su Qing put on the mist bead and walked out. Woo! Su Qing, you want to go outside? Washu stood up, sweeping the ground lightly with his tail. I go plant these 2 plants. Su Qing raised her chin, signaling Washu to go back to his place and wait, I be back soon. Woo! I go with Su Qing. It's dangerous outside. Washu didn't sit back, but insisted on continuing. Ruoshi looked left and right, and also jumped up. Awoo! Ruoshi is going too. It wants to accompany Su Qing too. Sister and Su Qing don't want to leave Ruoshi behind. The little guy bypassed Sister and trotted to Su Qing's feet. Su Qing lowered her head. Staring, Ruoshi moved her eyes away, but continued to walk forward a few steps until she was close to Su Qing. Beside the small stove, Lucky and Shui also stood up, looking eager to move. Forget it, Su Qing surrendered. Although she didn't know what was fun about growing plants, everyone wanted to move together. Come if you want, Ruoshi. Awoo! Go, go, go. With permission, Ruoshi happily pushed the door open and squeezed out in a blink of an eye. The white wolf head squeezed in again. Awoo! Everyone, hurry up and follow, woo! Here it comes! Washu responded, and gently rubbed Su Qing's trouser leg when passing by. Ruoshi looked at the remaining 3. Squeak! Don't worry. That being said, the tree mouse and Shui still walked out one after the other. The old monkey looked left and right and followed. Su Qing sighed helplessly, you guys just spoiled Ruoshi. Awoo! The little guy's urging cry came from the other side of the door. Right away, Su Qing turned around and quickly put the pot on the ground. Open the door, close the door. All eyes focused on her. Su Qing shook the flower pot in her right hand. Let's go to the vegetable garden. The soil in the vegetable garden was composted, but of course, that was not the main reason. Su Qing walked to the vegetable garden and bent down, and directly picked up a handful of soil. The key point is that the soil in the vegetable garden is relatively loose. Ahem. She had just loosened the soil before going down the crack. She held Wuzikin and filled the soil, and until she let go of the Wuzikin, and it would not fall. It didn't take much effort for Su Qing to plant both plants of the fog pearl twist in the pot. But what to do next? Will it survive like this? Su Qing frowned slightly. Fog pearl twist is a parasitic plant. Can it be watered normally? Ouch! Ruoshi took a few steps forward. Su Qing still stopped him. She pointed at the huge trumpet-shaped corolla and said, don't touch it here. If you stick your claws in it, you will be parasitized by its seeds and then absorb the nutrients. Ouch! What? Ruoshi bumped into her sister with her buttocks, and it was so scary. So no matter what happens to the flower in the future, don't touch it, got it? Su Qing struck while the iron was hot, staring at Ruoshi and Lucky. They were the most lively ones in the house, and Su Qing was afraid that these two would get curious and have to try it out. The mouse would not be stupid enough to touch it, and the tree mouse put his hands on his hips, his cheeks puffed up. Ouch. Ruoshi remembered it. Unlike the curious move just now, Ruoshi stayed close to Wanshu after hearing what she said, staring at the 2 plants vigilantly, as if facing a great enemy. Su Qing placed 2 mist beads in the flower pot. She didn't plan to take them back to the cottage, so she just put them in the vegetable garden. Anyway, the plants originally planted here should be transplanted to the planting room, or they will be too big to move and die. It's very empty, so it's good to put mist beads. By the way, Su Qing clicked on the light screen and found a private chat with Miss Chung. Su Qing, Miss Chung, can I ask if the mist beads can be watered like other plants? After waiting for a minute, the other party did not respond, maybe he was busy. Su Qing turned off the screen and looked at the 5 creatures around her. Ah? Done? So fast? Ruoshi tilted her head and pointed at the hut tentatively. Yes. Su Qing nodded. We should go back to the hut, so it's really fast. Goo-goo. Su Qing looked in the direction of the sound. It was the old monkey. Oh. The old monkey scratched his head embarrassedly. It was hungry. So the group hurried back to the hut. Su Qing lifted the small pot to the stove again. Suddenly, she patted her head. By the way, Wanshu, can't you breathe fire? Woo! Wanshu was a little confused. It can breathe fire, what's wrong? See if you can melt the core of the snowball. Almost forgetting about the acceleration thing again, Su Qing stood up and decided that she didn't dare to melt it. After resting well, they would catch the young salamanders and accumulate the magic stones without attributes. Then explore further. In short, they had to collect as many useful things as possible before the concentration of this strange fog rose to 100%. Chapter 116. Walking into the utility room, Su Qing looked around and recalled which treasure chests she had placed the snowball cores in. I remember now. She bent down and reached into the neatly arranged treasure chests for a total of 15 snowball cores. After opening several boxes in succession, the blue transparent object pressed inside popped out with a duong, trembling continuously. Su Qing touched her chin. When she met the swamp crocodile, her first shot did not break through the defense, but the fire sprayed by Wanshu directly burned the swamp crocodile to ashes. So the fire must be very special. If even Wanshu's fire can't melt the snowball cores, then these cores can only stay in the treasure chest. Picking up a snowball core, Su Qing cushioned it with her left hand and locked the snowball core tightly with her right arm to prevent the smooth core from escaping from her arms. Hearing the sound, Wanshu and other beasts, who had been curious for a long time, looked over. Ga? Isn't this what's left of the snowball? A look of surprise flashed in her snowy eyes. Su Qing raised her chin, glanced over the round blue core to the pot on the table, aimed, moved her left hand away, and squeezed the lower half of the core into the pot. Snow, do you remember? After confirming that the core was not misplaced, Su Qing lifted the pot to the ground. Indeed, this is what we got after we dealt with Snowball in the winter. Winter? Snowball? Why doesn't it remember? Ruashi blinked. Think about it. No memory, think again, still no impression. The little white wolf's winking expression fell into the eyes of the tree mouse, and it stretched out its claws to gesture with some amusement. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You were still young at that time. It seems that Su Qing and the others took it back before you opened your eyes. Ruashi. Shock. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. She didn't know what Lucky said to the little guy. Ruashi's eyes were wide open, and she just stayed where she was. Moving the pot containing the core to a slightly open place, she turned to Washu and said, Washu, can you control the size of the flames you spray? Washu, who was suddenly called, was still a little dazed. 2 clusters of blue flame swayed quietly. After a long time, it responded hesitantly. Woo. Su Qing, let me give it a try. In the flames, the upper and lower jaws slowly separated. The 2 front bone claws took a step forward slightly, and the center of gravity of the bone wolf's head, which had also shrunk, moved down. Puff. Some sparks flashed in the air. The body of the bone wolf sank a little more, as if it was accumulating strength. Don't worry, Wanshu. Su Qing gently comforted, this is just an attempt, we will take it slowly. Ah. Ruashi moved her head, and her mouth was suddenly covered by the tree mouse. The tree mouse carefully glanced at Wanshu, who was still trying hard, and deliberately lowered his voice to a very low level. Squeak. Let's talk quietly. What if we startle Wanshu and make him fail? Oh, Ruashi suddenly realized and nodded to show that she understood. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of air, Ruashi also pinched her throat to cheer her sister. Awoo. Come on, sister. Suddenly, a blue column of flame emerged between the upper and lower jaws. Su Qing's eyelids twitched wildly. She quickly reached out and took the pot away. Woo! Washu was stunned, and the column of fire in his throat dissipated. Su Qing quickly explained the reason. After that, she began to make plans. Washu, recall how you sprayed out the column of flame just now. Can you try to compress it on that basis and make it thinner? The bone wolf lowered its head slightly, as if thinking about something. Awoo. Sister can use her stomach to push. Ruashi began to pat the ground with her right front paw, and demonstrated how it blew air in a heroic and proud manner. Squeak. This is not quite the same. The tree mouse covered its face with its paws. Oh. The old monkey thought it made sense. The old monkey couldn't help but interrupt, and it felt that the fire and air that Wanshu spewed out were similar. The scene suddenly became noisy. Washu, who had heard everything, lowered his head and silently adjusted his posture. Wow! A blue pillar of fire spurted out, maintaining a stable state in the air, and did not dissipate immediately. Su Qing opened her mouth. Is this successful? Ruashi, who was talking about her ideas, suddenly felt poked. She closed her mouth and looked to the side. It was the tree mouse that poked it. Ruashi was even more confused. Why did it attract Ruashi's attention and not speak? Following the tree mouse's gaze, a pillar of fire was hovering in the air like a dragon in the mouth of the bone wolf wrapped in flames. Ruashi, surprise! Sister, you succeeded, Wanshu coughed, and the pillar of fire slowly dissipated without its support. Gaga. Wanshu is very powerful. The bird praised him very seriously. Oh. The old monkey nodded in agreement. No, Ruashi raised her head and chest proudly. Sister has always been very powerful, okay. Woo. Is Su Qing okay like this? Everyone praised him too much. Wanshu looked at Su Qing embarrassedly, and scratched the ground shyly with his left front paw. Seeing Wanshu's inquiring gaze, Su Qing took the pot back. Her fingertips circled the small pot. Wanshu, try to aim the flame at the inside. After a while stop. I will move the flames from the sides to the center, and continue to burn. Wanshu understood. Let's start. The thin blue flame spurted out again, directly touching the blue jelly in the pot. Su Qing watched expectantly. She had lit firewood to burn the core of the snowball, but these jelly-like cores did not react at all. Now, as soon as the blue flame sprayed by Wanshu touched the core, the crystal-clear core sizzled instantly. It worked. Su Qing clenched her fist excitedly and pinched her fingertips into her palm. Sizzle. The liquid after the core melted was also blue. After a while, Su Qing stopped Wanshu and pushed the remaining parts that were not in contact with the flames to the center. Repeating this operation, the first snowball core quickly turned into a pot of liquid. It doesn't taste much. Su Qing's nose twitched. Although the color of the melted liquid was blue, it was relatively light and still looked very dreamy. Indeed, there is none. Ruashi, who also came over to smell it, came to a conclusion. Steam rose, and Su Qing retracted her fingertips that felt the heat. Let's eat first, and wait until it cools down. She raised her eyebrows. Who wants to try the effect of this speed potion? Both paws were raised quickly. Ruashi and the tree mouse looked at each other. Okay. Su Qing clapped her hands. Let Ruashi and Lucky try it first later. The speed potion was freshly made, and not only the little guys were absent-minded, but Su Qing herself was also the same when she was eating. After filling her stomach, Su Qing put the cooled liquid into a bottle, then took 3 bottles, and moved the little guys to another place. Pop. Pull out the bottle cork. Su Qing handed it to the 2 little ones. Squeak. You first. The tree mouse politely stretched out its claws. Then I drink first. Ruashi opened her mouth. The bottle tipped over, and the blue liquid slowly fell into the white wolf's mouth. What will happen? Su Qing bit her lip, feeling a little nervous. The familiar white light lit up and gradually permeated Ruashi's body. But the white light that appeared this time was very shallow, like smoke or fog. Ruashi shook her head, her ears stood up, and then fell down. It seems that there is no change. The little guy raised his left paw, put it down, and raised his right paw again. Ruashi, take 2 steps? Su Qing whispered. Good. What's so difficult about this? Ruashi hummed and stretched out her paws. With a snap, the white wolf fell to the ground. Ruashi looked up blankly. What happened? Su Qing was watching from the sidelines and saw everything clearly. When Ruashi stretched out her front paws and took a step forward, her 2 front paws moved very fast and became visibly blurred. Ruashi's hind paws were still in place, so without moving, Ruashi immediately lost balance and fell to the ground. However, Ruashi fell too fast, and she had no time to hold her up. Su Qing picked up Ruashi and said, Is Ruashi okay? Is there anything hurt? Hurt? No, Ruashi shook her head. Su Qing, don't worry, put Ruashi down. Seeing that the little guy was really fine and struggling hard, Su Qing put Ruashi down. Do you want to continue to adapt? Su Qing patted the little white wolf. Let's see how long the speed potion can last. Of course, after watching Ruashi's taming process, Su Qing also drank the speed potion. Half a bottle of speed potion can take effect for about half an hour, and if it is a full bottle, it should last for an hour. After figuring out the effective time of the speed potion, Su Qing put away the remaining potions. Wait a minute, we will go to the salamander territory to harvest the attributeless magic stones and collect meat. Su Qing glanced at the old monkey. We will try to pick the ones who are alone and create the conditions if there are no conditions. Lucky, Shui and the old monkey, you three stay at home. This time we will focus on collecting first, and we will come back as long as the 2 magic bags are full. Squeak. Okay. Quack. The birds will watch them. Oh. Yes, my king. Chapter 117. After a short rest, Su Qing took 2 magic bags and a hunting rifle and walked out. You three stay at home. Even if there is noise outside, don't go out easily. Remember? In the sight, the old monkey was lying on the straw mat, and Lucky was squatting beside his head. One was talking excitedly, and the other was listening attentively. Su Qing closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and shook her head. Well, don't worry. With this level of concentration, they probably won't hear any noise outside. Quack. The bird is waiting for you at home. Shwe. Su Qing lowered her head, and the white bird landed on the door, looking at her seriously with its dark eyes. She bent down and touched Shwe's head, waving her hand. We are leaving, Shwe, you watch them. I have cut the fruits and put them on the wooden plate. If you are hungry, go and eat them yourself. The birds nodded one by one in response. After closing the door, Wanshu and Ruashi had already returned to their original size, and were waiting outside. As soon as she came out, the huge bone wolf and the white wolf stood up immediately. Wanshu, do you still remember where you found the larvae of the salamander last time? Su Qing fiddled with a hunting rifle leaning in front of her. Can you still find it? The bone wolf slowly lowered its head, as if recalling. Seeing this, Su Qing and Ruashi calmed down, both staring at it, waiting for an answer. Woo! It should be possible, although there is still an impression in his mind. Washu didn't want to say too much and disappoint Su Qing. So after thinking about it, it took the lead to move forward and decided to try to see if it could be identified. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Washu was leading the way. She patted Ruashi, who was lost in thought, and when the white wolf squatted down, she turned over and rode on it. Let's go, let's follow Washu, she said happily, and she had already begun to imagine how to separate the young salamanders, and what if she encountered an unexpected incident. After passing through the wide-open gate, Ruashi flicked her tail on the gate without waiting for her instructions. After a click sound, Su Qing looked back and saw that the gate had closed. I don't know how many times I have entered the white fog. The fear and anxiety I once had about the unknown behind the fog have dissipated. Su Qing stretched out her hand, and the mist emitting a glittering light flowed from her fingertips. I don't know what this white fog is. She retracted her hand. When she set off, the fog concentration had risen to 28%. Su Qing looked serious and looked forward. Now that this unknown fog concentration has appeared, they have to store food faster and collect useful things in the fog. The first step is to start harvesting salamander larvae. Whether it is tail meat or non-attribute magic stone, they all need it. Her eyes fell straight on the leaping figure in front of her. Now they just had to wait for Wanshu to lead them closer to the salamander territory. After shuttling through the fog for a long time, Wanshu in front suddenly slowed down. Su Qing rubbed her cold face. Are we there yet? Wanshu lowered his head and gently touched the ground with his bony fingers. After confirming, he turned around and walked to his sister, nodding to Su Qing, who was looking forward to it. Sure enough, we are there. Holding the shotgun with both hands, Su Qing lowered her voice and ordered, just like what we said at home, first look for lone salamander larvae nearby. By the way, let's not be too far away. Washu and Ruashi nodded at the same time, and moved to the left and right, and the distance between them kept increasing. After being separated by several meters in the middle, the two wolves stopped moving outward at the same time as if they had telepathy, and just kept moving forward at a distance. While the little guys were searching, Su Qing was not idle either, using her high vision. Ahem, it wasn't that high actually. But after all, it was an extra pair of eyes. She looked at the other side of Ruashi, concentrating on catching other possible sounds. After walking a distance, Su Qing and her friends encountered the first salamander larva of the day. The pitch-black giant tadpole lay on the unknown creature, and the chewing sound resounded throughout the place. Perhaps it was eating too deliciously. The continuous crunching sound covered up the sound of their approaching footsteps. This also allowed them to get closer. Su Qing frowned, and after getting closer, she also saw clearly what the salamander larva ate. White curly hair, hooves. Very much like a ram. Turning her head, Washu cast an inquiring gaze at her, and Su Qing nodded. Instantly, the bone wolf moved its limbs, and blue flames began to float. As it raised its bone claws high, the flame soared violently, and in the white mist, it was gorgeous and strange. There were several crisp snaps again, but it was obvious who was broken this time. The bone wolf raised its claws, and fiddled with it for a while, then lowered its head, and picked up something. Su Qing took the attributeless magic stone that Washu brought, and asked the two little ones to move away. Just now, in a flash, she thought of a question. The young salamander and the ram are obviously about the same size, so how could this thing make the fat ram flat like that? After a little thought, she came to a terrible conclusion, that is, the young salamanders were hunted by their parents. Haha, if it's unfortunate, maybe the parents are still nearby. Su Qing used the light screen to cut, and let Ruashi hold the tail at the moment it was broken. Then run. Bang! Oh, it's really there. Su Qing's eyelids jumped wildly. Woo! Go! Wanshu turned his head, and listened attentively for a second. He took a step and ran out first. Ah! Sister! I wanted to respond, but as soon as I opened my mouth, the tail meat slid down. Ruashi had no choice but to hold it tightly and follow her sister. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, Su Qing was shocked. Every time she thought she had gotten rid of it, the sound of the salamander would soon be heard again. Of course, the reason why she was sure that the salamander was chasing her was because of the shaking earth. It was a heavyweight creature at first glance. Su Qing didn't want to fight. After thinking for a while, she shouted loudly, Wanshu? Wanshu tilted his head slightly, a little confused. Su Qing pointed a finger at the sky. You will become smaller later. Hold my hand when the time is right, and we will fly to a high enough place. How about that? Okay, just shout. Fly to a high enough place? Wanshu's sight moved, and he narrowed his eyes. In the distance, a tall figure jumped up and down, with no intention of giving up. Woo! Okay, Washu agreed. Su Qing leaned over and indicated the position of her hand. I'm here, Washu. I shout 3, you aim. 1, 2, 3. As she counted, she couldn't help but get nervous. The blue flame suddenly expanded, then gradually shrank. After it became smaller, Wanshu looked like a small ball of flame. But the color became brighter. Su Qing held her breath, and when the flame leaped towards her, she stretched out her hand and involuntarily responded and grabbed it. Her arm was slightly cold, and her fingertips firmly grasped the hard object, which was heavy and carried her down. Got it. Su Qing gritted her teeth and pulled it back with force. Woo! Are you okay? Being held in his arms, Wanshu looked at Su Qing worriedly. It's okay. Su Qing rubbed Washi with her chin, but she cried like a storm in her heart, Ruashi, let's take off. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It has to be more cautious next time. She hugged Ruashi tightly. Ouch. Hold tight. With a hint, Ruashi accelerated. Suddenly, the snow-white wings spread out. The feeling of falling came. Su Qing, who was well prepared, hugged Wanshu tightly and held him in her arms. Gradually, the wind stopped. Su Qing opened her eyes, and they had calmed down. Wow, so the sky looks like this. Washu put his head on Su Qing's shoulder. Although Su Qing made him feel uncomfortable, he knew that time was running out. As for why Su Qing didn't choose to fight, Washu tilted his head and took in the dark sky and the white mist around him. Su Qing was not a weak person. She must have her reasons for not fighting. In addition, Wanshu recalled the other party's mountain-like body. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. It didn't want to fight either. Su Qing and Ruashi were both there, and it didn't want its sister and Su Qing to get hurt. Bang bang. Perhaps because of their absence, the sounds below became visibly more violent. Su Qing rolled her eyes. They just ran out like yesterday to get rid of the salamander. Who would have thought that the salamander with a strong sense of territory would follow them out and follow them for so long? Yesterday they killed 3 juveniles, and did not see the second adult salamander. In addition, the light screen described that the toad had a strong sense of territory. Could it be, Su Qing licked her lips, that there was only one adult salamander here? Let's go back. Su Qing's eyes lit up. If their guess was true, they could fly over and steal the house while the salamanders chased them out. However, it was also possible that the guess was false, so caution was still necessary. After we go over, let's see if there are other adult salamanders nearby. Ouch! Ruashi turned back. After searching for a while, Su Qing and the others hovered over a stream. Below, the water was densely packed with oval black giant eggs. There were many salamander larvae lying on the side, and sticky liquid was everywhere. In short, it was a very appetizing scene. There were too many. Su Qing signaled the 2 little ones to be patient. She thought there were only a few dozen at most. Never thought they were everywhere. Let's start from the edge. Su Qing quickly decided that the young salamanders still had teeth, so they could still fight a few of them, but it would be a big loss if there were so many of them that they couldn't take care of them. Su Qing leaned down. Ruashi nodded continuously. Washu seemed to be thinking about something. Bang, bang, bang. Su Qing weighed the two bulging magic bags. Washu had already changed back, and was holding the attributeless magic stone to recover his strength. The distant cries became more and more angry, and she hugged Ruashi. It seemed that she would have to wait for a while before catching the young salamanders. The wind blew in her face, and Su Qing shrank her neck. Safely at home, Su Qing jumped off the wolf's back and pushed open the fence door. After the two little ones came in, she closed the door. Su Qing turned on the light screen while walking. The forum was still very lively, and Su Qing randomly clicked on a post. Well, vampire butterflies are afraid of fire and light. Fortunately, they were not near her. This kind of flying creature also sucks blood, which is too troublesome. Suddenly, a comment popped up and caught her attention. Su Zhenru, has anyone noticed the concentration of the personal interface? Why is it already 47% when I look at it? Su Qing quickly exited. Missed, concentration, 47%. Su Qing opened her mouth. Wasn't it still over 30 when I left? Chapter 118. 47%, only 3% left to reach half of the progress bar. Su Qing caught the flying lucky with her left hand and clicked back to the forum. The fog concentration rose to 47%, like a bomb hitting the forum. In such a short time, posts on the forum homepage popped up like crazy, and the newly posted posts were swiped down in the blink of an eye. At a glance, she only had time to capture the keywords, but there was no doubt that more than 90% of these posts were related to the fog concentration. Squeak. Su Qing, you guys are not hurt, right? Standing still in Su Qing's palm, the tree mouse looked left and right. It smelled blood. But since Su Qing and her friends were out hunting, it was not sure who the blood smell came from. Ouch. Of course not. Ruashi, who had shrunk again, pressed her head against the door, and then her whole body began to move around her head. After moving inside, she retracted her head in a flash. Ruashi shook herself and took a last look at the closed door. It was a close call. It was almost caught. But it was still more powerful. The little white wolf turned around proudly and ran towards Su Qing. No, that's good. The tree mouse patted his chest with his paw. Thinking of something, his golden eyes turned slightly. The tree mouse climbed down Su Qing's arm and returned to the ground. Squeak. How many did you catch? A wuh. How many? We caught a lot there are. Su Qing lowered her head. Ruashi and Lucky huddled together and walked towards the old monkey. Then, the three little guys gathered in a circle and whispered. But she paid attention for a while. Most of the time it was Ruashi who was talking, and Lucky and Lao were listening. She moved her eyes back to the light screen. Headache. Calming down, Su Qing took a deep breath and put aside the anxiety she felt after discovering that the concentration of fog had risen to 47%. Even at today's rate of more than 10%, they should still have about 4 days to prepare. If they are more worried, they can use the next 2 days to store supplies. Moreover, Su Qing pursed her lips. The speed of the rise had been irregular before. Maybe it was just an accident today. Woo! What was Su Qing worried about? Washu took in all the changes in Su Qing's expression. He walked to Su Qing and stood close to her. No matter what difficulties there were, Wanshu leaned his head against her thigh. Everyone would face it with you. The touch on her calf brought Su Qing out of her thoughts. Wanshu. Her frown softened. Woo. I'm here, Wanshu responded softly. Perhaps now is the time to discuss. Su Qing thought secretly. Originally, she planned to catch salamander larvae every few days, but plans can't change quickly. Now the concentration of fog may rise to 100% in a few days, and no one knows what will happen then. So first of all, she needs to prepare food to survive this period of time. She, Lucky, Shui, and the old monkey are very simple. Before the wood magic stone fails, the planting room can continue to produce the food they need. Although the dishes will be repeated, there will always be food. Wanshu and Ruashi are different. Ruashi needs meat, and Wanshu needs a magic stone without attributes. At present, catching salamander larvae is the only way she knows to solve the problem of eating for Wanshu and Ruashi at the same time. Su Qing organized her words in her mind and said, Everyone, the plan has changed. Next, we may face a new crisis. Ruashi stopped her endless story, and her eyes widened in shock. Ouch! A new crisis? Wanshu lowered his head slightly. No wonder Su Qing looked worried just now. She glanced around. Wanshu and Shui were quiet. Ruashi was a little suspicious, and although Lucky was also shocked, he was not very scared. The old monkey hugged himself and looked at her with a fierce look, as if he placed all his hopes on her. Su Qing retracted his gaze. Yes, I learned through some channels that the concentration of fog outside is rising wildly, and it may be completed soon. By then, there may be changes outside, maybe more powerful monsters, maybe more fog creatures. Of course. She paused. Maybe nothing has changed. That's also possible. But I think we should accumulate food as quickly as possible. Lucky, Shui and Laoho, the production in the planning room at home is enough. But Wanshu, and you need to store extra food. What? Ruashi pointed to the door excitedly. It can continue now. Okay, Ruashi. Let's rest for a while before we set off. Su Qing quickly comforted Ruashi, fearing that the child would rush out and do something. The Toad territory is not without danger after all, and only by maintaining the best condition can we collect the most meat and non-attribute magic stones. That's right. Ruashi nodded and laid down on the ground again. It was indeed a little tired, Ruashi yawned, and it would be better to wait until it was full and had a good sleep before setting off. So this matter is settled? The tree mouse waved his hand, saying that it was fine. It couldn't help much in the fog, and couldn't see through the fog, nor could it fight as a fighting force. Without knowing much, it felt that it was better to remain silent. Ruashi shouted excitedly. Ruashi was really full of energy, and Su Qing reached out and touched the little guy. Shui and Wangshu looked at each other, and both nodded in agreement. Then, Su Qing looked at the old monkey. She actually wanted to ask the old monkey if he wanted to leave first. After all, no matter how you look at it, the survivors will be subjected to the special test of the Doomsday. The concentration of fog is unclear. She is afraid that the hut will suffer, and the old monkey will be indirectly implicated. Thinking of this, Su Qing asked. The old monkey raised his eyes in surprise, thinking for a while, and his red face relaxed. It waved its hands, indicating that it was more inclined to stay. As for Su Qing's words, the old monkey thought about it and figured it out. It wanted to seek shelter and escape this period of time because of the powerful strength of Su Qing's clan. If danger really comes in the future, and it dies unexpectedly, it will not regret it. Besides, it is difficult to survive a day outside relying on it alone. In the hut, it can warm itself comfortably by the fire. Su Qing looked at the old monkey again, and found that the old monkey did not look reluctant. She felt touched, and did not mention it anymore. After eating and drinking, a new round of hunting began. Time passed unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The concentration of fog reached 95%. A very dangerous value. Su Qing sat by the stove, warming herself by the fire, and took off her coat covered in blood. She sighed softly. Sure enough, the continuous capture of young salamanders soon aroused the salamander's high alertness and hatred. The method of luring the snake out of the hole to steal the house was no longer effective after being used several times. Once, they were even squatted by the salamander in reverse. The blood on their bodies was stained at that time, but with Ruashi there, they finally managed to escape. Ouch. Su Qing was in pain. Ruashi licked her paws pitifully. Su Qing opened the bottle of healing potion and took a wooden bowl to pour it in. When the bottle was empty, she placed the wooden bowl in front of Ruashi so that the little guy could lick it. Finish this bowl first and see if it can be cured. Su Qing felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She stared at Ruashi closely and became nervous in a rare way. If 1 bowl is not enough, then 2 bowls. She added, don't leave any hidden dangers. Ruashi felt wet around her eyes, and she sniffed and nodded. It is so strong, so don't leave any hidden dangers. The familiar white light gradually permeated Ruashi's body. Su Qing watched for a while, and saw the little guy half closed his eyes comfortably, so she knew that the potion had taken effect. I go to the utility room to put away the meat and other things. Su Qing stood up, bent over and touched Ruashi. If you still feel uncomfortable after drinking, come in and find me. Ruashi responded dazedly. Squeak. Su Qing was relieved that the rat was watching from the side. Seeing Su Qing's worried expression, the tree rat raised his hand to indicate that he would watch Ruashi. After saying that, it poked the old monkey and bird next to it. The bird glanced at the tree mouse quietly and nodded crisply. Oh! Me too. The old monkey nodded solemnly. The old monkey was. Su Qing was a little surprised. She remembered that when she met the old monkey in the fog and after she came back, the old monkey had always been very tense and careful. Unexpectedly, after staying with Lucky and Shue for a few days, the old monkey actually relaxed. But it was good this way. Su Qing grabbed the magic bag and walked towards the utility room. Not only was it comfortable to get along with each other, but it was also more advantageous to deal with the dangers that might arise next. There were 35 tail meats in total. Su Qing counted them and got the result quickly. According to Ruashi's 2 meals a day, 1 piece per meal, she could last for 17 days. There were 61 attributeless magic stones in total, more than the tail meat. Su Qing made room for the box while secretly recalling. When Washu was out, he did not eat attributeless magic stones regularly. As far as Su Qing could see, Washu always waited until the light flame began to shrink before asking her for an attributeless magic stone. In this regard, Su Qing guessed that Washu only needed the energy in the attributeless magic stone. And the energy of a piece of attributeless magic stone can last for about a day. However, this is only when Washu does not consume a lot of energy. Su Qing touched the slightly cool surface of the attributeless magic stone one by one. Wangshu's survival should be inseparable from the wish flower, the mist, and the light magic stone. She didn't know whether Wangshu could survive without the mist, but energy certainly could not be separated. Therefore, when taking Wangshu out, you must always prepare enough non-attribute magic stones, and never let the flames on Wangshu disappear. Su Qing clenched her fist. Non-attribute magic stones. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and she clicked on the light screen, intending to publish a long-term transaction intention. Personal interface, limited time map. Such a familiar thing, Su Qing sighed. She had a bad feeling. Click on the personal interface, and the interface jumped. On the screen, after scrolling up and down, Su Qing really found the words. Map, limited time. Damn again? Chapter 119. Su Qing looked at the words map, limited time, on the screen and felt quite depressed. After the Winter Snow Country War began, a map also appeared on the personal interface. Accompanying it were 7 red dots that kept approaching the hut. So after seeing such familiar words, Su Qing immediately thought of the Snow Country War. Her fingertip shrank, and now that it had become a fact, she could only face it. If she didn't look at it now, she would have to look at it sooner or later, and the sooner she looked, the sooner she would understand. Thinking of this, she lightly clicked the screen. A new pop-up window popped up. As expected, Su Qing thought to herself. In the pop-up window, there were only 3 signs, a green light dot representing the hut, a red light dot representing hostile, and an arrow showing her real-time location. In the new interface that popped up, the green light dot was located in the center of the screen, overlapping with the arrow representing her. Fortunately, the area around the hut was fine. Su Qing checked it herself and knew that there were no fog creatures around, so it was relatively safe. In fact, it was also displayed on the light screen. There were no closely adjacent red spots around the green spot. But Su Qing closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. His father's body was covered with red spots. She saw several dazzling large spots at a glance. There were often several small spots around the large red spots, and some even overlapped and were densely packed. The entire screen was emitting a bright red light. If only her stalks had been so red before. Haha, your end is coming. Su Qing sniffed, feeling depressed. There were only 7 light spots in the Snow Country War, which could be divided into different categories. Now with so many red spots, she was afraid that she would deliver food to the door directly. Huh. Calm down, Su Qing opened her eyes. First of all, there was no broadcast this time, nor did it say that the light spots would still move towards the cabin. On the bright side, maybe this was just a reminder of the end of the world. Secondly, it was an indisputable fact that the fog concentration reached 100%, and it was also a fact that there were many red spots outside. How to survive in a complete way is what she needs to think about most. Su Qing bent down, picked up the food, and returned to the outer room. Woo! What happened to Su Qing? Washu was the first to notice that Su Qing looked heavy. He stood up strangely. Ruashi was obviously fine, so why was Su Qing in a worse mood? Ruashi, who was squinting, heard her sister's words in a trance, and tilted her head a beat slower in reaction. Ah woo! Su Qing pursed her lips, and motioned the little guys to come closer. After the little guys moved over, Su Qing told them everything she knew. Ruashi was startled and sobered up a little. Awuh! So many enemies? The little white wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qing hoped this was fake. She touched Ruashi and nodded heavily. It's just like I said. The area around our cabin is fine. There are no other fog creatures lurking around for the time being. But outside, there are fog creatures everywhere, and as time goes by, maybe the area around the cabin will become unsafe. So Suqing said, let's think about how to deal with it. The room fell silent instantly. Oh! The old monkey raised his hand first and pointed at his feet. It didn't want to fight. After hearing Suqing say that there were so many enemies outside, the first thing it thought of was to stay at home. Old monkey, do you mean to hide in the hut? Oh! Yes. The old monkey looked at Suqing with a stern look. Suqing crossed her hands and said, I don't recommend it. Facing 4 pairs of doubtful eyes, Suqing explained, although the hut has reached the level of impregnable, we don't know whether it can resist fog creatures, and being able to resist one fog creature does not mean that the hut can resist the attack of many fog creatures together. She paused, and hiding in the hut means that we have completely given up the initiative. Not right, not right. Ouch. Hit. Ruashi clenched her claws and waved them in the air. Suqing pressed down Ruashi's claws with one hand. Is this not okay? Ruashi's claws landed on the ground, and she was no longer as excited as before. Don't just retreat, and don't just attack. Suqing dragged out all her thoughts. There are too many light spots outside. If we move too far, we will be easily surrounded. But hiding in the hut, life and death will depend entirely on the quality of the hut, which is not okay either. What I mean is that we will use the area around the hut as a defense line. If a lone fog creature comes, we will kill it and clear a safe area as a buffer zone. As she was speaking, a sharp voice penetrated into the house. Suqing stopped talking and stood up from her seat. On the side, Washu and Ruashi moved towards the door from both sides, crouching and ready to go. Snow wings fluttered slightly, and it looked ready. Suqing winked at Lucky. The tree mouse blinked and tugged at the old monkey, who was concentrating on listening to the sound. Oh! Don't make a sound. The tree mouse quickly covered his mouth with his paw and pointed at the old monkey with his other paw. The old monkey reacted and subconsciously glanced at Suqing. Seeing that Suqing took the hunting rifle from the wall and had no intention of scolding it, he was slightly relieved. He looked at the tree mouse with a puzzled look. Oh, why didn't he react? The tree mouse grabbed the old monkey's fingertips, exerted force, and walked into the utility room. Washu and Ruashi are the main fighting forces in the family. Suqing can use all kinds of magical treasures, and birds can provide help from the air. Only these two need to be protected. Seeing that there are changes outside, they who can't provide help will of course find a place to hide, and don't cause trouble. The tree mouse stared at the old monkey seriously. The old monkey was not stupid, and soon understood what the tree mouse meant, and took the initiative to follow the tree mouse. That's right, the tree mouse nodded with satisfaction. Then he and the old monkey huddled in the utility room, secretly looking out from behind the treasure chest and paying attention to the outside. The sound rang again. At this time, Suqing was close to the door. She turned her head and tried to distinguish the sound. Wow! It sounded like the whistling of the wind, sweeping past, and like the sound of a baby crying, but it was sharper and more piercing. Could it be a new fog creature? The two little ones looked over. Suqing hesitated again and nodded. Whether it was or not, they had to open the door and face it. If it was a fog creature, they would get rid of it. If not, that would be the best. Suqing touched the door with her fingertips, carefully controlling it, trying not to make any sound to disturb the possible monsters. Gradually, the gap widened to allow the little guys to go out. Shui flew up first. Ruashi also rushed out quietly, followed by Washu. Wow! The strange sound sounded again, but there was no emotion. The three little ones, who went out, did not move. Suqing took a step, and she had already determined in her heart that there was no fog creature outside. Holding the shotgun, Suqing walked out of the door. There really are no fog creatures. Ruashi, Wanshu and Shui Pai Pai are on the steps. Damn! Suqing cursed in a low voice. The scene in front of her has changed drastically. The white fog that was emitting light disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black darkness. But if you look closely, you can still see that the fog is still there, but it has changed color. But the pitch-black fog, no matter how you look at it, is not auspicious. Suqing looked up again, and the black fog covered everything, and she could not see the floating duckweed she had put down in front of her. Awuh! Suqing is in the fog? Ruashi turned her head. Wow! It should just be a natural sound. Suqing glanced at Wanshu, who had no reaction to the sound. If there were any creatures in the fog, Wanshu would not be so relaxed. By the way, she can use the map to confirm whether there are any enemies around. Huh? Forget about this. Su Qing patted her head and immediately clicked on the light screen to find the map. The green light spot was still lonely, with a circle of empty space around it. Good news, her heart fell back into her stomach. The fog outside suddenly turned black, which must be related to the fog concentration. Su Qing continued to slide down, and sure enough, the fog concentration had reached 100%. At the same time, she also noticed that before the fog concentration, the word fog was followed by the word fog tide. Fog tide, Su Qing repeated silently. Clicking on the forum, Su Qing found a post with a high number of comments to browse. Xian, did everyone notice the change? The fog concentration rose to 100%, and the fog outside turned black. Now you can't see clearly in the fog, and I personally think it's not suitable to go out without lighting tools. Guizhou, in the past, white fog could provide lighting, although you couldn't see what was behind the fog. But now the black fog makes it impossible to see anything around, and you're completely blind if you go in. This is what you can go in without lighting tools, thumbs up. Quang Hongmian, there seem to be 2 more words for the fog concentration. Guizhou, what? Quang Hongmian, there are 2 more words. Fog tide. The last time I used tide to describe it was in the dead of winter, right? Indeed, Su Qing fell into memories. When winter was first broadcast, the cold wave was mentioned. Lian, that? Do you think the red dot in the fog tide will also move towards the cabin? Su Qing believes that most people have this doubt. Limited time map tide. Too many similarities. The comments on the light screen are still increasing, but she doesn't plan to continue reading. She clicks back to the map. Washu Ruashi. Su Qing shouted. The 2 little ones looked over. Su Qing pointed to the 2 mist beads that she had spread out on the left and right in the yard. After staying by the wood magic stone for a while, the 2 mist beads came to life a day ago. As Miss Chung said, the light of the mist beads is very penetrating. She had tested this after the mist beads glowed. But the fog hadn't turned black at that time. So Su Qing didn't know whether the mist beads would have any effect on the black fog. You guys go out with me, and help me pay attention to the surroundings. I moved the mist beads out to see if it can provide lighting. If possible, she still wanted to stick to the original plan, and use the area around the hut as a buffer zone. Wait. Su Qing's expression suddenly changed, and she called Washu and Ruashi, who were about to walk out. What? What's wrong, Su Qing? Ruashi didn't understand. Washu held his sister with his paws, and turned his head to the outside of the fence. Woo! It made a threatening sound. Gather together first and prepare for battle. It was too late. Su Qing raised her gun and called Ruashi and Washu back to her side. On the light screen that was not turned off, dense spots of light were approaching the hut. No, rather than approaching them, Su Qing stared at the light screen tightly. It was better to say that. Passing by. All the spots on the map were moving in the same direction. The green spot representing the hut was just in the middle. Chapter 120. They didn't wait long. Su Qing leaned against the door with her back, holding the shotgun in both hands. On the light screen in front of her, several red dots were flashing closer, and they were visibly overlapping with the green dot representing the hut. In fact, they had already heard the sound. In the sky, on the ground, all kinds of sounds mixed together, seeming very close, but also seeming to be far away. The furry tail brushed her arm gently, and Su Qing glanced at Ruashi, and met a pair of bright eyes. She blinked quickly, without any fear. Su Qing was stunned for a few seconds, and then her eyebrows softened. She knew that Ruashi was comforting her in her own way. Woo! Just as she was about to respond to Ruashi, she heard Wanshu's cry. Unlike usual, this long sound was emotional and full of power, as if it was a demonstration. Is there a creature coming to the hut? Su Qing narrowed her eyes. A fence divided the inside and outside of the yard. Black fog was flowing outside, and 2 bulbs were inside the yard. One on the left and one on the right. The light was still bright. If the red dot hadn't moved suddenly, she would have moved the 2 mist beads into the black fog to see if they could be used for lighting. Her palms holding the shotgun were a little wet and warm. In the darkness, a pair of slender eyes emitting a light green light suddenly emerged from outside the fence, as if they had teleported out of thin air. But she understood that it was because the other party had reached the fence that he was seen. Su Qing looked straight into those eyes without flinching. Maybe it was because she had put on a filter in advance. Su Qing only felt that the eyes outside the fence were cold and lifeless, looking at them as if they were looking at meat on a sticky board. Drooling, Su Qing inexplicably thought of this idiom. Woo! A woo! Washu and Ruashi's voices sounded at the same time. Eyes disappeared in the black fog. Gone now? Su Qing raised her eyebrows, somewhat unconvinced. Her sight fell to the air, and the red and green dots on the light screen overlapped, but the map was originally drawn after the actual scale was reduced, and it could not be used to judge whether the opponent had given up attacking the hut. She looked forward. From this direction, she could only see the backs of the giant wolves. The flames of the bone wolf swayed gently, and the white jade-like skeleton glowed with cold light. And Ruashi beside her was also white, with strong limbs and soft fur. Bang! The loud noise interrupted her reverie. Su Qing looked at the source of the sound in surprise. It was the fence in front of them. I don't know what hit the fence. Su Qing only had time to glimpse the dark arc and the ripples that flashed over the fence. Let's get closer. After a little thought, she decided to move forward a little further. There was no damage. After being able to see the fence clearly, Su Qing stopped. So, the owner of the eyes that had been revealed before, pretended to leave, and suddenly rushed in, but the fence synthesized by the magic book was not that fragile, so the other party hit the barrier? Well, Su Qing touched her chin, that should be it. However, if you say that the fence is very strong, that's not true. After all, the swamp crocodile had made a big hole before. If the creatures found in the black fog hit her fence a few more times, her fence might be broken again. No, the fence cannot be broken. Su Qing raised her hunting rifle. After repairing the fence last time, the ropes at home were not enough. She decided to shoot at the other party directly when the next collision happened. Bang! It came. Su Qing quickly pressed the trigger. She was always focusing on the fence, and this time she caught the other party's movements in time. Black hair, round head, slender ears hanging on both sides. In the black fog, there was only a rough outline. Su Qing aimed directly at the ripples above the fence and fired. TSK. It was heart-wrenching. After the cry, the stumbling sound faded away. Hit? Su Qing still kept holding the gun. She stared at the black fog that gradually calmed down, and it was over like this? Ouch! It's all right. Ruashi shook her tail. There were so many noises, it thought there would be a big fight. Washu shook his head. This was just the first one to come up. Woo! There were many creatures nearby. The bird landed on Su Qing's shoulder again, and nodded in agreement. Quack! There were also many big guys flying in the sky. Su Qing waited quietly for a while, and finally confirmed that the green eyes had left the vicinity. Washu! She pointed at the slowly flowing black fog. Can you still feel any creatures that are very close to the hut? Washu shook his head. It didn't notice it for the time being. Move the fog beads out first. Su Qing was still thinking about her plan. In the wide white mouth, the round bead-like substance emitted a strong light. Su Qing stood behind the flower mouth, facing forward, holding the base and body firmly with both hands. Using her calves to push open the gate, Su Qing stepped into the black fog. It seemed that her eyes were suddenly covered, and there was only a beam of strong light and darkness in her sight. Ruashi and Wanshu came over, and Su Qing felt relieved. After standing still for a while, her eyes gradually adapted, and she seemed to be able to see clearly. At this time, she discovered that there were countless small particles floating in the black fog. These small particles were dark and moved in disorder. There were also small particles in the strong light of the mist beads. She leaned over to look and saw that the light beam was divided into many thin strips by the small particles, as if it passed through obstacles. But at a distance, these details could not be seen. Perhaps the white fog did not disappear, but was just covered by these particles. This thought suddenly popped up in Su Qing's mind. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Throwing away the speculation in her mind, Su Qing returned her attention to the mist beads. The good news is that the mist beads can still glow in the black fog, but its light seems to be suppressed, and is not enough to illuminate an area outside the fence. She looked up at the sky. After the fog tide came, the black fog and the dark sky were perfectly integrated. I don't know if Piao-Ping is still useful. Su Qing raised her hand and tilted the flower pot, with the mouth facing the sky. Then, a strong light was cast into the sky, like a large flashlight. No, there is no here. Oh, here. After searching around, Su Qing saw half a green circle in a certain direction. She shone inward along the arc, and a pair of dark yellow claws appeared in front of her. Su Qing opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Her heart was in her throat. When did this creature come? She freed one hand, and slowly reached for the hunting rifle at her waist. Su Qing pretended to be unaware, but she was actually very nervous. She raised her head, not knowing whether the little guys noticed the top of her head. Her fingertips touched the slightly cool gun body, and she slowly pushed it forward. At this time, the other hand that had been holding the flower pot for a long time shook weakly. Not good, Su Qing secretly complained. As the flower pot swayed, even though she quickly stabilized it, the light projected into the sky still swayed left and right. She looked into the eyes hidden in the darkness with her watery eyes. Well, now she couldn't pretend she didn't see it. Su Qing turned the flower pot and shone the beam of light into the creature's eyes. She touched the gun with her other hand and didn't care whether it was accurate or not. She fired when the blue dot was roughly aligned. Bang. Go back. She took a step and ran back. Washu and Ruashi ran much faster than her, so Su Qing was not worried about the two little ones at all. Chew. The wings flapped violently. Stop yelling, stop yelling. Su Qing pushed open the gate. Why are you all here today? Are you having a party at the hut? Just quietly pass by the hut and follow the red dots in front of you. Are they some kind of rare snacks? You must try them. A strong wind blew. Su Qing raised the flower pot above her head, bent over and ran to the side. A force came from the sky. She decisively let go and accelerated away from the original position. The mist-bead entanglement is indeed a good thing, but it is not as good as her safety. And according to the other party's grab, it should have reached into the flower mouth, right? She had carefully observed the blooming mist beads, and the top of the protruding small dots inside the open flower wall were all barbs. The kind that is guaranteed to hook into the flesh. Although the creature on the top of the head is most likely a big bird, there are skin on its claws. Okay, it seems that the mist beads are parasitic. At the same time, Su Qing heard a dull falling sound from behind. The flower pot was thrown away by the other party, but the flower pot is plastic, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Ruashi quietly spread her wings, her eyes fixed on the bird hovering in the air. When the other party rushed toward Su Qing again, it flew over. Awuh! Su Qing dodged, it reminded. Su Qing naturally noticed Ruashi's cry and the strong wind behind her. Although she couldn't understand what Ruashi was saying, it should be a reminder. She rushed forward. Ruashi jumped onto the bird, flapped her wings a few times to balance her body, opened her mouth, aimed at the bird's throat, and bit it from above. The weight suddenly fell on the big bird. All this happened in an instant. Even if the big bird reacted, it would not have time to dodge. Awuh! Ruashi called her sister vaguely, and fell to the ground with the big bird. But it was prepared and landed safely. When Wangshu stepped forward and prepared to help his sister, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the top of his sister's head. Woo! Get out of the way! Ruashi blinked her eyes, but before she could figure out why, her body jumped away as ordered. Another big bird swooped down. The deep yellow claws and purple feathers looked like they were made from the same mold as the bird on the ground. Wow! Su Qing pulled the corner of her mouth, a group attack. And what about the fence barrier? It only protects against creatures on the ground, not those in the sky. Bang! She fired a shot. At the same time, Ruashi rolled on the ground and quickly stabilized her body. Ouch! There's another one? How to deal with it? Su Qing bit her lip, and 5 or 6 purple birds appeared in the sky. It just so happens that it is a high-altitude creature, and its body is so big. From the perspective of body size, except for Ruashi, the others are not at an advantage. Let's kill the one below first. Su Qing quickly made up her mind. These big birds are not good, so if they can be weakened, they should be weakened to death. Bang, bang. Su Qing fired several shots in a row. The big bird on the ground fell to the ground, because it was pressed by Ruashi. Its wings seemed to be injured, making it particularly easy to aim. Blood flowers bloomed. Washu and Ruashi became smaller, and rushed into the room at her call. Su Qing closed the door, isolating the screams of the big birds. They will probably be stared at for a long time next. Chapter 121. After closing the door, Su Qing looked around quickly, trying to find something to prop up the door. Although the description of the 4th level cabin is impregnable, they usually open and close the door too easily, so Su Qing didn't dare to gamble. Got it. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she quickly cleared the surface of the small table and moved it to the door. She also had to put some objects to increase the weight. Well, she set her eyes on the treasure chest in the utility room. That thing was really heavy. However, as soon as she turned around, there was a loud crash behind her. Su Qing was startled and turned around and raised her gun. Her hair stuck to her forehead, and her heart began to pound. Ruashi and Wanshu were guarding the door on the left and right, with their limbs pressed against the ground and their bodies leaning back, as if ready to rush out at any time. Fortunately, Su Qing held the shotgun tightly, and the wooden door that they could easily push open was tightly closed when facing the fog creature outside. The crash sounded bang, and the two doors shook. Awah! As if they can't get in? Seeing the door shaking wildly, but showing no sign of opening, Ruashi's tense muscles relaxed. Washu didn't relax, nor did he answer his sister immediately. It observed quietly for a while, before retracting its claws and returning to a squatting position. Woo! It seemed so. The upgrade of the hut was right. Su Qing touched her chest and felt her heart gradually calm down. Huh? She exhaled deeply. If the enemy hadn't come from high in the sky this time, she didn't think she would retreat back to the hut easily. If it was just ground creatures, the fence would be the first line of defense, creating opportunities for her to attack. Even if the opponent breaks in, Ruashi and Wang Shu are both giant creatures, with an advantage in size. And Shui is very fast, and can interfere in the air. But this time it was a group of big birds. But the fence is not good at protecting against high-altitude creatures. The only ones who can fly at home are Shui and Ruashi. Shui is too small compared to these big birds, and Su Qing doesn't dare to let Shui be alone in this group of big birds. Ruashi is big enough, but the other birds are more numerous. Su Qing raised her head and sat down on the mat. With a mentality of just in case, she did not put the shotgun back on the wall, but put it at her feet. Come out. She turned her head and waved in the direction of the utility room. It's okay for now. The rat and the monkey who stuck their heads out blinked. The tree rat glanced at the banging wooden door and rubbed its paws. Is it really okay? However, seeing that Ruashi and Wang Shu had left the door and sat around Su Qing, the tree rat still came out of the utility room. After all the little guys sat down, Su Qing cleared her throat. Ahem, let me first tell you what happened after we went out. After the strange sound was heard, we went out to check, but it should be just a natural sound. Similar to the sound of the wind. But the fog creature seemed to be constantly moving with the arrival of the fog tide, so... Su Qing paused and continued. The first unfriendly visitor arrived outside our cabin and attacked the fence. Ouch. Yes, Ruashi nodded wildly. She was dark-skinned, but her eyes were glowing. After firing, the enemy should have run away. Then we entered the black fog with the fog beads, trying to see if it could illuminate the area outside the hut, and then we unexpectedly found the purple bird. Looking back now, Su Qing was a little scared. After all, the big bird had run over their heads, but they didn't notice any of it. Then we were attacked, we fought back, and then hid in the hut. While talking, Su Qing continued to process the half-finished ingredients. It seems that we were targeted by this group of big birds, but maybe they were just passing by? After saying that, Su Qing laughed. Well, even if that was the case, the big bird behind still attacked. Now, there is one lying in the yard. She doesn't think it can be resolved peacefully. Awah! But it hides above her head just to attack. Ruashi raised her paw to correct it, saying that it didn't think that it flew so close and didn't make any noise just to eavesdrop. Wanshu nodded. It also felt that these big birds had bad intentions. The tree mouse touched its chin. Squeak. Then aren't they very good at hiding themselves? Ruashi, shocked. Yes, when they were outside, it and its sister didn't find these big birds. What should we do? Ruashi looked at Su Qing nervously. Don't worry. Su Qing gently touched Ruashi. I will find a way. That's not what I meant. Su Qing, the tree mouse covered his eyes. If only they could find that flower. The bird came back and told it before that the wolf king could communicate without distinction, because he ate that flower. The tree mouse sighed and lay down. Oh! Can't we just hide forever? The old monkey's red face wrinkled, looking extremely bitter and resentful. Let's eat first. Su Qing took in the sad faces of the little guys, and she couldn't think of any solution for the time being. After killing the one on the ground, there were still 6 or 7 in the sky. In terms of numbers, the other side could also overwhelm them. Then there was the headache of high-altitude combat. Oh my god, if the sky was bright, she could also be considered a combat force. After all, after firing so many shots, Su Qing felt that her accuracy should be okay, with the help of the blue light spot. Unfortunately, when the fog is thick, the sky is dark. After the fog tide descended, the black fog and the sky were completely connected. Once the big birds with purple feathers flew high, they could hide in the dark environment. In the absence of light, she sometimes couldn't tell where the big birds were. Well, let's fill our stomachs and recover our strength first. Su Qing turned to Ruashi. How much do you want to eat? Ruashi lowered her head. Her stomach was empty. Its claws were blooming. 5 pieces of meat? Su Qing nodded in understanding. Wait, I get it for you. She stood up and walked into the utility room, opening a row of treasure chests on the side. Thick slices of meat were neatly placed inside. There was no other way, after all, if the tails of the young salamanders were placed one by one, it would not be enough. But after slicing, one slice facing another, the gaps left could be controlled to be very small. Su Qing held the plate and took out 5 slices of meat in succession. Back to her seat, she placed the wooden plate in front of Ruoshi and handed Wang Shu 2 attributeless magic stones. Woo! Washu tilted his head, and the flames flickered. You just spit fire outside, which consumed a lot of energy. I guess 1 piece is not enough. 2 pieces should be enough to maintain sufficient energy. Su Qing put her hand into the flame. The blue flame floated slowly, the color was a little dim, and it looked very weak. Eat it, there are still many non-attribute magic stones. Su Qing touched Wang Shu's bones. The bone wolf lowered its head, opened its upper and lower jaws, and held the 2 non-attribute magic stones in her palm. The gray stone gradually disappeared in the mouth of the bone wolf. At the same time, the blue flames became brighter and more vibrant. The food in the pot was almost cooked, and Su Qing distributed it, and the fruits she had taken out earlier to Shui, Lucky, and the old monkey. Then the light screen was turned on. Huh? Su Qing is not going to eat. The bird pecked at the food, somewhat puzzled. The white bird's doubtful gaze was as real as substance, and Su Qing smiled, and also picked up a purple cone and shook it. I eat it slowly. After responding to Shui, Su Qing clicked on the forum. She could hardly wait to read the posts, trying to find people who had similar experiences as her. Lin Zixia. Not long after the fog tide came, survivors who paid attention to the map should have seen that the red spots were moving wildly. Chinsu, I saw it. The child was being attacked, and was hiding at home trembling. Tiantingyu. From the map, those red spots were not moving towards us, but leading to the distance? Chinsu. But some fog creatures are full, and have nothing to do and are looking for trouble. Grin. Sure enough, she was not the only one with a special situation. Su Qing adjusted her sitting position. It seemed that the fog creatures in everyone's world were heading in a certain direction. If no creatures attacked them, she would actually be happy to see it happen. After all, it was better for the fog creatures to leave as soon as possible. Ji Yuanlong. How many are there outside, Brother Chen? Chinsu. How many? About 10, I didn't count. I took a casual look through the window, and let them crash into the door. Anyway, they were quite happy to crash into the door. When they get tired, I will give them a shot, smiles proudly. Chinsu. Anyway, my hut has been upgraded to level 4. If it can't hold up at level 4, then the Doomsday is pure. Su Qing scrolled down, but there was no particularly useful comment, so she clicked it out. Guan Lianqin. Fog Tide Strategy. It is recommended to upgrade the hut level. This is interesting. Su Qing was excited and hurriedly clicked in. Guan Lianqin. After so many days in the Doomsday, everyone already knows the hut level. Primary. I won't talk about level 1. Level 2 is for shelter. Level 3 is for durability. Level 4 is for solid as a rock. And level 5 is for a dream house. There is not much difference between level 4 and level 5, so don't worry about it. Guan Lianqin. Let me start with myself. In the previous version, I was still level 2. I personally like to save it, and then finish it all at once later. After all, it takes time to get the materials needed for the hut. Guan Lianqin. Then, in the fog tide, I also encountered no less than 3 waves of attacks. The first time, there was only 1 fog creature, and the level 2 hut could not resist it, so in order to survive, I used the attributeless magic stone to upgrade to level 3. Okay, it's blocked. Can a level 3 hut withstand a single acting fog creature? Su Qing frowned. No, it probably depends on the type of fog creature. After all, the attack power of small creatures and large creatures cannot be generalized. Guan Lianqin. The second wave increased to 3, and the hut barely held on. 3 fog creatures? Maybe she underestimated the hut too much. Yes, Su Qing quickly figured it out. There are only 5 levels of huts in total. If the 3 levels in the middle are rubbish, then upgrading is too boring. Guan Lianqin. Later, the number of fog creatures increased significantly. I felt safe only after I reached level 4. If you have a family member with a magic stone without attributes, upgrade the cabin to level 4 as soon as possible. If you don't have one, trade it quickly, otherwise it will be too late when the fog creatures gather and attack. The following people all thanked the poster. Su Qing also followed the team, and said a thank you. After all, she didn't feel it as clearly as the other party, and the other party took the time to open a post to remind other survivors, which also deserved their thanks. Su Qing turned to the trading area. She still had 59 attributeless magic stones in her hand. On the basis of ensuring Wangshu's rations, she wanted to see if she could trade for powerful weapons. Rather than hiding in the hut, she preferred to deal with the fog creatures outside. Of course, this was under the condition of being sure. If she didn't see success, she wouldn't go out to die. Chapter 122. Exchange for non-attribute magic stones. The price is negotiable. There are a lot of iron blocks, wood blocks, cloth, exchange for non-attribute magic stones, and lethal weapons. Those who are interested come. There are 3 non-attribute magic stones available, only exchange for wood magic stones. Family members who need water and food, please look here. Here are fruits with a lot of water, which can fill your stomach and solve the problem of thirst. It is really a must-have fruit for home. Thermal imaging gun, with a display screen. Ignoring the influence of the black fog and other environmental factors, the shooting speed is very fast. 20 non-attribute magic stones, no bargaining. Selling homemade environmentally friendly weapons, pure natural and pollution-free, easy to operate. There are more transactions about non-attribute magic stones than she thought. Su Qing quickly scanned the links posted in the transaction. The number of people who realize the importance of the hut level is increasing. It takes 15 non-attribute magic stones to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, and 25 magic stones to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. It doesn't look like a large number. But apart from the appearance of the aurora in spring, there is a chance to obtain non-attribute magic stones from the roots of special plants, and it is safer to open a treasure chest. The former appears less frequently, and many people easily ignore the roots of plants, resulting in missed opportunities. The latter may not necessarily produce magic stones. In addition, Su Qing recalled that most ways to obtain non-attribute magic stones seem to require capturing creatures. Just like the underground city that the crack leads to, the black lizards that survive there can obtain non-attribute magic stones in their brains. Or you can get something like a salamander larva in the mist. Without exception, none of them are safe. It takes a total of 46 non-attribute magic stones to upgrade the hut from the initial level to the 4th level. Not everyone can successfully collect these 46 pieces. Su Qing scrolled down and didn't see anything she liked. So she clicked back and her fingertips stopped on a trading link. Thermal imaging gun. Su Qing murmured, "Can it be seen in the dark?" After clicking the link, she clicked on the name in front and jumped into the private chat interface. Of course, whether it is worth 20 attributeless magic stones or not, she has to ask first. Su Qing, hello, I want to ask if the thermal imaging gun can also see fog creatures in the black fog. In fact, she has a lot of questions, but after thinking about it, Su Qing still thinks it is better to wait for the other party to answer and then continue chatting. It saves a long paragraph of words, and the other party is tired to read. 1 second, 2 seconds. No response. Not online? Su Qing stretched her sore neck, and then she would check the forum first. Li Yifan, if you are interested in the thermal imaging gun in the transaction, don't buy it. What a coincidence. Su Qing just clicked into the forum and saw that the things she was interested in were avoided. See what's going on. Li Yifan, as the title says, I have some extra non-attribute magic stones, so I want to buy some useful weapons for self-defense. After browsing the transaction area for a long time, I fell in love with the thermal imaging gun. Zhou Mu, ? Why don't you buy it? Zhou Mu, oh, 20 non-attribute magic stones, sorry to bother you. Li Yifan, that's not why I'm talking about this. Zhong Hongmian, there is a display screen. Is that what I understand as thermal imaging? If so, wouldn't it be great to be able to see other creatures in the black fog? And it can also attack. It can be used for both self-defense and to explore the surroundings. Su Qing was also confused. What Zhong Hongmian said was exactly what she was interested in. Could this thermal imaging gun have other shortcomings? Li Yifan, it can indeed display and shoot, but it only has 10 bullets left. And do you know what conditions are required to enable the thermal imaging function and the ability to assist aiming? What conditions are required? Su Qing's curiosity was completely aroused. The poster did not let her wait for long and quickly gave an answer. Li Yifan, it requires a magic stone without attributes. Without charging, this thing can't use thermal imaging at all. And the larger the range it detects, the more energy it needs. Li Yifan, as for shooting, other ordinary hunting rifles can also do it, and it doesn't require 20 magic stones without attributes. Does the thermal imaging gun need a magic stone without attributes to use the thermal imaging function? Su Qing took a bite of the purple cone, that she had been holding in her palm. It is indeed not worth 20 attributeless magic stones. After all, attributeless magic stones are in short supply now. Li Yifan, if it were not for the special environment of black fog, we really wouldn't need thermal imaging. A gun with only 10 bullets left and no way to replenish them, except for the thermal imaging function, is really unattractive. Sure, Liang, well, thermal imaging requires attributeless magic stones. 20 pieces, and attributeless magic stones will be needed later. Wouldn't it be better for me to change to other weapons and stay at home? Li Yifan, anyway, I have given up. The fog concentration has started to decrease on my side. I think when it drops to 0, the fog will end. At worst, I can stay in the cabin and endure it for a month at most. Decreased? Su Qing was stunned. When did it happen? That's right. She was busy looking at the displayed map. Later, she encountered fog creatures again. It's normal that she didn't notice it. Exiting the post, she clicked on the personal interface. Fog tide, fog concentration 98%. It dropped by 2%. Su Qing finished the remaining fruit pulp in a few bites and threw the peel into the box on the side. A small red dot appeared on the transaction. Who is it? Wang Zhuqing, are you asking about the thermal imaging gun? Haha, of course it works. I have tried it here. Miss Su, are you willing to buy it? It can be cheaper. Su Qing unconsciously recalled the comments in the post just now. She is still quite interested in thermal imaging, of course. She has to bargain for it. Su Qing, does your thermal imaging gun also need a magic stone without attributes to use its function? Can the bullets be replenished? Wang Zhuqing, Miss Su, you must have seen the post on the forum, bitter smile. Su Qing readily admitted this. Wang Zhuqing, I got this thermal imaging gun from the treasure chest. It has about 25% of its energy left, so it should be usable for a while. Since you already understand, Miss Su, as long as you pay 15 non-attribute magic stones, it will be yours. The implication is that he actually admitted that everything said in the forum post was true. Su Qing, if we develop it in the future, maybe it will be worth more money. Su Qing replied tactfully, but in the first fog, most people don't have many magic stones, so it's not worth it. This doesn't mean that the thermal imaging gun is bad, but its value depends on everyone's needs. It's good for the black fog, but now it's a fog tide, and there are groups of fog creatures outside, so not many people will go out to explore. Secondly, it needs a non-attribute magic stone to use the thermal imaging function. For the current survivors, it's too expensive. This time the other party didn't reply immediately, and Su Qing knew that the other party understood her subconscious meaning. She thought for a moment and continued typing. Su Qing, 8 non-attribute magic stones, I take them. In fact, if the other party had a way to replenish bullets, it would be more valuable. But the other party didn't. If she didn't have a group of big birds squatting outside, if she didn't want to solve it quickly. Ahem, Su Qing coughed a few times with a guilty conscience. Well, actually she did it for the thermal imaging function. It didn't matter that there were 10 bullets left, but thermal imaging would be useful for her to find cracks and explore the fog in the future. While most people don't have enough non-attribute magic stones now, she just bargained for a wave of prices and put them in her arms. While the big bird outside was browsing the light screen, Su Qing had already thought of a solution. She raised the corners of her lips. Hey, other fog creatures are coming, although she doesn't know why. But the big bird needs to eat, right? Need to hunt, right? Let's take turns to squat. She waits for some of them to go out, soaks the meat at home in the juice of the lip grass, and waits for the other party to come down to eat and fall asleep. Su Qing snorted. She will get rid of the big bird. High concentration lip grass juice, the kind without water, she doesn't believe that it can't defeat the big bird. The message popped up on the screen again. She looked up. It was still a seller with a thermal imaging gun. Wang Zhuqing, can it be 9 yuan? Crying? It seems that the other party has already looked at the bids, and hers should be the highest bid among all. Su Qing, 8 yuan. 59 non-attribute magic stones, she can't use much. After all, Wanshu also needs non-attribute magic stones to replenish energy, so she set a limit for herself. If no other replenishment methods are found, the maximum amount of non-attribute magic stones can be used is 19. By the way, Su Qing was slightly distracted. The big bird outside was also a fog creature. Would there be a non-attribute magic stone in its body? After solving it, I will decompose it and look for it. Wang Zhuqing, okay, 8 pieces, I will send you a link. The other party was also a man of action, and a link was quickly thrown over. Su Qing walked into the utility room and picked up 8 non-attribute magic stones from the treasure chest. The white light dissipated, and she looked at the equipment on the ground and raised her eyebrows. Thermal imaging gun. Accurately display thermal imaging, accurate shooting, giving you an unobstructed super experience. 360 degrees scanning without blind spots. As long as the energy is sufficient, the scanning distance can be as far as you want. Very interesting description. Su Qing picked up the gun on the ground. In terms of size and length, it was similar to the hunting rifle she had synthesized, but it was pitch black in color and looked particularly ordinary. Where is the display screen? Su Qing kept touching it with her fingertips, and finally found a piece on the top that could be pressed. Press it lightly, and a display screen popped up in the air. First, a large 23% energy display appeared, and then it turned into a flat map. It was very similar to the map, with a single triangle and 5 red dots gathered together. Could it be Wang Shu and the others? Su Qing raised her hand, and unexpectedly, her fingertips touched it, and the display screen rippled, and then the screen changed, and 5 figures of different heights and weights appeared on it. The red color changed in different shades, and she could easily tell who was who based on their appearance. This function is great. Su Qing licked her dry lips. Can the scanning distance be further expanded? She looked left and right, and found that there was a long bar in the lower right corner of the display screen, and the vertical line on it could be pulled. The fingertips were smooth, and 4 more red dots were added to the display, just outside Wakshu and the others. They should be those big birds. Su Qing clicked the red dot, and it was indeed a big bird. How many more are there? Su Qing continued to expand the scanning distance. Insufficient energy. Ah, Su Qing blinked. Where's her 23% energy? Are you teasing her so fast? Chapter 123. But strangely, after the words insufficient energy popped up, the display screen did not disappear. Perhaps it was not that the thermal imaging gun had run out of energy, but that the remaining energy was not enough to continue to expand the scanning distance. Su Qing touched her chin and slid her fingertips across the display screen, wanting to exit and check the energy. I told you. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the bright 13% on the interface. It seems that the farther the distance, the more energy is consumed. In the future, unless it is necessary, it is better to control the scanning distance. Press the top of the gun again, and the display screen in the air disappears. When I scanned for the second time just now, there were only 4 red dots outside. There should be a few purple birds temporarily leaving. It is just right to implement her plan of lip grass plus meat. Thinking of this, Su Qing took out a piece of meat and cut it into strips. It is still unknown whether the big birds outside will eat meat, so it is better to waste less. There are 2 fingers thick meat strips about as long as her palm. Su Qing got up and turned to the planting room. The plump purple lips are brightly colored and hang at the top of the stem. Su Qing glanced at the growing lip grasses, which were very neat. She held the stems with both hands and shook them gently, and the soil soon loosened. The juice of the lip grass has a strong coma effect. Su Qing moved carefully to avoid accidentally scratching the surface and getting stained with the juice. Although the juice of the lip grass will only take effect when it touches blood and is swallowed, she usually makes fires to cook, so she should be careful to avoid trouble. Back in the utility room, Su Qing took out the bucket she had used to soak bamboo spears, cut several cuts on the lip grass with a machete, and then placed it on top. The juice slowly flowed out from the gap, dripping into the bucket and gathering together. She put the previously cut meat strips into the bucket. An hour later, Su Qing returned to the utility room. The meat strips had been stained with a light green color. Su Qing picked up a wooden stick from the wall and inserted it into the meat strips, and liquid oozed out. It was soaked very well, and it should be able to be used to stun the big bird. What? Su Qing, what are you doing? She turned her head. 5 heads popped out from behind the door. Come in. Su Qing did not pull out the stick. Su Qing let us in, and Ruashi happily shook her head at the tree mouse. But soon, its attention was attracted by the barrel in front of Su Qing. What a familiar smell. Ruashi sniffed, but it was a little strange. Hey, be careful, Ruashi. The little white wolf stood up vertically, with its 2 front paws on the barrel. Su Qing's eyelids jumped when she saw it, and she quickly pressed on the other side of the barrel to stabilize it. What is this? Lowering her head, Ruashi saw what was inside the barrel, and her eyes widened in shock. Meat strips soaked in the juice of the lip grass. The little guy's shocked expression was too obvious. Su Qing explained, do you remember the lip grass? It looks like lips, purple-red, and its juice can easily knock down creatures. Lip grass, lips, purple-red. I seem to have some impression. Ruashi nodded as if she understood. Squeak. Shu had an impression. That day, Shu, Shue and Wan Shu went to the forest. Soon, the tree mouse dug out the relevant fragments from its memory and gave a hint. Su Qing touched Ruashi's head, and there was another banging sound outside. I plan to throw out these well-soaked meat strips later to see if the big birds will eat them. If they eat them, they will faint, and then we can take the opportunity to attack and eliminate these enemies who are targeting us. Woo. So that's how it is. Su Qing is really amazing. She can think of this method. Wan Shu's eyes curved. Wait until the big birds outside finish this wave of banging, then I will throw out the meat strips. It just so happens that they have been banging for so long, they should be hungry too. She took a wooden plate and poked it with a stick. Don't move these meat strips, understand? Awuh. Ruashi promised not to move. They already know what they are used for, so they won't move around. And Ruashi stared at the meat strips with strange colors, covered her mouth with her paws, and backed away. It wouldn't want to try such a strange meat strip. Just like before, the big bird stopped after hitting for a while. The outside was quiet again. Su Qing picked up the wooden tray and walked behind the wooden door. Ruashi, Hua Shu, Shue, Lucky and Lao Ho all looked at each other and hurried to follow. Su Qing shivered when her face touched the cold wooden door. She listened quietly to the movement outside. Quiet, quiet, no sound. Creaky. The friction between the wooden door and the ground was controlled to a minimum, and Su Qing looked out through the gap. A light source in the courtyard illuminated the surroundings relatively brightly, which was the only mist bead she had left. However, the beam of light was close to the ground and shot outward. Su Qing could imagine that the big birds knocked it down again because of the light approaching. Ah! Throw! Ruashi blinked and stared at the claws on her mouth in a daze. Hush! The tree mouse's claws stood up in front of her mouth. Oh! Ruashi covered her mouth. It understood. It couldn't speak anymore. Whoosh! The sound of wind came. Su Qing's eyes changed, and she quickly opened the door. The wooden tray flew out of her hand, and then she quickly closed the wooden door. All in one go, the movements were fast. Bang! Feeling the wooden door behind her shaking wildly, Su Qing gritted her teeth. These big birds were really sharp and could detect any movement. Chiu! The call sounded a little suspicious. Did they find the strips of meat she threw? Eat it! Eat it! Su Qing clenched her fists expectantly. Unfortunately, after the suspicious call, the outside was quiet again. The silence was suffocating. Could they recognize the smell of the juice of the lip grass? Or do these big birds not like to eat the meat of the young salamanders? The vague swallowing sound was very slight, but it cheered Su Qing up. Have you started eating? Su Qing looked at the little guys. She lowered her voice. After they faint, it will be our turn to attack. Ruashi, Hua Shu, pay attention to the sky. There are still a few big birds outside. If they come back, we will retreat. Ah! Ruashi was about to speak, but she remembered that the big birds were still outside, so she immediately covered her mouth and nodded. It's okay. Su Qing squatted down. When we don't open the door, just keep your voice down. They can't open the door for the time being. Chirp, chirp. Accompanied by a heavy bang, the outside returned to calm. Su Qing stood up suddenly. Let's go, our chance has come. Taking the shotgun and tying the wall lamp around her waist, Su Qing opened the door and led Ruashi and Wan Shu out. In the dark night, only the light wrapped in mist beads illuminated the surroundings. Su Qing turned on the wall lamp and began to look for the fainted birds. Found it. She raised the shotgun, stared at the purple birds lying together not far away, and quickly fired the first shot. Bang! Bang, bang! In the dim light, she saw a few blood flowers explode in the distance. Ouch! There's something in the sky. When she realized this, Ruashi instantly grew bigger and raised one claw to the sky. She looked up urgently, and her snow-white claws connected with the bird's claws. I came so fast. Su Qing took a few steps back and moved away from Ruashi and the big bird. No, there's still one that I didn't hit. Turned to where the purple bird was unconscious. Su Qing's eyes widened. Another big bird fell, gently shaking its companion on the ground. When she looked over, the opponent had already passed the 3 birds she had hit, and came to the last one she hadn't shot. Ruashi, Hua Shu, can you two hold on? Su Qing raised her gun and aimed, and asked while firing several bullets in succession. Ouch! No problem. Ruashi flapped her wings and flew higher, avoiding the opponent's claws. Wan Shu took advantage of the gap when his sister left, opened his upper and lower jaws, and sprayed blue flames directly at the big bird. Chiu! The big bird that tried to wake up its partner turned its head angrily. Stared at by those eyes, Su Qing paused. But soon, she reacted, continued to aim, and fired. A shadow flashed by, and a blood flower exploded on the ground. Okay, the last unconscious one was also dealt with. But, Su Qing smiled bitterly, the big bird was too fast, and so many shots in a row missed a single one. Now they are in even bigger trouble. Su Qing raised the gun, and looked around her head. Where would the other party come down from? Chiu. It's coming. After Su Qing caught the sound, she retreated to the other side. She was extremely nervous, and listened to the movements around her. Ruoshi, Washu, let's find a chance to retreat. There's no need to confront them head-on. Woo. It's coming. Su Qing stared at the rapidly enlarging dark yellow claws in front of her, and glanced at the distance between her and the wooden door with her peripheral vision. Bang! Bang! The bullet seemed to be embedded in the purple feathers, but the opponent's speed did not slow down at all. Oh, something's going to happen. Su Qing rushed to the ground and sent the shotgun out parallel to the ground. Seeing the shotgun slowly rolling out a distance and then stopping, she retracted her gaze, supported her hands on the ground, and quickly rolled towards the shotgun. Because she was prepared, Su Qing didn't care about the burning pain in her palm, and quickly picked up the shotgun and stood up. Ruoshi, Washu, retreat. With her back against the wooden door, Su Qing looked at the entangled figures over there, but she didn't dare to shoot. After all, Ruoshi was too close to the big bird. If she shot the wrong one, it would be bad if she shot Ruoshi. Then she could only continue to aim at the other one. Su Qing moved her fingertips. Ah! Ah! The familiar sharp sound sounded again, accompanied by continuous rustling sounds. Su Qing was stunned. In her sight, the big bird that had adjusted its posture and continued to rush towards her, as well as the one that was tightly entangled with Ruoshi, all stopped and quickly flew into the sky. The two purple big birds circled in the air, as if they were reluctant to leave, as if they were mourning. Awah! No more fighting. Ruoshi looked at her sister. Washu stared at the figure that had turned away in the air, with worry in his eyes. Woo! It seemed so. The movement mixed and the sharp sound seemed to be louder. No, just now these two big birds looked like they were going to fight them to death. How could they suddenly retreat, unless there was something more terrifying coming from behind? Su Qing's expression changed. She looked suddenly outside the hut. The black fog surged, as if hinting at something. Chapter 124. Ruoshi, Washu, did you hear any sound, besides the woo-ah sound? Su Qing was a little at a loss for words, because what she heard was also very vague. She was just trying to make sure that she wasn't hallucinating. Ruoshi stretched her head forward and pricked up her ears. Woo-ah. Woo-ah. It seems that there is no other sound. It thought hesitantly, and was about to shake its head when a crisp bow was sandwiched between the sharp whistling sound. Awah! What's the noise? Ruoshi widened her eyes, and turned to look at Su Qing. You heard it too? Su Qing clenched her shotgun. It seems it's not my illusion. At the same time, she was more convinced that there was something wrong with the abnormal behavior of the purple bird. There was something behind them that they were afraid of. She had to deal with the 4 birds on the ground first, and Su Qing ran to the front yard. She couldn't stop the unknown creatures from approaching, nor could she predict the future. What scared the purple bird away, and what impact it would have on them? She had no idea. For now, she could only do her best. Su Qing stopped beside the purple bird, selected it, and threw a link to herself. Wu Xiao, a fog creature with magical eyes that can see 100 meters away. Purple feathers, bright color, shining with the glow of the clouds. There is a sac in the stomach, which contains a deadly poison. It turned out that this purple bird was called Wu Xiao. Su Qing moved her eyebrows, slid on the light screen, and clicked. Soon, she found the stomach sac. A white light flashed, and the purple bird broke apart, revealing a smooth and flat incision. Su Qing squatted down, holding her breath to avoid the smell of blood. The outer wall of the stomach sac was wrinkled, hanging on it like a small ball, showing dark green. She took out a knife from her pocket and carefully cut it off. There were 4 stomach sacs in total, and Su Qing put them in her feet. Awah? Do you want to move it back home? Ruoshi asked while staring at the black fog not far away nervously. Su Qing raised her hand, saw the blood stain on her palm, and gently touched it with her wrist. Soon. Before she finished her words, Su Qing suddenly looked up and looked outside the fence in astonishment. The black fog surged wildly, like a stirred water surface, showing its claws towards them ferociously. Pop! 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 One after another crisp sound. It seemed that something had broken free, and Su Qing was disgusted by her own imagination. After all, the sound was too dense. If it was really as she thought, she would definitely not have a good time next. Buzz buzz buzz. It was the sound of flapping wings. Woo! Su Qing was black. She had to retreat so that Washu could see more clearly. For a moment, this was the only thought in her mind. It took a step forward, and at the same time, its tail controlled the force to push Su Qing inward. Su Qing naturally felt Wangshu's action. She lowered her head, and quickly glanced at the 4 owls. The big birds were too big, and it would be difficult to bring them into the hut without cutting them. And they were heavy, which would undoubtedly drag them down. She punctured the stomach sac, and poured the contents on the owl's body. Since there was no time left, she simply gave it to the other party. Su Qing raised one of the owl's claws, and controlled the tip of the claw to gently scratch the stomach. The green juice dripped onto the owl. After quickly doing all this, Su Qing called Ruoshi and Wanshu and hurriedly retreated to the hut. Unfortunately, as a mist creature, the owl did not have a magic stone without attributes in its body. Ouch! What is that? Ruoshi pointed to the fence on the right. Your hut is being destroyed. Not long after, the light screen automatically jumped out again. Is the hut so conspicuous? Everyone likes to stare at them. Su Qing complained to herself and looked to the side. Damn, bugs! Su Qing got goosebumps when she saw this. On the fence, a dark bug had climbed up at some point, its wings trembling slightly, crawling back and forth on the wood, making a teeth-grinding creaking sound. The fence worked at this time. The black bugs crawled back and forth on the barrier, and none of them flew in. What was even more frustrating was that the same bugs kept coming out of the madly surging black fog, and then continued to climb up the fence, or crawl back and forth on their companions, overlapping and connecting into one. Go away! Su Qing screamed frantically in her heart. Ripples appeared in front of the fence, and then, like glass about to break, cracks spread out like spider webs. Obviously, the fence can't hold for long. Woo-woo her fence. Su Qing bent down and picked up Wuzhuchan. These insects even gnawed wood, so there was no need to leave Wuzhuchan outside. After all, it was a strange plant exchanged, and it was still valuable. Buzz buzz buzz. The dense sound of wings flapping came from behind. Su Qing turned around, and her eyelids twitched wildly. Those black bugs are coming in. Damn, hold on for a little longer, fence. Su Qing watched the black swarm of bugs split into several parts, landing on the body of the owl, on the stairs on the second floor, on the plants in the yard. Some even rushed straight towards them. The brilliant blue flame spurted out, and Su Qing even smelled a burning smell. Beside her, Washu turned around, spurting flames from his mouth to block the attacking bugs. But because of this, Wanshu's movements were much slower, and he fell behind. Awuh! Sister? Ruoshi, don't go. Let's go open the door, and wait for Wanshu to rush in. Su Qing quickly slapped Ruoshi on the back to stop the little guy. Wanshu can spit fire, but Ruoshi can't. Although Ruoshi can kill him with one slap, she can't handle the insects. The two of them are not helping, but adding to the trouble. Su Qing was clear-headed. All she could do was open the door and meet Washu in the hut. She quickly pushed open the wooden door and saw Lucky's vertical figure. Lucky, Su Qing put the shotgun aside. Remember the bottle I often spray in the summer? Go to the utility room and get it. I need it urgently. Summer, spray bottle. The light bulb on his head lit up quickly. The tree mouse nodded and turned to jump into the utility room. Squeak! Old monkey, help me. The old monkey, who was looking around, stood up instantly after hearing this. After a while, Su Qing received the bottle handed over by the old monkey. In the transparent bottle, the emerald green liquid shook with her movements. This is the ice grass she collected when she went out in the winter. She saw a hint of green in the snow and ice, so she collected it out of curiosity. But she didn't expect that the description of ice grass contained a sentence most insects don't like its smell. Later, when Xia Yin was in the fire, in order to prevent mosquitoes, she collected the juice of ice grass into a bottle. As a result, Xia Yin had a crack. She was busy going underground in the early stage, and later she had the ice and snow heart as an air conditioner, so the ice grass juice she specially made was not used. Su Qing never expected that the anti-mosquito artifact made for Xia Yin would be used in the mist. She looked ahead, where most of the insects were, and hoped that these black insects were among them. Wanshu, come quickly. Perhaps her shout disturbed the insects, and the black insects that were originally concentrating on fighting the flames actually separated and tried to bypass them from the side. Su Qing's heart beat to her throat. She unscrewed the bottle cap, and a cool smell floated up. Her mind went blank. The bone wolf turned around and ran faster. The flames began to grow and shrink. The insects behind were chasing closely. Here it comes. The buzzing sound makes her brain buzz. Su Qing presses on the door with her other hand, ready to throw out the ice grass juice and close the door at any time. His figure becomes smaller and smaller, and Wanshu dives into the door. As Wanshu slides in, she almost doesn't think about it, and throws the emerald green juice in an arc in the air. Bang! Su Qing breathes heavily, and presses her whole body against the door. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Woo! Just as he was about to speak, the bone wolf in front of him couldn't help retching. Buzz! The flapping sound was close at hand, not behind. Su Qing's face changed. Washu, turn around and let me see. The bone wolf turned around obediently while retching. On the forehead, a dark insect the size of a palm moved witheredly among the flames. What should I use to shoot it? Su Qing's brain began to throb. She grabbed the dagger in her pocket and pulled it out of the scabbard. Then, she carefully reached closer. Don't move, she mouthed. Washu understood, and the two flames swayed slightly. Unexpectedly, the insect reacted very slowly, and only screamed sharply when the tip of the knife pierced it. When the insect stopped moving, Su Qing threw it into the fire. Of course, before that, she used the light screen to identify it. Mist insect. A mist creature whose eggs are suspended in the mist, and will only hatch when the mist concentration is extremely high. It likes blood and flesh and eats everything mist concentration, mist concentration, mist concentration. It seems to be waiting for them here. Su Qing took a deep breath. Washu Ruashi, both of you come here. I want to see if there are any fog bugs on you. Oh right, she looked at the old monkey and Lucky again. Take out all the healing potions. It's not easy next time. Just leave the healing potions outside. Lucky, you know where it is. Squeak. I know. The tree mouse looked at Wanshu and Ruashi worriedly, and took the old monkey to the utility room. Quack. The bugs outside are hard to deal with. The bird jumped to Su Qing's side. His tone was affirmative. This time Su Qing's face was even worse. After checking, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. There were no other fog bugs on Wanshu and Ruashi. Lucky and Lao Ho came out with a healing potion, and she immediately took a bottle and gave it to Wanshu to drink. There were voices outside the door one after another, dense and crowded. The light screen kept popping up like crazy, like a death warrant. Your cabin is under attack. Your cabin is under attack. It was like a virus pop-up window, and it couldn't be closed at all. Su Qing licked her dry lips. Haha, the fog bugs can also attack the hut itself. Her eyes widened. Don't tell her that the 4th level hut can be breached. Please repair your hut, and provide energy for it. Perhaps because of her complaints, a new pop-up window popped up. Repair the hut, and provide energy. Su Qing rubbed her fingertips. What to repair? Non-attribute magic stones and synthetic magic books? Try it. Su Qing did it right away. She ran to the utility room and moved out all the non-attribute magic stones and hut synthetic magic books. By the way, I also moved the fruits and other things out and put them in the small stove, where they can be reached, so that everyone can replenish their energy. Anyway, when the fog bugs break into the hut, they know what will happen to them. Su Qing gritted her teeth and held the attributeless magic stone and the synthetic magic book in her hands. Repair, repair, repair quickly. A familiar white light lit up. Your hut is being repaired. It was too hasty. Su Qing looked at the disappearing attributeless magic stone. In the end, the safest way to pass the fog bugs was to spend money. I should have stocked up more. Chapter 125. Across the door, the sound of gnawing continued. Su Qing quickly grabbed another one and stared at the air. She was waiting for a new pop-up window. Finally, after a long wait, the pop-up window refreshed. Your hut has been repaired. It seems that a non-attribute magic stone is enough to repair it. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from Wanshu's rations, she could not use much. However, the next second. Your hut is under attack. Your hut is under attack. Okay, Su Qing sighed, feeling that it was expected. But speaking of it, if the light screen didn't prompt to repair it, does it mean that the hut is fine for the time being? She slowly moved her eyes to the wooden door. How long can each attributeless magic stone last? Are the attributeless magic stones she has really enough? How long will the fogworm exist? Ouch! What will Su Qing do next? Seeing the white light on her sister's body, and the light flame regaining vitality, Ruashi was relieved. It glanced at the wooden door in fear and looked at Su Qing eagerly. Su Qing must have a way, Ruashi thought firmly. Are you hungry? If you are, go eat something. I have opened the box. It is right there. 58, 59, and another minute. Su Qing counted silently in her heart and put away a finger. I am not hungry. Ruashi raised her paw and scratched the air. Okay, it will focus on the open treasure chest behind it, so it will eat something. Ruashi lowered her head, and her stomach sang the empty city plan. She looked around embarrassedly, and seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she ran briskly to the side of the box. Squeak. Old monkey, help me get a piece of meat. The tree mouse stood on the edge of the treasure chest. The edge was actually very narrow, but it walked on it as if it were flat ground. It pointed its small paw at another treasure chest, which was full of neatly arranged pieces of meat. The tree mouse shook its tail, like a little housekeeper. The old monkey responded happily, and reached into the treasure chest with his arm. The piece of meat was gently put down, and Ruashi used her paw to fiddle with her own oversized exclusive wooden plate. Awoo! More! Squeak! How many more? Ruashi stretched out her paw, her eyes drifting. Soon, her eyes became firm, and she stretched her paw forward. Awoo! So many! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Squeak! 4 more. Oh! The old monkey didn't mind, and carefully picked 4 pieces and stacked them on the plate in front of the little white wolf. It liked the atmosphere in the hut. 10 minutes. Su Qing sat back at the stove, her tone surprised. It has been more than 10 minutes since the first attributeless magic stone was repaired, but the pop-up window prompting the repair of the hut has not popped up. The sounds of gnawing and flapping wings outside never stopped. Su Qing felt a little relieved. However, for safety reasons, she placed the attributeless magic stone and the magic book of the hut at her feet so that she could repair them at any time. She leaned back, reached out with her arm, and picked up a purple cone to chew. At the same time, she was still counting in her heart. However, one hand was not enough, so she changed to drawing the correct word on the ground. When she drew the last stroke of the 6th correct word, the light screen jumped out at the right time. Please repair your hut, and provide it with energy. Oh, an attributeless magic stone can last for half an hour. She understood. Repair? The thing was right at her feet. Su Qing didn't delay, and picked it up immediately. A flash of white light passed, and another attributeless magic stone disappeared without a trace. Su Qing grabbed another one, and put it at her feet. Then she clicked on the personal interface. Mist, fog tide, fog concentration 87%. Good. Compared to the last 98%, it has dropped by 11%. With clear figures, there is always more hope for the future. She clicked back to the forum. The fog tide is coming fiercely, and now there is a swarm of fog insects. Almost all the posts on the forum are about this. Su Qing randomly picked a post and went in. Huiyuan Shuang. I'm not the only one who has this problem, am I? A group of dark insects flew out of the black fog and attacked the hut. Hao Qianfeng. Probably not. The posts in the forum are all talking about this kind of insects, and some big guys have shared it, called fog insects. Wei Jian, ugh, have you seen the light screen description shared by someone? It makes people sick. Hao Qianfeng, I saw it. Isn't it just insect eggs floating in the fog? Ha, I'm not crazy. Wait, floating in the fog, then will we breathe normally? Wei Jian, please stop talking. Chen Xin, ugh. The team vomited in a row. Su Qing was also disgusted by the comments. She thought about herself walking in the fog, and then these insect eggs suspended in the fog. Her face changed. Stop. She was almost led astray. She shook off this idea and continued to slide down. After 7 or 8 comments, the topic in the post finally returned to normal. Huiyuan Shuang. When fog insects attack the hut, the light screen will automatically pop up to prompt that it needs to be repaired. I counted the time myself. There is no timer. It is about half an hour. Did she count it too? Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she typed on the screen. Su Qing. I counted it for half an hour, and now the fog concentration is 87%. It's only a few hours before the swarm attacks, and if the rate of decline remains unchanged, it should be able to drop to 0 in about 1 or 2 days. Having said that, she herself doesn't think the rate of decline will remain constant. If it follows the progress of the previous few rises, the speed should get faster and faster later. Su Qing yawned, but who knows what will happen in the end, so she didn't say anything about the good or bad situations. Everyone can make a comparison in their mind. Mu Boss Han. A magic stone without attributes can last for half an hour, and 24 hours is, haha, it's hard for him. Han Yong, it's okay, the black bugs outside will eat each other. I've already started fighting here, and I've been watching the show for more than 10 minutes. Fog bugs eat fog bugs? Su Qing frowned. So, the gnawing sound outside the door may come from their internal fighting. If eating does not increase the attack power of fog bugs rapidly, then it is indeed a good thing for them to eat each other. I hope not. Su Qing was silent for a few seconds and exited the post. She kept refreshing the forum homepage, trying to find other survivors' experience posts of successfully fighting against the swarm. Gu Duan, if there are not enough attributeless magic stones and weapons that can deal with the swarm, you can set them up in advance. What can he do? Su Qing clicked in with anticipation. Gu Duan, it is not difficult to see from a large number of posts that these black bugs hate fire. So I have an idea, that is, at the last moment, if everyone has no other way, we can set up an isolation zone in advance and set fire to the house. Although we have nothing left, we can survive the fog tide. At worst, we can rebuild. Gu Duan, what do you think? Is there anyone who knows how to arrange it so that we can survive in the burning hot? It turned out that it was just a preliminary idea. Su Qing held her chin up. She didn't know much about this kind of knowledge and couldn't judge whether it would work. But this is not suitable for her. She glanced at the 5 little ones around her. Turning off the light screen, Su Qing lit a small stove. Sparks jumped, roasting her face warmly. Please repair your hut and provide it with energy. The pop-up window popped up again. Su Qing continued to repair it. Ah! Ruoshi swallowed the last bite of meat, licked the wooden plate clean, then lazily raised her head, slowly opened and closed her mouth. Are you sleepy? Su Qing saw the little guy yawning, raised her hand and stroked Ruoshi's fur down. Do you want to go inside to rest? Sleepy? Ruoshi was not sleepy. The little white wolf suddenly widened his eyes, but it could not last more than a few seconds, and his eyelids drooped again. Your eyes are almost closed. Let's go inside and rest for a while. Awah! Isn't Su Qing coming with you? Ruoshi put her paw on the knee of the person in front of her and asked, while resisting sleepiness. Su Qing didn't respond. It patted her knee gently and pointed to the bedroom. Su Qing was stunned. Ruoshi wants me to rest with you. Yes, Ruoshi nodded. No. Su Qing bent down and picked up Ruoshi, very sturdy. The fog bugs outside have been attacking our hut. I need to repair the hut with the attributeless magic stone in time to prevent the fog bugs from coming in. Ruoshi turned her head listlessly and squeezed into Su Qing's arms. Awah! Then Ruoshi didn't go to rest either. The little guy was like this. Su Qing's eyes rolled slightly. She put Ruoshi down. She stood up and pulled the straw mat over here. Then she patted the straw mat and smiled. If you want to accompany me, just rest here for a while. After saying that, she glanced at Washu, Shui, Lucky and the old monkey. Washu lay quietly on the ground, and it was hard to tell whether he was tired or not. Shui nestled beside the old monkey, closing her eyes to rest. As for Laoho and Lucky, their heads began to nod up and down. Okay, let's all go. Su Qing put her hand on Ruoshi and gave her a gentle push. Laoho and Lucky were the fastest and found a place to lie on the straw mat. Shui slowly opened her eyes and moved over little by little. And Ruoshi looked back every few steps. Su Qing smiled helplessly. I'm here, just staying up all night, don't worry. When she was on Blue Star, she was used to staying up late and working overtime, and at that time she relied on her body to hold on. The descent speed should increase later. When the fog is gone, she can sleep as much as she wants. Ah! Su Qing covered her mouth. She was so sleepy. She decided to read the posts on the forum. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would fall asleep without doing anything. It didn't matter if she fell asleep. If she missed the repair prompt in half an hour, she would be doomed. Time passed slowly. Please repair your hut and provide it with energy. Su Qing's eyes were red. She mechanically grabbed the attributeless magic stone and the synthetic magic book. At this moment, she couldn't remember how many times she had repaired the hut. Bai Yuan, damn, the bugs have upgraded. I just repaired the hut, and the door was destroyed. Su Qing, ? Did she hallucinate from staying up all night? Crack, crack. Ouch. Su Qing made a move. Ruoshi stood up and bared her teeth at the door. However, the next second, it was dumbfounded, staring blankly ahead. Like a crispy biscuit, a hole was broken in the middle of the wooden door. Outside the hole was pitch black, and there were very light stripes moving slowly. Then, the ferocious mouthparts stretched out from the hole and continued to bite the wooden door. Oh my god! It's not an illusion. What is this? Woo! My sister is ready to fight. Squeak! Is there anything the rat can help? Quack! It seems that the bugs have grown bigger. Oh! Are we going to die? Chapter 126. After a brief moment of shock, Su-Ching came back to her senses. The light screen popped up frantically, reminding her that it was time to repair the hut. Further ahead, the hole in the middle of the wooden door was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, only the opponent's mouthparts could fit in, and then the eyeballs were exposed, until the whole head squeezed in to eat. This eating speed, if not seen with one's own eyes, is hard to associate with the previous small fog insects. No wonder someone on the forum said, "Upgrade, the attack power has increased several times." Her hands touched the attributeless magic stone and magic book. Staring at the hideous mouthparts, Su-Ching whispered, "Repair. Please remove the obstacle." Obstacles? They were also attacked. Why didn't I prompt to remove the obstacles before? The only difference was that Su-Ching's eyes stayed on the head of the fogworm that passed through the wooden door. It seems that I have to deal with this one first. Holding the shotgun, she thought for a while, and then grabbed the machete from behind the treasure chest. It is unknown how many of these fogworms there are outside. If there are a lot of them, it is almost certain that the wooden door will be broken. If it was just this one, she would have time to fix it. If there were many outside, Su-Ching's eyes changed. In such a small space, close combat was inevitable. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind, but in reality, it was only a few seconds. The blue light was aimed at the connection between the head and the body of the mist insect, where there was no shell covering it. Bang! The dark head was pulled back and completely stuck in the hole. Did he kill it? Su-Ching moved closer. Ouch! Solved. Ruashi lowered her voice and saw Su-Ching approaching, so she quickly followed. Su-Ching narrowed her eyes and stared at the fogworm a few steps away. After it grew bigger, the fogworm's hideous and ugly appearance became more obvious. But at this time, the fogworm was motionless. Regardless of whether the bullet killed it or not, she would just finish it off. She loosened her fingertips and let the hunting rifle swing at her waist. With the machete raised high, Su-Ching focused on the top of the head, intending to chop it down from a high place. Before she swung her arm down, the fogworm, that seemed to be dead just now, suddenly chirped, twisted its body, and bit her with its sharp mouthparts. Hiss. Su-Ching, who had long been suspicious, was not frightened. She just silently avoided the constantly moving mouthparts and chopped down with more force. With a short clang, cracks spread around the machete. Ignoring the crazy hissing and movement of the fog insects, Su-Ching raised the machete up and down, trying to pull it out. Hiss. 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 Woo! There was another sound outside Su-Ching. Wangshu's claws were clasped on the wooden door, reminding her anxiously. Su-Ching naturally heard it, and she tried her best to pull it out. Hiss. 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 The sound became clearer, and didn't feel far away. I had to chop off the head of this fog insect quickly, move it away, and repair the hut. Thinking of this, she took a big step back with her right foot, exerting her whole body. Ouch! Su-Ching, be careful. Ruashi, who couldn't even reach the insect's head, cried out instantly when she saw Su-Ching falling backwards. It's okay. Su-Ching fluttered her hands in the air a few times, and quickly stabilized her body. She returned to the mist bug and raised her hand high. After a series of chopping and smashing, the mist bug struggled madly until only the last layer of skin was left connecting its head and body. The hissing sound outside the door was getting closer. She even caught the rustling sound of limbs crawling quickly on the ground. Taking a deep breath, she quickly sharpened the blade of the machete. Hiss. Hurry up. Su-Ching bit her lip. Her eyes were about to burst into fire. The skin was split into two halves under the blade, and the connection became shorter and shorter. Bang. The dark head of the mist bug fell to the ground. As soon as the skin broke, Su-Ching ran to her seat happily. Fortunately, the small stove was not far from the door. She touched the attributeless magic stone, and the magic stone. Repair. Bang. Several collisions sounded behind her. Still, she moved faster. Su-Ching sat on the ground and looked at the wooden door nervously. But what she was worried about did not happen. The white light filled the hole. It seemed that after removing the obstacle, the hut could be repaired normally again. Let's see how dense the fog is. Su-Ching turned on the light screen. Fog tide, fog density 65%. Huh. I can still hold on. Su Qing looked up. When will the damn fog end? Your hut is under attack. Your hut is under attack. She knew it. Su Qing stood up again. There was more than one hissing sound outside, so there must be more than one fog insect coming. While the wooden door was still resisting, Su Qing began to make arrangements. She looked at the tree mouse and the old monkey. If the wooden door is broken, you two will hide in the utility room, understand? Squeak. Su Qing. The tree mouse's eyes were full of tears. Will the door really break? Looking around, the old monkey's face turned redder, and it took a breath. Su Qing turned to Shui, who was calm and composed. She remembered the first time they met, when Shui tilted her head for her to touch. Shui. Su Qing hooked her fingertips. The bird tilted its head, and flew to Su Qing's shoulder. Su Qing came closer, and the warm air fell on its feathers, wet. It heard Su Qing whisper, "If there is no other way, just fly away. With your speed, those enlarged fog bugs should not be able to catch up." After saying that, Su Qing turned her head away as if nothing had happened, and said to Ruoxi and Wang Shu, "You too." She knew that the little guys had much better hearing than her. When she was chopping the fog bug just now, the machete accidentally hit the carapace, which was very hard. So Su Qing was preparing for the worst-case scenario. Quack. No. The bird looked at Su Qing deeply. Awoo. Su Qing didn't want to talk nonsense. She didn't want to. Ruoxi will help Su Qing. It pursed its lips unhappily. Wang Shu said nothing, just stood quietly beside Su Qing. Let's take action. Su Qing pulled out the treasure chest containing bamboo spears, attributeless magic stones, etc., and then turned to the wooden door. It's not that she is pessimistic. It's just that there are more than one fog insects growing bigger outside. Just now, only one was able to chew a hole in the wooden door in a short time. Now that the number has increased, it is estimated that the wooden door will be even more unbearable. I think the person who spoke on the light screen was also the reason why the door was broken open immediately. Secondly, she didn't know if there were any small fog bugs outside. If there were none, then they would have a chance to move to the outside and take advantage of Ruoxi and Wang Shu's size. But if the small fog bugs still existed, they would have to defend against the big ones and be disturbed by the small ones. It gave me a headache just thinking about it. Crack, crack. Su Qing grabbed the machete, and the wooden door was destroyed very quickly. Black tips appeared in the three eyes, and quickly turned into three small holes. She stuffed the attributeless magic stone and magic book into her pocket, and grabbed a bamboo spear with her other hand and walked over. I didn't react just now. Su Qing aimed her bamboo spear at the three holes. This is the land that has been soaked in the juice of the lip grass for a long time. As long as it touches blood, it will have some effect. The concentration of fog is still 65%, and I have to wait until then. The holes can't be stopped, the opponent is too fast, but as long as there is no obstacle in the wooden door, she can repair it immediately, and then reset the progress of the fog insects. Come on, how slow can I be to repair a sentence? Su Qing thought viciously. But the first time the bamboo spear stabbed, it hit the hard shell, and the reaction force made her palm hurt. Damn, if there were no small fog bugs outside, we could go outside to fight. Su Qing looked down at Ruoxi. Ruoxi, you don't have a shell, don't get bitten. Woo. Wang Shu opened his mouth. Just now, it wanted to spit out flames, but Su Qing refused. The reason was that Su Qing was worried that the flames would cause the same damage to the wooden door. Why do they feel that they are restricted instead? Su Qing saw Wang Shu's move, but she didn't dare to gamble. Wang Shu's fire burned the swamp crocodile to ashes. The mouthparts of the mist bug were in the wooden door. Wang Shu's fire might also burn the wooden door. She sighed and took a few steps back. Most of the time, the bamboo spear hit the shell. She fired her gun, but the mist bug dodged it. Wait until the mist bug's head is stuck in the hole. Su Qing held the machete tightly. However, after the small hole gradually expanded to a hole, the scene she was waiting for did not appear. The gnawing sound was still ringing, but no fogworms poked their heads out of the holes. Will these fogworms learn from their lessons? Su Qing was shocked and quickly reached into her pocket. Repair? The wooden door flashed white light again. After the wooden door was gnawed and several holes appeared, Su Qing was sure that these fogworms really remembered the lesson. They were consciously avoiding attacks, even if she didn't do anything, but they were hiding. The number of fogworms was gradually increasing. The number of attributeless magic stones was constantly decreasing. She knew that when the number of fog insects increased to the point where they could break the wooden door at once, if one fog insect placed part of its body in the hole, she would not have time to repair it. When the number outside reached 6, Su Qing could no longer sit still. She looked at Ruashi, Wanshu and Shui. There are only about 20 attributeless magic stones left. If we continue to consume them, when the attributeless magic stones are used up, we will have to face more than 10 at once. Su Qing took a deep breath and concluded, these insects are consciously consuming us. Ouch! Hit! Ruashi wasn't afraid, she stamped the ground fiercely. Let's find a chance to get out. The space inside is too small, and you two have lost your size advantage. Su Qing pointed outside. I put the healing potion and vacation in the box. The lid is open. Come back and drink it when you get hurt. Ruashi, Wanshu and Shui all nodded. Crack, crack. Su Qing turned her head back and looked at the door that was gradually breaking open. Her voice became lowered. They are coming. The wooden door was completely broken. The light from the wall lamp shone on the ferocious mouthparts with a cool luster. There were no small fog bugs. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. So she just had to fight the big ones. Ga. A snow-white figure flashed by. It was Shui. Su Qing looked at the door nervously. According to their original plan, Shui, who was the fastest, would fly out first to see if she could attract a few fog bugs, so that they would have a chance to defeat them one by one. Hiss. Hiss. A fog bug moved. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Chapter 127. Compared to their heads, the bodies of the fog insects after they grew bigger were very fat. At this time, the 6 fog insects crowded at the door moved synchronously, and their black eyes followed the snow closely. In her sight, one of them slid down, and only its transparent wings could be seen flapping. The remaining 5 turned their heads, put their limbs on the edge of the cave, raised their upper bodies, and pressed heavily on the ground. The reflective shells could not cover their soft and undulating bellies. Su Qing touched the hunting rifle hanging on her waist. She seemed to know where to attack. But before that, she had to see if she could reduce the enemy's strength. Don't you like blood and flesh? Don't you eat everything? It just so happened that when she was making special meat for Wuxiao, there was still a lot of juice from the lip grass. Su Qing stared at the mist bug's every move and quickly reached for the wooden barrel behind her. Her fingertips dipped into the liquid, which was a little cold and sticky. Soon, she touched a thick piece of meat, which collapsed when she poked it. Hey! Su Qing grabbed the piece of meat and threw it forward. How about trying this? Green juice spilled on the ground, and the meat bounced a few times and stopped in front of the fogworm that squeezed into the cave. Rarely, she was a little nervous. Even if one left, there were still 5 giant fogworms at the door. And they were blocked in the cave, and Ruashi and Wanshu couldn't grow bigger. Even the fogworm that left might come back at any time. Will it eat? She quietly reached for the machete. The fogworm that was pressed in the middle was the first to notice it, raised its head, moved forward, and opened its mouth. This movement seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The fog insects on both sides and above all hissed, and their sharp mouthparts poked each other, leaving faint white marks on the hard shells. Fighting? Su Qing raised her eyebrows and retracted her hand that wanted to throw the second piece of meat. Since they are fighting among themselves, let them exercise for a while before giving them the next piece of meat. With a clang, the fattest fog insect grabbed the piece of meat, and its black mouthparts were like scissors, mincing the meat into pieces. The fog insects that didn't grab the meat turned their eyes back to them. Su Qing threw out the second piece of meat and continued to wait for the mist bugs to snatch it. However, the same trick no longer worked after the second piece of meat was given. Hiss. Hiss. The mouthparts moved, as if they were communicating. Su Qing frowned, thinking of the mist bug's lesson, and immediately threw out the third piece of meat. Sure enough, the 3 mist bugs ignored it, propped up their bodies with their slender limbs, and continued to move forward. As for why there were 3 mist bugs, Su Qing winked at Wanshu and Ruashi, and looked for an opportunity to fight outside. She was far away from the 2 motionless fog insects, and rushed to meet the fog insect running in front, holding out a bamboo spear with her left hand to catch the opening and closing mouthparts. Crack. Su Qing heard a crisp sound when the bamboo spear was clamped. She pulled the corner of her mouth, let go of her hand, and ran to the side, then stabbed the machete deeply into the soft belly from under the shell. Hiss! The fog insect hissed. The other 2 fog insects that were still awake on the field were visibly speeding up. Unfortunately, the cave was so small that it couldn't accommodate so many fog insects. Su Qing was exerting force on her face, using the machete as a lever to lift it up. The fogworm was deadly. Su Qing gritted her teeth and took the opportunity to kick the fogworm when it turned its head and bit her. The fat fogworm turned over completely. Its light gray belly was exposed. His Su Qing ignored it and pulled out the machete. Gray liquid flowed out of the wound, carrying countless black particles the size of stones. The slender limb shook desperately, but Su Qing didn't care and continued to stab the belly. Wu Washu retracted the flame, and it carefully controlled the thickness. After the heads of the two fogworms that had eaten the meat soaked in the juice of the lip grass were burned to ashes, it stopped spitting fire. It turned to the two fog bugs poking in from the door, and the flames in its eyes wilted. "Awu! Sister, go recharge your energy." Ruashi spread her wings. The fog bugs at the door had already retreated. She could follow them out and then stop them. "Wu! Be careful, sister." Washu knew what his sister was thinking. Instead of dissuading him, he should recharge his energy quickly and then go to help. So Washu just nodded and retreated to the open treasure chest, lowering his head to reach the gray stone. It held two pieces at once. The snow-white little figure followed the two fog insects that left the cave not far away, and the white light flashed, and Ruashi recovered her body shape. "Hiss, so sore." "My arm was very sore." Su Qing guessed that it might be because I had just exerted too much force. I had to go out and help quickly. She picked up a bottle of healing potion and took a sip. The effect of the healing potion is closely related to the amount of drinking. It's just a sore arm, and it's enough to recover. The extremely faint white light faded away. Su Qing clenched her fist, and she felt very good. "Ruashi." Su Qing ran out of the cave holding the machete covered with mist bug liquid. "See if you can turn the mist bug over. It will be difficult for them to move after turning over." Awu Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, as they looked pretty good. Not long after she finished speaking, the white wolf put it into practice. After dodging the attack of a mist bug, it flicked its claws, and the other one turned upside down. Awu Ruashi laughed, flapped its wings, and flew into the air where the mist bug could not reach. The mist bug on the ground hissed, and the transparent wings on its back buzzed, but this time was different. Its huge belly held it firmly on the ground. Finally, the fog bug shook its head left and right, and slowly retreated into the fog. Su Qing, a bystander, saw its little movements clearly. "Ruashi, it's trying to run away. I go deal with the one you flipped over." "Ouch." Su Qing can't run away. Ruashi was full of energy. She rushed down and pressed heavily on the shell of the fog bug. Liquid splashed everywhere. Su Qing stepped back. She didn't dare to think about how difficult it would be to clean up after the fog retreated. She walked to the side of the flipped fog bug and stabbed the machete deeply. It seems that these fog insects are not that difficult to deal with after they grow bigger. Su Qing turned the handle of the knife, and it was not even as scary as before the change. When the fog insects were still small swarms, there were many of them, and they were very small. It was difficult for them to deal with the swarms all over the sky at once. But after the fog insects grew bigger, Su Qing looked down and watched the limbs slowly stop moving, and the number of them became smaller. In terms of size, the fog insects after the change were not as good as Ruashi and Wangshu, and in terms of number, they did not seem to be as exaggerated as before. Hiss. Hiss. Su Qing blinked. "Oh, it's coming." The scissor-like mouthparts came out of the mist first. 1, 2, 3. Su Qing's eyelids twitched. Can she take back what she said before about the small number? Ouch. So many? Ruashi fell back to the ground. Wu. You continue to look for opportunities to turn over. Washu also returned to its previous size, with flames floating and bright colors, obviously regaining vitality. Ruashi and Wanshu attracted a lot of fog insects. There was only one fog bug facing her. Perhaps she was the least threatening. Su Qing licked her dry lips, her heart pounding. The fog bug was still very large to her. Its slender limbs quickly touched the ground, and Su Qing ran to the side, still able to find time to shoot a few times. When the fog bug walked, the gray body under the shell would be exposed a little, and she aimed at these. But after the bullet was injected, the fog bug just froze for a few seconds, and then continued to rush towards her as if nothing had happened. The machete is still more harmful. Su Qing sighed. She had to crush the inside of these insects to make them stop moving. Glancing at Ruashi and Washu, Su Qing began to shove the insects away. She couldn't chop the shells off in one go, and the mist insects wouldn't wait for her to flip them over. So she just let them shove away. Su Qing shuttled through the yard without any burden. After a while, Ruashi and Wangshu had their hands free. Ouch! When the mist insect that was following Su Qing passed by again, Ruashi took the opportunity to claw it. Well done, Ruashi. Su Qing gave a thumbs up. The fog bug chasing her was knocked over, so she stopped and raised her shotgun, intending to interfere with it remotely. Gaga. Su Qing, be careful. The sound of snow? Su Qing blinked and saw Ruashi's eyes wide open, looking at her in horror. Something happened behind her. Su Qing turned around immediately and saw the dark fog bug rushing out of the shadows. The distance was too close, so she could only grab the shotgun to block the fog bug's mouthparts. How long has this guy been lying in ambush here? Clang. The two sickles clamped the hunting rifle tightly. At the same time, the front end of the fog bug was level with her head, showing a tilted posture. So, most of the weight was on her. Su Qing's knees bent uncontrollably, and her eyes fell on the machete at her feet. Gaga. Su Qing Bird is here to help you. She wanted to push back hard, and then take the opportunity to let go and push away, but things didn't happen as she imagined. After supporting for a long time, her arms were sore and weak. Su Qing fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, her hand did not let go of the hunting rifle, otherwise the fog bug would let go of the hunting rifle and stab her brain instead. Cut her open as easily as cutting a watermelon. Su Qing had no doubt. She tilted her head, and her eyes fell on the machete beside her. As luck would have it, the machete was right next to her. An extremely risky idea formed in her mind. The mist bug looked down at her, its dark eyes rolling, as if admiring her struggle before death. She was not pinned down. Su Qing glanced forward. The mist bug's slender limbs supported its body, so there was a few centimeters between her and the mist bug. Enough? 1, 3, Su Qing counted in her mind, quickly let go of the shotgun, grabbed the machete beside her, and quickly adjusted her posture. Then she bent her legs, feet, buttocks, waist and back. Her whole body was exerting force, rubbing down frantically. Su Qing silently raised the tip of the knife as she caught a glimpse of the gray belly getting closer and closer. The extremely hot liquid remained on her face. After her vision became clearer, Su Qing quickly got up and wiped her face frantically with her sleeves. Hiss. Another fog insect was approaching. She opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Waves of fog insects crawled out of the black fog. Su Qing still had some fluctuations in the front, but at the back, she was completely numb. She mechanically slid around the fogworm, mechanically looking for an opportunity to chop it from its abdomen and crush its insides. Unconsciously, the fog around her became lighter and lighter. A touch of orange in the sky broke through the darkness, slowly extending and merging into a line. Then, the sunset began to occupy the sky, orange, red, yellow. Bright colors dyed the dark curtain. Ah woo! Su Qing, look! Ruashi lay on the ground and stuck out her tongue, her snow-white hair stuck together, pitch black. The claws moved, but couldn't lift up at all. Ruashi looked at the sky and vaguely remembered that the fog bug seemed to have not come for a long time. Su Qing sat on the steps, staring at the sky blankly. She closed her eyes and rolled her eyeballs a few times. When she opened her eyes again, it was still the same scene. It was dawn, she thought blankly. Has the fog started to recede? Su Qing's fingertips trembled after realizing it belatedly, and she clicked on the light screen. She clicked on the personal interface. Fog tide, fog concentration 20%. The number was still falling. Ah, it's really almost over. She sniffed, her eyes moistened. Ruashi and Wang Shu stepped in front of her and protected her behind them. Ga. It was dawn. The bird landed beside Su Qing, and it had no energy to preen its feathers. Su Qing said nothing, sitting on the steps in the same position. She watched the numbers on the screen drop down quietly. 19%, 15%, 12%, 3%, 2%, 1%, 0%. At the moment, when the numbers returned to zero, the entire line of words about the fog slowly dissipated. The sky was completely bright. She looked around in confusion. The fog quickly turned from black to white, then transparent, and completely dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared. Suddenly, within her sight, a piece of paper floated down from a high place. Where did the paper come from? Su Qing hesitated a little, and she did not take it. But the paper floated into her arms accurately. Su Qing picked it up. Dear survivor, long time no see. First of all, I want to congratulate you. You have successfully survived 5 seasons of opportunities and dangers. So, after going through these 5 versions, you must have a lot of doubts, right? Oh, don't worry, I tell you slowly, those annoying bugs have completely left and won't disturb our conversation. This is a magical world. I guess you have already understood it deeply. There are all kinds of magical plants here, which can fill your stomach, cure diseases, and even prolong your life. There are also countless animals here. They are fierce, they are smart, they are cute. I mean, It's not bad to continue living here, smiley face. Ha, Su Qing pulled the corner of her mouth. She didn't have the energy to complain. They were brought here for no reason. After all this, should they bow down and worship? She was so angry that her liver hurt. She continued to read. Spring brings everything back to life. Summer is hot. Autumn is a good harvest. Winter is cold. Oh, what beautiful seasons. As part of nature, they are deeply rooted in this world, full of vitality and wildness. Okay, maybe you can't understand my feelings. Psychopath. Well, let me guess. What do you want to ask the most? Can I go home? No, dear, this is your home. Next, please continue to survive. As for who I am, it doesn't matter, right? Finally, I will give you some advice. Never stop exploring. Never stop building your hut. The top of the letter paper began to turn into light spots. Su Qing's eyes fell on the last line of words. Welcome to the end of the world. This is your end of the world. My end of the world? Su Qing opened her hands, and the letter paper completely turned into light spots and dissipated. At the same time, a mechanical sound that had not been heard for a long time rang in my ears. Ding, the Doomsday is being updated. Spring. Summer heat. Eve. Winter. Will be loaded as a fixed season. Mist. Will be loaded as a random season. Ding, the season has been loaded. The light screen is updating. The personal interface is updating. The update has been completed. The forum is updating. The update has been completed. The transaction is updating. The update has been completed. The Doomsday Mall has been added. It has been loaded. A series of ding 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 sounds continued. Su Qing only had time to catch a few fresh words. Finally, he paused coldly and said, Welcome to the end of the world. This is your own end of the world. After that, the voice completely disappeared. Quiet. Su Qing looked at the dawn in the sky without saying a word. Finally, Ruashi couldn't stand this atmosphere. It rubbed Su Qing carefully. What else can I do? Su Qing half closed her eyelids and stretched. Just keep living. Anyway, she had given up the idea of going back a long time ago, and now it was just a confirmation. Go. Su Qing stood up and rubbed her sore arm. Go back and catch up on some sleep. It's back to normal, Ruashi responded happily, and now even if Su Qing wants to do something else, it will follow. Cack. The bird is so sleepy. This is snow. Woo. Washu walked at the end, with two flames in his eye sockets swaying tenderly. The sky was bright, and the sun quietly fell into the cave. The group of people hugged each other, sleeping peacefully. Chapter 128. Waking up from a sleep, I feel refreshed. The sun has set outside the cave, and the sky is full of rosy clouds. The light mumbling is unclear, accompanied by the smacking sound of the mouth. Su Qing touched the empty space with her hand, and slowly raised her body. Something slipped off her stomach and fell on her legs. She looked down and met a pair of golden eyes, moist, and it seemed that she had just woken up. Squeak. Su Qing, the tree mouse stretched lazily, and then continued to stick to Su Qing in a relaxed manner. Beside her, Ruashi turned over and her eyelids moved. Su Qing quickly covered Lucky's mouth. She blinked. Understand? The tree mouse looked at the sticky little white wolf and nodded quickly. It understands. Su Qing let go of her hand, and Ruashi lay on her back on the small grass mat, occupying a corner. Wanshu looked at them quietly by the wall. Su Qing touched her nose. Could it be that her action just now woke Wanshu up? On the other side, the old monkey curled up his limbs. Half of his body fell to the ground. Well, Lucky, Ruashi, Washu, Laoho. What about the other one? Looking around, Su Qing finally found Snow on the small wooden table. Looking for me? The bird tilted its head and stopped tidying up its feathers. Go on. Su Qing stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation, then focused her attention on the hut. Although she was still a little confused after waking up, she still remembered that they survived the fog tide, and then after the fog concentration dropped to 0%, she received a letter that she hadn't seen for a long time. Recalling the contents of the letter, Su Qing curled her lips. It was the same as if she had said nothing. The only useful information was that they could not go back. As for the advice to them to continue exploring and build a hut, that was certain. Su Qing swept across the earthen wall, and the only piece of furniture given in the initial hut, the small wooden table, and fell on the edge of the empty cave. On the ground, sawdust and wood chips piled up together. Her wooden door fragments. Alas, Su Qing sighed silently. She had been busy for 4 seasons, and the fog insects had done her a lot. She leaned to the side, jumped over the edge, and looked out. The stairs were broken, and the gravel road was cracked. Woo woo woo, Su Qing covered her cheeks, her fence, her gravel road, her yard. After calming down, Su Qing thought about the system broadcast. There was no system broadcast in the entire version of The Mist, and the one before going to bed was the first time since The Mist. The broadcast said that the season was fixed. Ah, the light screen was updated. Su Qing excitedly pointed to the light screen and asked her to take a look. She seemed to remember that it mentioned that a new mall had been added, right? A fluorescent blue screen popped up in the air. There was a single white frame on the left, and the same below. Personal, Trading, Forum, Doomsday Mall. Su Qing silently read, and it was indeed newly added. Compared with the 3 major sections she had seen before, she was particularly interested in the newly added mall, so Su Qing clicked it with all her heart. The screen flickered. Wow, Su Qing's eyes lit up. Doomsday has come out, and it can be searched after the update? She looked down and raised her eyebrows. Inside the mall, there are both pictures and text. The pictures are on the top, and the text is on the bottom. For example, the first thing she saw after entering the mall was something very familiar. The Snow White paper page was opened, and the words Magic Book were written on the left, and abstract paintings and materials were on the right. The words Magic Book, Refrigerator, were clearly written at the bottom. Looking again, the following were almost all magic books. Strange, Su Qing scrolled down in confusion. Is there only magic books in the mall? Use the search function. Click the search box, and a vertical line keeps jumping. What are you searching for? Su Qing touched her chin. Got it. The little guy had been thinking about the little cart before, so it was a good opportunity to see if there was one in the mall. She typed quickly, and after a few seconds, the interface refreshed, and 16 pictures popped up below. The 16 pictures were all screenshots of books, with the words The Adventures of Little Cart clearly written on them. 6 words, from 1 to 16, very complete. Then Ruashi and the others had read some. Su Qing raised the corners of her lips and touched Lucky on her leg. The tree mouse, which was suddenly touched, shook its ears and looked at Su Qing. Su Qing was so happy. Looking at what the Doomsday Mall was used to buy, Su Qing narrowed her eyes and clicked on Little Carp Adventure 6. A smaller pop-up window popped up. The upper left corner was a screenshot of the book, and the right side was the name and detailed description. Su Qing leaned over. She covered her chest, feeling quite heartbroken. Ah, why does the Doomsday Mall use attributeless magic stones as currency? Although a book is very cheap, she quickly glanced at the lower right corner. 0.2 attributeless magic stones. The price of the magic stone is too high, but the only seasons to stably obtain the magic stone without attributes are summer and fog. If I had known earlier, I would not have wasted time going to Piaoping. Su Qing's face was full of exaggerated expression. But in her heart, she did not regret it at all. She carefully considered every decision in the fog, and in the absence of information, she felt that she had done her best. Although she really did not expect the magic stone without attributes to be so important, it can be used as a doomsday currency. By the way, there are still a few pieces left in the hut. Su Qing raised her eyelids. More than 20 pieces. Let's not move yet. Washu also needs it for food. But more than 20 yuan is definitely not enough to last until the next summer. Su Qing began to think about things that can be cashed in at home. Shotguns can be sold, and winter clothes. It's not too much to sell a few non-attribute magic stones in the winter. Vacation can also be used. Although the light screen description does not clearly state what it can cure, what if it can cure it at some point in the future? Su Qing felt that there must be other survivors who would think so. Not bad, not bad. She clicked back to the mall interface. She browsed with shining eyes. Wow, this oven magic book. The oven synthesized can directly input the temperature and time. Not bad. Oh, there is also a swimming pool, automatic water change. Also very good. Wow, this big bed, soft, comfortable. She also likes it. Su Qing clenched her fists excitedly. She had never seen so many magic books. Some of the furniture and supplies in it are beautiful, and some of the functions are particularly touching. Su Qing covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing secretly. She didn't dare to think about how happy she would be in the future if all these were decorated in the cottage. Ahem, she stopped working on her waist and back and calmed down. Su Qing, Su Qing, these all need to be exchanged for attributeless magic stones, and the materials for the magic book need to be found. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? It would be great if I could buy the finished product directly, she thought regretfully. Wait. The mall can be searched directly. Su Qing licked her lips. She must be able to exchange for the finished product directly. She was looking forward to it. Input, the interface refreshed. Yes, you can buy the finished product directly. Su Qing shook excitedly. Let her see the price. Oven, 18 non-attribute magic stones, 50 square meters, 10 by 5, swimming pool, 120 non-attribute magic stones. Ah, Su Qing's eyes widened. Sorry to bother you. Click back, Su Qing tapped her thigh lightly. This is several times more expensive. However, although it is cheaper to exchange for a synthetic magic book, you have to spend a lot of effort to find the materials yourself, and if you can't find them, you have to exchange them online, which will also cost money. Although it is expensive to exchange for a finished product, it saves time and effort. I still need to save up the attributeless magic stones. After looking through them all, Su Qing clicked on Personal below. It was similar to the one that had been updated unconsciously in the fog, with some dynamic real-life pictures of the huts and so on. At the same time, the position where the words fog, fog tide, fog concentration were located was now replaced by Eve. Next, should I look at the trading section or the forum? I'd better look at the forum first, just in time to see how other survivors deal with fog bugs. Record the available methods, and wait for the next fog bug to come, Su Qing snorted. However, after clicking on the forum, the white box on the left that had been empty finally had words. Su Qing widened her eyes in shock. In the left column, 9 squares appeared out of thin air, and there were words in each square. The top square showed the words World Channel, and the following were World Channel 1, World Channel 2, until World Channel 8. Su Qing's heart began to beat. She remembered the traces of survivors she found when she entered the mine during Chuanqing's time. Were there other survivors before them? She took a deep breath. After entering the forum, the channel she was in was World Channel 5. At this time, the posts on the interface were refreshing like crazy. Su Qing took a few glances, and most of them were discussing the World Channel. Zhuazilong. Oh my god, what's going on when I'm in World Channel 5? The problem is that there are 7 other world channels. What does that mean? By Duruo. What I mean is that it is not only Blue Star that has entered the Doomsday. Bitter smile. Zhong Huizhou. If you have doubts, go to the main channel, where the survivors from other channels will explain. Explanation. Su Qing pinched her palm with her fingertips. She came back to her senses, and looked deeply at the channels on the left. Click on the main channel. Yuanlong. Newcomers, don't be impatient, read slowly, I will try to explain it as clearly as possible here. Su Qing clicked into the post, and chose to only see the thread owner. The interface instantly became much clearer. Yuanlong. Words appeared inexplicably in the sky, and then I fainted. When I woke up, I was in the hut, facing the fact that supplies were scarce, and the hut was dilapidated. The fertile land. Eve, the cold wave. Winter, the whole world becomes bigger except for his own. Spring, the hot. Summer, flame, and the special edition. Mist. Exactly the same. Su Qing pursed her lips. Has the other party also experienced these? Yuanlong. No doubt, we all have experienced it. Compared with you, we are no different, except that we entered the Doomsday earlier. Yuanlong. So don't worry too much. Doomsday is a standalone game, unless you are willing to spend a huge amount of non-attribute magic stones, and put your life and death on another person, then you can go to the mall to exchange for a one-way ticket. Well, for the closest relatives and the friends who are extremely trustworthy, you can go to the mall to learn more. One more thing, before using the one-way ticket, you can first exchange all the useful things in the form of a transaction, and then use it. One-way ticket. Su Qing's eyes moved back and forth between the words. Closest relatives and extremely trustworthy friends. From his comments, the one-way ticket should allow people to go to the world of other survivors, and he also emphasized the closest relatives and friends, and repeated the words especially twice. It seems that you can only go, but not return. That means life and death are completely handed over to others. Su Qing suddenly realized that it was true. No wonder this person didn't think highly of her in his words. Anyway, she would definitely not bet on others' hearts. In addition to grandma and parents, that is, the relatives and friends the other party mentioned, this friend must be really good. However, in this way, the Doomsday has given some families a way to survive. After all, Su Qing is sure that there are always some people who are particularly powerful and can drag several people. The only question is whether this one-way ticket will cause her trouble. She continued to scroll down. Yuanlong's next comment solved her doubts. Yuanlong. I saw someone asking whether the one-way ticket can be used in any world. If you have any bad ideas, don't think about it. The one-way ticket requires the other party's consent. If they don't agree, it will be in vain. Moreover, this thing can only be bought once by one person and cannot be transferred. Yuan Long. The topic has gone off track. Let's continue. After the fog dissipated, you should have seen the letter paper and heard the broadcast. Then let me briefly introduce it. What is worth noting about the personal interface is the change of seasons. You should pay attention to the fog density you used to see. Yuan Long. Because the broadcast you heard after the fog is the last broadcast, there will be no more broadcasts for all the seasonal changes in the future. You can think of it as immersive survival next. As for the trading place, after the update, everyone can see the description of the trading items in advance. Yuan Long. In addition, if you sell things in the public trading place, your items need to be stored in Doomsday until the transaction is successful. Or you cancel the transaction yourself, and the item will be returned. If the item is very valuable, fill in the price accurately, otherwise if the other party really takes it out, the transaction will be successful directly. Yuan Long. It's just an automatic store, do you understand? You can still initiate transactions in private, but if you look for it, you will find that the chat with yourself has disappeared, that is, the link initiated to yourself by a bug before cannot be used now. Yuan Long. So what should I do if I know something? Please go to the mall. Yes, our Doomsday has taken care of this business. As long as you spend a magic stone without attributes, you can use the scanning function for 30 days. Oh, it was free before, but you have to spend money to scan after the update. Su Qing polished her fingertips with a magic stone without attributes for 30 days. She should be able to use it. Yuan Long. After the transaction, let's talk about the forum. You can't go to the internal chat of other channels. Please remember that you can only go to two places, the world channel you are in and the general world channel. Then please move your eyes to the left. The new channel 5 must be wondering why you are the 5th, not the 8th, right? Yuan Long. Going through the fog does not mean you are always safe. If all the survivors in a channel die, then the channel will turn gray, just like channel 7, until a new world comes. After the survivors in it go through the fog, well, like you, the channel will light up again. So, the traces she saw in the mine before were real, Su Qing pondered, then the world of that survivor is also. Her eyes dimmed. Yuan Long. Okay, let's talk about the last mall. When you click in, you can find that most of them are magic books. Please use the search function. Those who have money can directly search for finished products. Those who don't have money, but have the energy to buy magic books. Of course, I suggest you buy them at the trading place. Yuan Long. Anyway, you can look at the materials for magic books, see if you have them, and whether you can find them, and then decide whether to buy them. Of course, I suggest you still choose a few magic books to buy, preferably the ones that can be produced for a long time, and you can make some money by putting them at the trading place. Yuan Long. Well, that's about all I have to say. Everyone, relax and just treat it as a standalone infrastructure game. Build the hut to your liking. It doesn't matter whether you continue to explore or stay in one place. Comfort is the most important thing. Yuan Long. Finally, welcome to the Doomsday family. Then I advertise. If you like fishing, you can join us to share our fishing posts. Su Qing laughed. She didn't expect that this survivor who shared so much selflessly was also a fisherman. She canceled the post to only read the thread owner. Comments kept popping up. There were too many. Su Qing couldn't read them all, so she clicked out and planned to post her own post. She wanted to ask what the center of the world mentioned on the letter paper found in the gold treasure chest meant.